in about 5 seconds. Okay, I believe we are live with Graham Platner tonight, everybody. Excited to have Graham on the show. Most of the channel already knows who you are, Graham. We talk about you quite a bit on the channel. I know the audience is pretty excited. You want to just a short introduction? Actually, whatever, as long as introduction you want. Just let the channel know who may not know who you are yet.
I have to do so many of these goddamn things these days. I'll try to keep it short.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm running for Senate in Maine against Susan Collins, who's the long-serving establishment Republican senator that we've had for pretty much most of my adult life.
Forever, since we were children.
As long as I've been able to vote, she's been my senator.
Yep.
I was born and raised in Eastern Maine. I grew up in a very small town, about 1,000 people, that I still live in now. I joined the Marine Corps out of high school. I was a 0331 machine gunner. Served in a Kilo Company, 3rd Battalion, 8th Marines, Fallujah 2005, Ramadi 2006. Woo. Did a MEU, yeah, the exciting times.
Yep.
Did a MEU in 07 into 08. Got out of the Corps and started going to George Washington University in DC on the GI Bill. Got frankly bored as shit, and my unit was redeploying. My buddies were all still going overseas. It was 2008. I really was like, man, I don't know, I shouldn't be going to college. So I went to re-enlist in the Corps, but got forearm tattoos.
Oh, which is so ridiculous to think about now because nobody cares.
And they did. The MAR admin had changed in 07. So I go to re-enlist, and the prior service recruiter, we're like going through the whole thing. I had like an RE1 re-enlistment code. I had, I got out as a sergeant. I had a fair amount of combat experience and combat awards, and I was like, okay, sweet, I'll just re-enlist in the Corps. They're like, nah, dog. And I'm like, well, that's shit. Crazy. So I went to I went over and talked to the Army. I first talked to 20th Group in Maryland.
Okay.
And they were essentially like, all right, well, this is great. We want you to go to selection, like soon. And I just started school, and I was in this moment. I'm like, well, I feel like I should maybe like try school a little bit more if I'm going to do the Guard. Yeah. So instead, I went to first the 158th Cav Charlie Company, which was a LURS unit.
Okay.
Yep. And so I kept my rank, went over there, became a RNS team leader, went to RSLIC, and then summer of 2010, a LURS company from I think Nebraska essentially called the unit and was like, we're going to Afghanistan. We need combat experienced NCOs who have reconnaissance experience.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, shit, man, like I just got back from RSLIC and I've got the combat experience. So I volunteered for that because it's the Army. I didn't actually wind up going to that unit. I went to a dismounted reconnaissance troop from Iowa, but I spent a year in Parwan province. So okay. in between Bagram and Bamiyan. So kind of out a little bit in the hinterlands, nothing crazy, but did a year. I was a rifle team leader and rifle squad leader, and then came back in 2011 and went over to 19th Group. Was getting ready to go to selection, and I got a DUI.
Oh shit!
That was It was 2011, and
I was gonna say depends on the time frame if you're okay with that. You know how that works, right? 2011 under Obama and like the drawdown, probably not okay.
No, it was literally like look, the unit was great. I went over there for a while, did pre-selection, and was getting ready. I still had this hope I was like, no, maybe nobody's gonna find out. I'm like, no, that's not going to happen. So I essentially went to the unit, was like, look, I can't go to selection right now. And they were like, hey man, they're like, we're not going to fuck you. So if you just want to like fall off the rolls, you'll get an honorable. And because I had never really I just always extended a year. So I just let my extension run out, and I got out of the Army in 12. And at that point, fuck man, I didn't know what the hell to do. All I had seen myself as was a professional soldier. So,
Yeah, no, I get it, man.
so at that point, and dealing with kind of all the stuff that comes from a bunch of hefty combat tours,
Four combat deployments in the ugliest part of the war in Iraq or in
you don't
Afghanistan. Yeah.
you don't really you know how it is. And then like combining that with like getting out of the army and really having no idea what the hell I was doing with my life. So I was in college, but I was in college. I would drop out. I became a bartender. Um, I was in DC. I was going to GW, and kind of did that till 2016 when I moved back to Maine. And when I moved back to Maine, honestly, everything kind of uh, my whole life changed because when I moved, my VA packet moved,
Mm.
and I had like a 30% rating, and
Which Matt
I,
Walsh is not going to be okay with, by the way. We
I
should all
can't
know
wait.
that.
Can't wait
We'll
to
talk
talk
about
about that.
that. Well, we were going to
Fucking
talk about that for sure.
guy is such a fucking dork. Anyways, the when I moved to Maine, my packet moved, and the Maine VA is spectacular. I've been dealing with like the DC and Roanoke, Virginia VA. They were like super backed up. I moved to Maine. The VA calls me and they're like, "Hey man, have you been waiting for like 4 years on a on like an adjudication of your appeal?" And I was like, "Oh man, I kind of forgot all about that." Yeah. And I went in. They did like a full screen, the whole 9 yards, and like within a couple weeks, they were like, 100%. Here's
That's
all your
that's
health. Here's all your health care. Here's all your therapy. Here's like all and like my life went. I mean, I was in a fucking dark place when I came home,
yeah.
and everything changed. And like I started going to therapy. I started going to physical therapy because my back's all fucked up, and I started like learning how to like rebuild my body and my mind.
Yeah.
Um, I did go back to Afghanistan briefly in 18 to work for state as a on whips.
Okay.
Um, but at that point, man, I was already pretty down on the whole military industrial complex and
Oh yeah, we're there
American.
with you, brother.
But Jesus Christ, seeing it like as the like I was on the ambassador security team, and
Mm.
like and I'm sitting there like you're like listening to the conversations. I hadn't been in Afghanistan in 7 years, and I'm like, are you guys fucking kidding me? No new ideas, huh? 7 years, we're
I
just
was
doing the
there.
same
I was
garbage.
there the exact same year operationally, and it was just like, yeah, well, it's just like go out and just like fuck up a Taliban village
Yep,
because we don't really know what we're doing here.
like we
So
had no plans.
yeah,
So at that point, I quit summer 2018, move home, and I essentially decided I was going to do something else entirely with my life, and I became an oyster farmer. Uh,
yeah, that's
which,
different.
which totally fell into my lap. Somebody I knew, an older gentleman, local guy that I knew from childhood. He had this small farm. He needed somebody to like take it over and turn it into more of a commercial operation. He didn't have he didn't have like the energy or frankly like the interest in running a business, but he thought it could be something. So he approached me. I was like, this seems great. So I started learning how to fix Yamaha outboards and do fiberglass work and tie the right knots, and essentially learned how to follow bivalve shellfish through their life cycle, and started and have been doing that for the past pretty much 8 years.
So I gotta
Um,
ask you before we jump into what we're going to talk about with the different stuff going on. What what made you decide to enter politics? One, as you know, Marine combat veteran, oyster farmer, and really in veterans in general, we're very like typically very kind of stay away from politics. Even most veteran content creators, even me, I didn't enter the political space until somewhat recently because we just kind of like don't want to. I don't know you know what I mean. Like we don't
oh
want to
no,
like
I know.
put ourselves out there as veterans in the political space. What made you decide I'm going to run for Senate?
Honestly, man, because I'm fucking angry all the time. Like
I get that.
I look, I got when I got back in 18, I was so cynical. Like
Mm.
I mean, I was
Black
already
pilled.
fully black pilled. I mean,
Yeah.
I was on the fuck this train,
Yeah.
and it was. I thought I mean, I was getting to that point where like, did I just spend most of my 20s fighting in wars that are absolute bullshit? Like, did I watch my friends die? Did I fucking kill people for shit that I do not believe in? Like, what? what? And then to like go back in 18 and see it from the head shed level at the
Mhm.
embassy. And I was like, oh my God, this like you. And then I'd lived in DC for a few years. So I met a bunch of those
Oh
people.
yeah.
And I
Yeah.
was like, you're the ones that made us go do this. You guys, you don't even know what the
Yeah.
hell's, you're a bunch of nerds. You don't even know what's going on. And
Well, that's who
not
you're
good.
running against, man. Susan
Yeah, I
Collins been
know.
voting to fucking
She,
send us to war for
she
20 fucking
loves,
years.
she loves sending young men and women off to fight and die in
Yeah.
wars. So like I was real pissed. But the thing, amusingly enough, like I got so cynical, I like went to work on the ocean and I checked out. I stopped paying attention to, like I was so burned. But I moved back to my hometown. There's about a
Mm.
thousand people in it. And I know everybody because I grew up there. I started getting really engaged with like just local community stuff.
Hmm.
I wound up serving, I was the chair of the planning board for like 5 years. I became the harbor master. And then I started getting really involved in some local organizing projects around like helping food banks, helping wood banks, figuring out ways to like, just provide resources to, I mean, Eastern Maine is poor. And
Yeah.
and there are a lot of people who struggle deeply. I'm lucky. My wife and I make about $60,000 a year, and we feel comfortable. But like, I have a lot of friends and neighbors who
Well,
struggle.
we're gonna talk about numbers when we're gonna do a little bit on the economy. We're gonna talk about what comfortability means number wise in America right now, and it's fucking ugly for people
It's
that don't
it's
know.
so, oh my god.
It's
But
what they're assuming. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
well, just to answer your question, the reason this happened is because in doing that, I like stopped being angry. I mean, that's not true. I'm still angry. But I stopped, like, I used to think like, fuck this, none of it's worth anything.
Hmm.
And when I got more involved in my local community, I realized, dude, like my neighbors are all good people.
Right.
Like
Yes.
every normal person I know, whether I agree with them politically or don't, none of them are pieces of shit. They're
Hmm.
good people. They're trying to figure out how to work in this system that does not give a shit about them.
Yes.
And that, in some ways, like I just rebuilt a whole bunch of hope. Not hope like that politics is going to save us. Hope
Right.
that we essentially need to harness that kind of community spirit again. And
So I'm all about
the
that on this channel. Yeah.
dude, it's the only answer. And so that's where I was. And then over the summer, this was not my idea. This is I didn't think I've never thought about running for Senate. It's the most insane thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
But there were a bunch of unions in Maine that were
Okay.
trying to recruit a candidate that came from a normal working class background who was going to run on kind of like economic populist stuff, tax the ultra rich, break up corporate power, end foreign wars,
Yeah.
provide better services for working class Americans, try to level the playing field. And because Maine is a small state, somehow they wound up at my doorstep. And
Oh, they found you.
yeah,
Oh,
no,
okay.
they walked up to my door, and it was like
That's
five
pretty
thirty in the
cool.
morning. I was getting ready to go out on the boat. My wife and I are in the kitchen drinking coffee, and they were like, "We think you should run for United States Senate." And both my wife and I are like, "Get the fuck out of our house!"
Yeah. Right.
like,
You
what
guys
are
are
you
high.
talking? Like, what are
Yeah.
you talking about? Um,
Right.
and then they kind of came back with like, "Look, we actually can help you with like," because I refuse to take corporate money. So I was like,
Which
"Look,
we love about we talk about that on the channel with you all the time, man. That we love about that about you.
I mean, it's like that's the problem with our politics. So
Yep.
so they're like, we can help you like set up the small dollar kind of digital fundraising stuff. We can shoot a launch video with you. We can kind of get the ball rolling. And the whole idea was that this was going to take like 6 to 8 months, and we'd slowly build this thing, and it was going to go. And then we shot the launch video. We launched the campaign on August. They showed up at my doorstep on July 27th. We launched the campaign on August 19th. So
Yeah,
on
and
July 20th.
you've exploded on the scene because we use your clips on to talk about our politics stuff almost every week.
It blew up in a way. I mean, my wife and I still to this day we're like, well, we can't even emotionally like really connect with what's going on because it's so surreal and absurd. But So for me, it was a moment of I didn't ask for this. I didn't go looking for it,
Mhm.
but an opportunity to take my kind of essentially to I've been waiting for somebody to do my kind of politics for a long time,
Yeah.
and nobody was ever doing it. And then one day somebody showed up at my doorstep and was just like, "What do you think?" And I was like, "Look, I've got essentially two important things. One, I am never changing my opinions and my message. I'm going to run on my politics, and that's it. And the moment somebody comes along and tells me that I'm supposed to change my like I'm going the fuck home because I'm happy being an oyster farmer. So
Yeah.
I don't
Good
care."
point.
And I was like, in November, my wife and I have to go to Norway for 2 weeks because we're doing IVF, and we scheduled that like last April. I was like, those are my two stipulations. That's what's happening. And they were like, yeah, that sounds great. I'm like, all right, fuck it, let's do it. So that's how I got into this goddamn mess.
And I want to show the audience real quick. We've shown this before multiple times when we've talked about you, but this is one of those things where you're not bullshitting. Here is Graham right here on the Track APAC tracker. $0 of foreign investments, turns out. So
$0.
you
And to be
are
fair, like
holding
it's not
there's not very many of you doing that. There's
no,
like 10 of you on the entire congressional path
which is
that are doing that.
bad shit. But the other, I think it's not just APAC. Like I will not take special interest corporate dark money stuff. Um, the only PACs I'll take money from are from labor unions. I will take if labor unions want to donate money, I'll take it, and we take individual donations. And I'll be honest, I don't care who gives me money on the individual donation front. The max is $3,500. So I'm like, look, I don't care. You could be a billionaire, and if you want to give me
Right.
$3,500 for me to raise your taxes, party on. I'm not gonna be mad about it. If that's your thing, that's great. But the number one problem with our politics is the role of money in it, and it like again like the moment somebody tells me that we've got to like take money from some weird super PAC, I'm fucking out of this thing.
Out
So
of it. Yeah, dude, I love to hear that. I mean, one of the biggest reasons why we play your clips positively all the time is because you have an America First message. And here on the channel, it's like, I don't even care. I don't care if you're left, if you're right, Democrat, Republican, white, black, Muslim, Christian. Like my big thing, left, right on this channel is like, dude, if you are a politician who's actually pushing America First politics and what that means to me, and I don't know necessarily what it means to you, Graham, I think we kind of all not all of us, but those of us are kind of ideologically aligned across the left right spectrum with America First is like, if it doesn't positively benefit the American working class person, I'm
that's
not
it.
fucking interested in it. Like, just full
This
stop.
is like one of these things that I've really become. I have like an ear for now, where I can hear it because there are people who are like, oh no, this is good for America, like on say foreign
What
policy
America,
stuff.
though, right?
That's right. I'm
Yeah, yeah.
like if it is it good for corporations? Because that's not
The
a
military industrial complex. Yeah.
that's right. Like corporations don't give a shit about patriotism. They don't care
Yeah.
about nations. They're there to make money. Like I
Mhm.
don't. And frankly, as I've progressed, I think through my kind of my education, both in school, but also, I mean, I read a lot because I just love doing it, and I'm a big history buff. Um, you really start to notice that, like, especially post World War II, but even pre, there's a lot of like American foreign policy decisions that were like good for investment banks,
Yeah. Especially
and
the
that was
Rothschilds.
it. And like that's the ball game. Or yeah, or I mean,
Yeah.
Christ, like the Dulles brothers who like invent the modern State Department and the modern CIA. They were
Yep.
just Wall Street attorneys
Yeah.
for years. And when
Yep.
they started functioning as like essentially the creators of the modern American, the blob, like our whole international relations military industrial complex thing, they were just doing stuff that was good for their previous clients.
Hmm.
And I'm like, that's not good for working class people. That doesn't do shit for any of us.
Yeah, and we've really, I think the global war on terror, because it was so long, really showed America that. Because we can look,
Yep.
I mean, you and I and all of our brothers and sisters went and fought that war. And then you look back on it 20 years later and you're like, and let's just say from like a strictly neocon perspective, are oil prices lower? Like, is gas prices lower 20 years later? Like, fucking no. Like, none of the things
Nope.
you promised came to fruition other than we spent what $5 trillion and then we displaced 25 million people and killed 2-3 million people. Like that's pretty much and completely destabilize the Middle East. Like that's the
ball
what
game.
global war on terror was. It was great for Boeing and Raytheon and Northrop Grumman and all those fuckers. But like, what did that do for the American people and the veterans?
I always say that I have friends who are frankly still struggling. I'm lucky that
Absolutely.
I'm lucky. I'm lucky that like my brain functions a certain way where combat was it was a specific, like, to me, it was not as, I don't know, damaging in some ways, but it also was because I kind of liked it, and then I had to deal with how do I deal with liking it when I don't. Yeah, it's a whole thing.
Yep.
But so we get a generation of young men and women who have bad dreams and drinking problems.
Yep.
And all because some guy at fucking Raytheon wants like a fourth house.
Correct.
Like what the fuck are we doing here?
Mm-hmm.
How can we, I can give it like no value. Now, I used to still struggle with that. I was like, oh, it needed to mean something because I needed all of that to mean something to me. But I've kind of gotten to a point where I'm like, I'm just mad that they took advantage of me and screwed me over. That's what that's what I'm.
One of your brothers right here. William's a regular on the channel. So yeah, I mean,
well, I've got my 0331 right there. So I dig it, brother.
All right, let's jump into the fucking biggest story in America right now. I mean, there's no way to look at it any differently, and that is what's going on with ICE and Border Patrol, and what just happened in Minneapolis with the shooting. Here's this: the immigration thing is so hard because I'm a conservative guy. I've been very pro, but before it's turned into whatever the fuck we're watching. Used to be very pro, like handling immigration. We got to have a good immigration policy. I want deportations of violent criminals. Like, I want all those things. But to me, it's like that's not what I'm seeing with ICE and Border Patrol. I'm just watching ICE and Border Patrol roll into fucking neighborhoods and fucking kill American civilians. Like, so what's your take just on what's happening with ICE before we jump into the actual shooting, like broad strokes? Where are you at with and here's what I'll say. Immigration was the only, and I've got the chart to show you guys here in a minute, was the only thing Donald Trump was above water on before this just happened, before the two recent events in Minneapolis. It was the only thing he was positive on. That is now cratered. So after this last week, there's still some people hanging on to how this is all justified, but what's your feelings about where ICE and Border Patrol is at right now with how they are carrying things out? Because I think most Americans are like, even right-wing Americans are getting to the point where like, this isn't really what I voted for.
So I think we have to take a little bit of a step back and kind of talk about the immigration issue writ large before we delve in too much. Sure. One, and this is really important, I think, that for folks to understand, we are essentially using an immigration system that was built in the 1970s. There were some updates in the 90s, and there have been a couple tweaks around the edges, but on the whole, we are still living in a policy space around immigration that has effectively changed very little since the 1970s. The problem is the world's very different now.
Yeah. 60 years later.
But what's insane is that I think both parties, for a very long time, they like to use immigration as a political football, which is why they never, ever try to actually fix it. And this is something where, like, folks, like I've seen a lot recently, people are like, Obama deported as many people as Trump or more. And I'm like, yeah. And you know what? The reason there isn't actually much change presidency to presidency is because nobody ever changed the policies. I mean, you can see executive orders can get used, enforcement actions can be done a certain way, but really, on the whole, it's all in the exact same immigration framework. Congress is the only group that actually has the power to change the immigration structure. Right. They don't, because the right has its own kind of like ability to use cheap labor. It can use kind of a bit of xenophobia and anti-immigrant stuff to beat people over the head. And then the Democratic Party, they use it as this kind of moral thing where they just get to go hit everybody and be like, oh, you don't want to, you must hate all immigrants and you're a piece of shit. Like
Right.
and it's this whole, and it's all fucking stupid because and nobody ever wants to really undertake any sort of comprehensive reform. And I do think what you just said is actually one of the big reasons, which is that whether people like it or not, there are employers in this country that rely on undercutting wages using undocumented workers.
For sure. Bro,
Like
and
they need
yeah.
they want it. I mean, if because the problem is if people are documented, or if you're employing immigrants here who are here legally, they get labor protections. They can.
Can you expand on that? Because I actually don't know about that. What you're talking about with labor
So
protections.
so let's say you're an undocumented worker, right? You come into the country, you're not here legally. You certainly are at risk of maybe being caught and kicked
Right.
out. Now you go and get employed by, we'll just say, a meat packing facility.
Yep.
Now you're at this meat packing facility and your employer says to you, you have to work 14-hour days and you actually have to give us a percentage of your paycheck to pay for the housing that we're providing for you. And fuck you if you
That
ask
sounds
us.
like some shit in the Philippines right now that you're explaining.
Well, so let's say
this
that
is happening
happens.
In America.
Yeah, of course. And or say like underage workers, right? People who aren't of age. If you were an American citizen or if you were here legally, you would just go to the Department of Labor. You could go to a labor union and join them. You could be like, yo, these guys are fucking me. But if you're not here legally and you say, hey, I've got a problem, your employer's just going to say, okay, do it.
Yeah, we could
What do you
deport
like?
your ass.
We'll deport your ass.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And they use that to drive down wages because they can screw these people on wages. They can screw these people on workplace safety. These folks have no ability to organize. They've got no union density, no labor protections. And that's just good for employers. It's terrible for workers, but it also means that those employers, they're not going to hire people that are here legally, and the folks that do, they can their wages will constantly be undercut because there's always another pool of labor that exists that can essentially be exploited because it has no actual protections. And look, like right now, we're seeing all this ICE stuff, right? All this Border Patrol shit happening. Have you seen any meat packing plant executives getting yoked up by ICE?
Not only have I not seen, Graham, we talk about this on the show a lot. Not only I've not seen any of the conglomerate or the corporate side of things or owners of businesses, but I also don't see any videos of ICE and Border Patrol going into, I don't know, Compton or like whatever, Memphis or like these really dangerous criminal gang-ridden areas. I think we all agree are like, yeah, we'd like to take care of that. I don't see any of that.
Well,
I don't see any of that happening.
I've been saying this a lot for the past couple of days. This has nothing to do with law. This has nothing to do with protecting Americans. Honestly, this shit barely has anything to do with immigration. What this is a pretty old-fashioned tactic of using at-risk, marginalized communities who are existing oftentimes outside of the protections of the law as a scapegoat to go use or expand state violence and repressive tactics. That's all this is. And I mean, and that's why, like, I'm sorry, what the fuck is like Minneapolis isn't on the border? If
What's on the border of Canada, almost.
Texas and Florida have the highest rates of undocumented immigrants in the United States. Why are we not seeing this happening in
I was just
Houston?
thinking about that earlier today. Is like, why isn't this happening in any conservative held areas where all, like not the majority, but a huge portion of the supposed problem is?
So these guys came to Maine starting they've been in Maine for the past year. They've been
ICE
operations.
Border Patrol is there?
Starting on Tuesday of last week, they launched what they're calling Operation
in
Catch
Maine.
Oh, dude, We all weekend.
Okay.
The past three.
Seems
I,
like
by the
they've
way,
got like more pressing areas that they could be devoting resources to than
I've got.
Maine.
I came home from Norway Friday night because my wife and I were for this IVF trip. I've not gone home yet. My wife got to go home. I went straight into the field to work with a bunch of organizers and activists who are dealing with the fact that fucking ICE is in Maine. And I'm about to tell you something absolutely crazy. I was on the phone this morning with a sheriff, a county sheriff here in the state of Maine, who on Friday, one of his corrections officers, who is in the United States legally, who works for the fucking county sheriff as a corrections officer, went through the whole hiring process. He got yoked up by ICE because they tricked him into coming to an immigration hearing. He got there, they arrested him, and within a couple hours, they had
As a
shipped him out
corrections
of state.
employee?
A corrections employee. This guy works for the sheriff. And the crazy part is, he was the second corrections employee in Southern Maine to get yoked up by ICE last week.
Okay.
They're not here illegally. Like they went through the hiring process of the
Right.
law enforcement entity they worked for.
Right.
They have
had
all
to
the
have. Like
proper.
how do they get hired
Right.
through law enforcement, right? If they haven't gone through the full process.
And the sheriffs they work for have both come out publicly and been like, these guys are good employees. We hired them. They went through the whole thing. They have no criminal records. They're not here illegally. ICE fucking kidnapped them and then shipped them out of state. Primarily because if you stay in state, now you have access to your attorney, you have access to your family, but you ship them out of state, and suddenly getting access to people becomes much harder. That has nothing to do with immigration enforcement. That's just a bunch of bush league fucking amateur hour bullshit of people
it's kind of
running
like
around.
we've seen literal veterans, combat veterans, get yoked up and deported.
Yeah.
That recently has happened. We showcased that on the show last week, and again, for me, like I'm a pretty far right conservative dude when it comes to immigration, but at the same time, I'm like, why? While I still know, like, we have not solved the problem with gang violence, like with the drug problem, like all of the things you would think on the border. My big thing is like, why am I watching ICE dedicate all its resources to like nabbing up some dude at Home Depot or like a lady out of a taco truck? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, we don't have
because it has nothing to do with like I and I'm about to get a little I'm gonna get a little conspiracy theory on you. It's not a
we're all about it. Bring the tinfoil hat on this show. We're good.
It's not a great it's not a super exciting one. It's actually mostly just fucking stupid. But the reason I'm fairly convinced that the reason that ICE is in Maine is because the guys that run ICE just watch a couple different like right-wing news networks. Mm-hmm. And recently there were some reports around possible fraud in Maine around the Somali population. Okay. And look, I'll be like, if there's fraud, then that's what law enforcement is for. It'll get investigated, and whoever commits fraud should be punished. That's a pretty easy fucking thing. Yep. So far, none of that's happened. There's just been some like people going on like fucking shows and saying stuff. And then like within a couple weeks, fucking ICE came to Maine. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure that was it. I don't think there was any deeper fucking plan here. I don't think there's some grand scheme. I honestly think they were like, oh, I just saw that. Let's go fuck up Maine. I'm like, by the way, Maine has like a borderline non-existent immigrant population.
That's what I was just going to say. I can't imagine Maine is the hub of the illegal immigrant.
No. What we do have is a very robust Somali immigrant community in the cities of Lewiston and Portland, who have been here for like 30 years, who own a bunch of small businesses. I mean, honestly, they're very integrated in the community. They're a big part of how, the city of Lewiston, quite frankly, went from being like a dying mill town to having a really vibrant downtown because a lot of Somalis opened businesses. And now there's like cool little stores, like restaurants, all kinds of stuff. And like, it exists. in Maine, we don't have a lot of people, so per capita, it might seem like a big, but I mean, we're talking like a number of thousand people here.
Yeah, it's like
Like,
a
this is
1% type thing. Yeah.
and so it's and for a lot of Mainers, myself included, over the years, like I've just become friends with a lot of these folks, and I'm like, I'm sorry, man. I'm like, somebody tries to demonize these fucking people to me, I don't buy it because they're like, I know them. Like the part of Maine I live in, which is east, like far in the east, we have a lot of blueberry fields. For years,
Okay.
the blueberry raking was done by migrant labor,
Yeah.
and over the decades, some of those people stay and they raise families and they buy homes, they start businesses. And so now we have like this kind of, it's quirky because we're like Maine's one of the whitest states in the country. My eastern Maine, where I live, it's very white, it's very rural, but we also have like some really good Mexican food because we've got folks who stayed and are just like part of the community. And
Yeah.
it's impossible for me at this point to like really buy into any of the stuff that's trying to like demonize them to me, because like I'm fuck man, some of these folks are my friends. I'm not, I just can't buy it. And on the flip side of this, when people commit crimes, if people commit violent crimes, if people are here as immigrants and they commit violent crimes, absolutely
Get the fuck
punish
out.
them. Like this is not a, I'm like,
Yeah.
you use the legal apparatus to deal with it the way it needs to be dealt with. But that is not what's happening. We are not saying, like, again, they're arresting fucking sheriff's deputy corrections officers. I'm sorry. This is not, and I mean, they arrested a dude last week, civil engineer, went to the University of Southern Maine, has worked in Portland, Maine for years, no criminal record, here legally, a fully contributing member of American society.
And he's here legally.
And he's here legally, and he has
Yeah.
no criminal record. And ICE abducted him, and he's gone. They've thrown him into the system, and it's just like, I'm sorry, man. Like and there are I know a lot of people in Maine who keep being like, oh, why do you not want ICE to get rid of the bad guys? I'm like, because they're fucking not. They're not.
Yeah.
If they were,
Well,
I wouldn't be mad. But come on,
We do want ICE to get rid of the bad guys, but like
the bad guys,
but
the
and
bad
that's
guys, not random
let's
fucking
jump
dudes
into,
on the street.
Including now, that's
Yeah.
what we're going to talk about next is obviously the shooting of Alex Preddy, which if we're going to talk about like who the bad guys are, this one is really driven me crazy. I know it has to a lot of veterans. And even the amount of cops that have reached out to me to be like, this ain't fucking it. This is not it. We've got a guy who, and we're going to watch the video here together so we can make sure the audience knows what we're talking about. But like, from what I see is I like to look at character profiles, Graham. Not that that's like the best way to do it, but like, I think the big problem for MAGA right now in the administration is like, oh shit, the character profile of this person fits no box that we need to shove him into. Like he's not an immigrant, he's not illegal, he's not some leftist, he's a VA ICU nurse who has a legit concealed carry license with zero criminal record, who looks to me like is just down filming what's going on, and he gets smoked in the street. And it's like, is this the bad guy? Is this the bad guy?
And the fact that after it happened, the administration immediately went into, this guy's a domestic terrorist who is like out to commit a mass shooting of.
Let's watch this together, Graham. I have it right here. Let's actually pull this up and see what the administration had to say immediately afterwards about this gentleman. So here it is.
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted to deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene.
Okay. So we're going to watch the footage together. But that was the immediate official response. That yes, he rushed law enforcement officers with his weapon out and tried to murder everybody. And then when they tried to disarm him, he reacted violently. Graham, and I actually want to talk to you about this. I don't think people realize in the military and in combat veterans in Iraq and Afghanistan, how often were you detaining people? Because for me, I detained 50 times more people than I ever shot. So like detaining people was just like MAMs, right? Getting a MAM train, having to move through the fucking objective with 40, 50 civilians that we have to control the entire time. And there just was no situation where I look back at war where me and my teammates could have done that to a fucking Taliban or ISIS fighter and not been staring down the barrel of war crimes. I mean,
no shit.
Eddie Gallagher, who's a friend of the channel, almost went to prison for life for a detainee, an ISIS combatant, dying in being detained by the military at the time. So if this isn't okay at war, how the fuck are we here to where this is the response from the administration? Like this is that what you saw before we watched this together? Did you see a violent a violent extremist bring his gun out and try to kill law enforcement officers? Because I didn't see that.
I'm pretty sure I watched a guy like help a lady up. Like, I mean, that's what I saw.
2 ladies, by the way, Graham. Yeah. We're going to watch it together. 2 ladies. He tries to defend.
And not even like, he's not even doing shit to like the ICE guys. He was just going over well, we can watch it, but man, you want to talk about getting fucking heated. This whole situation has me apoplectic. So
me too. Yeah. What's your feelings on this? When you initially saw this, it's one thing for the administration to come out and do this, but like just viscerally watching this. And do you want to watch it together? Let's watch this.
Yeah, let's
together,
watch
guys.
it. Let's do it. Yeah.
And so that way we can talk about, again, this is so the woman in the brown here has actually already been shoved to the ground, and he actually went and helped her up, which actually we could show that real quick, right? Just so we could see this ICE officer comes over, he shoves this woman, and then I'm going to stop here. But as you can see, Alex has got his arms around her. Actually, you can pause it here. Like, look at this. He's got his arm around this woman as he's trying to protect her. This is scene 2. It's just higher fidelity. So I want to move it to this one for the next clip. And this is what we see happen. So far, I see a man literally trying to protect 2 women that have been shoved down in the street. But we'll keep moving here. All right, now we've seen this, but I want to show you real quick, Graham, this next angle, which someone actually, this came out recently. This actually was from the vehicle. Somebody was filming in the vehicle right in front of this.
I have not even seen this one.
It looks even worse. And you can see the ICE officer walk up and shove her, but let's watch this.
Whoa!
I mean, he's trying to protect her, and then he's obviously now on the ground. And then one last one before we do it. This is him being disarmed well before any shots are fired in the situation here. I'm not going to have the music here, obviously, but as you can see, this guy in the gray comes in. He actually pulls actually, I got a different clip. He pulls his SIG magazine out first, like 8 seconds before anything happens, which means they've identified this weapon.
They know it's there.
And they know it's there. And you can see him pulling it out. He pulls the magazine out first. And then right here, that gun is pulled out of his holster. I mean, he's disarmed.
He's completely disarmed. There's just no.
Is there any discussion here?
There's no question
especially
here.
From that camera footage from the car, I think is so visceral. I mean, you can just see the ICE even shove that woman, and he immediately just literally tries to protect her. We're not crazy, right? Like, we're watching
I mean,
This
this
man
is one of
tried to
those.
shield these two women from being pepper sprayed. Like, am I crazy here? Because that's
This is one of those. Who are you going to believe? Uh,
my
what the
eyes.
government tells you, or what your lying eyes are telling you? Right? I mean, like
Right.
it's like I mean, this is we are in fucking la la land at this point with this stuff because it's just it's so egregious. And I mean, like it just like okay, taking out what the administration says, just from a like perspective around men that have been around violence before, people who have I mean used firearms in the course of their duties,
Highly
had to
stressful
use
situations. Yes.
and had to use firearms in highly stressful situations that included a lot of people you are also trying not to shoot. Right,
Yes.
like a lot.
Yes.
Like I mean, this is for anybody that served in Iraq and Afghanistan and saw combat. Like you fundamentally understand that you are fighting in areas where it is full of people who you are
All
trying
the
not to
time.
hurt. All the
I
time,
tell people that all the
constant,
time. Civilians everywhere in the job that we
everywhere,
do downrange.
and you are going out of your way to not do that. That's the fucking point. And
Yep.
to like come from a professional background where like we know what good looks like. We know what professional looks like. To watch these guys, I mean, it's like an insult to people that carry guns for a living,
including regular police officers, by the way.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
This is an insult to like armed professionals, because armed professionals don't pull this kind of garbage. Like,
No.
and I'll just say this. This is my personal opinion. Those dudes wanted to ace somebody. They went out that morning and they really, really wanted to throw some fucking lead into somebody.
Did you see the claps afterwards?
Yes. I mean, that is like, I talked about this I made a public statement the other day, and
Don't worry.
It's the
We've got
celebrating.
it right here to watch together, Graham.
Yeah.
We watched them literally clap and cheer after they kill this thing. Watch this guy right here. See him? See him clap as he turns around? Yeah.
There it is.
Oh yeah, love that. I mean,
well, and I will say,
going,
I don't know if you saw it, but after Renee Good was killed, there's footage afterwards. There are two ICE agents who are like giving each other the fucking bro like shake.
And Ann called her a fucking bitch after they shot her in the face. That's probably not great either.
But like, okay, like let's just like you understand this. There are elements of people, or there are people who have elements in themselves in the lines of work that attract people to lines of work that include violence and firearms. Mm-hmm. There are some people who really are itching to like get the work in. And I think, I there's an element of me that, I mean, I was a young infantryman once.
I was there with you, man. I
wanted combat. I wanted to go, I wanted to fight. I wanted to fuck shit up. I understand that, but also I existed in a highly disciplined formation that understood,
with a ton of training, Graham, by the way,
a ton of training, and in an institutional culture around discipline, around self-control, around not allowing your emotions to get involved when you're engaging in high stress stuff. This is like
so important. It's so important. People don't understand. What you just said is so important.
And then to see these clowns who obviously like they want to go out and get some, but they're not inside of a functioning structure that has discipline. There is no institutional culture of self-control. And also, let's be frank, after Renee Good, they also understand that they're not going to be held accountable.
That's a big problem. And that's why I'm I'm trying to use my platform to like really press on this for exactly what you're talking about. Because like we are guys, and it's not just us, other military, law enforcement that come from the background that know what right and wrong looks like in a stressful situation with a firearm. And like, this fucking ain't it. And what's so crazy to me is it's like, we can be pro law enforcement. We can want our law enforcement that are doing a good job to be taken care of, but there's got to be fucking standards, dude. Like we can't just be like, hey, we can just fucking like throw this dude down, disarm a law-abiding citizen in the middle of the street, and then shoot him 15 fucking times after he's been disarmed. That's not good police work.
No,
it's okay to say that.
What drives me, I've spoken to a number of law enforcement entities around the state of Maine over the past couple of days because I want to know, like, hey, what are your guys' opinions on all this stuff? And all of them are like, yeah, we have
It's been
professional,
unanimous almost from the
we have
military.
professional officers. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's
Everybody
to
gets
me, to your point, it's like, it's also such like, and I train law enforcement departments and sheriff's departments myself
Yep.
with my private company. So it's not like I don't know what I'm talking about here, but it's like, I don't see the sheriffs causing this problem. I don't see cops causing the problems right now. I don't see federal marshals causing this problem. Like, this is
Nope.
very specifically one group, and that one
Yep.
group we've talked about on the channel gets 45 days of training.
Yeah.
And Graham,
dude,
to me,
dude,
this is insane,
it's insane.
because
It's insane.
like the normal beat cop, and I don't say beat cop as an insult. I'm just saying, like, you're fresh to the academy. You just got out. Like, they're doing 4 times that in the academy, and then getting 5 months of like, hey, with a senior officer as I'm learning on the street. That's like 6. They're doing like 8 times the training that these guys are. Then you take the military. I mean, basic training is 4 times as long as ICE training. What do we like? And then you're sent. But the difference, I think it's even crazier. Real quick before I hand it over, what's even crazier is, like, with infantrymen and Marines, you're sending me to go fight in a foreign war. Like, these guys are getting sent out of the streets with firearms to go police U.S. citizens,
right?
With the smallest amount of training fucking anywhere. How is that a good idea?
It's so, I mean, it's almost laughable how absurd. Like, I mean, this is all so serious and so horrific, and yet at the exact same time, there's this element of me is just like, is this? I feel like it's a joke. I feel like somebody's playing some kind of practical joke on all of us. That, like, how are we supposed to take any of this seriously? It is.
I don't know who does anymore.
I hate to do this. I actually have to jet. I just got a notification that I got to bounce. I'm sorry, man.
You're good.
I'm sadly not at home, so I'm overstaying my welcome in someone's house.
we get you back on here in the next week or 2.
Dude, I would literally any time. This is a blast.
Hell yeah, man. We were cooking. We were cooking.
and we also have so much more to cover.
We do. Yeah, we were just getting started.
But I just got the nod. So
you got the nod. No, you're good, brother. Hey, so we will make sure we'll get you back on whenever you want to come on, man. For the next couple weeks or a month or so, and we definitely have more to talk about. Thank you so much for coming on, man.
I mean, as a longtime fan of the show, it's an absolute pleasure being here.
I appreciate you.
And at some point, we were actually going to have to talk about guns and shooting, because that's a whole other.
We were literally we were going to get into the 2A section was the next section where we were going to talk about how fucking crazy. Look, real quick, Graham, before you leave, because you're running as a Democrat, all that.
Yep.
We now are watching MAGA Republicans become the party of staunch anti-2A. Like, what's your feelings on that before you? How crazy as we've gotten
watching
before you jet.
Just watching people, and frankly, I would say a political movement in some ways that spent so long making like Second Amendment absolutism this core element of all of their being, all around this idea that someday we're going to have to fight against a tyrannical government. To watch them in the space of like a day decide that masked federal agents of the state murdering an American citizen, and then thinking the justification of that is because that guy was legally carrying his firearm that he has a constitutional right to carry.
Exactly.
Like, I don't even know where to go with this anymore. I'm just like, it's nuts. And look, I'm running as a Democrat. I have a lot of problems with how a lot of Democrats think about guns. I obviously am an avid gun owner. I shoot USPSA. I've got
oh hell yeah, dude. We got to talk about that too. So we got a lot more to talk about.
We got a ton to get into. It's a bummer being on the campaign trail. Like, I'm not going to be able to go to matches this summer, which blows. But so we'll have to dig into it. But no, like the Second Amendment thing right now is just like it almost feels like somebody's playing a joke on me.
I watched Joey Behart on The View today defend defend the Second Amendment while I watched Kash Patel say you're not allowed to fucking own a firearm. And I'm just watching today, like, so the View is defending the Second Amendment and MAGA is attacking it. I don't know where we're at, but
We
all
are,
right, brother.
we are in opposite world, man. It's nuts.
All right, hey, thank you so much, man. We're gonna
Thank
get you back
brother.
on the channel for a full episode soon, but thanks
Awesome.
for coming on, man.
Of course. Thank you, man. See you later.
All right, see you, brother. All right, well, we lost Graham a little bit early. I know he had just come back from a big fundraising event. He wasn't even at his house, so it was awesome to have him on. So now you guys just got me, all right? But that's all right because I still got the rest of the Tuesday Politics Live scheduled, all right? Graham's a great dude, man. Like, regardless of how we feel politically, left, right, center, as you guys can tell, that dude's America first all the way. All right, let's do a quick poll before we continue with the episode. Actually, having Graham on, I actually even like him even more now. Having him on. Let's see. Do we like Graham's message? Let's say just his message. You don't have to like necessarily his politics or his party, but his overall message so far. We'll get that going. And then we'll continue with the show. All right. We'll hit a couple super chats before we jump into this thing. I want to see what you guys think about what the fuck is going on in America right now. Let's hit some super chats so I don't fall too far behind. I was hoping to get these in while Graham was still here. But that's okay. We'll get him back on the channel, man. All right, Penta's here. What's up, Penta, brother? He says, man, there's a fuck ton of cement heads in the chat that definitely have a freezer full of frozen bootsicles. Yeah, there's a lot of weird simping going on right now, brother. Jenny says here early just to say, canning Bovino at this point is like shitting your pants and changing your shirt. That's a good one. Good jokes here. T-Dog US. Thank you. Question for Graham. We'll get these questions. We'll get Graham back on the channel, man. What a great guest so far. Do you think we need a third and fourth party? He's not here for that. We need people to party, puts the American first, no foreign corporate money in politics, free speech, free press, no government censorship, control media, full transparency in the government. I think he would have agreed with all that. Sure. SIGAs and shambles. Oh, let's talk about that. Yeah. After Bros P320, indeed, Minneapolis, and he got smoked right after. Yeah, there's a lot of talk about, was that a P320 negligent discharge? That'll be the next poll we do, guys. You know, it is what it is. All right. Let's jump back in. Let's keep moving with the episode, guys. I want to show you some things that have come from this, from again, the government, the conservative government. Remember like when being a conservative Republican in 2020, like when COVID was raging, and I remember going into restaurants and people asking me for my fucking COVID card for me to be allowed to eat there. Remember how fucking mad we all were about that? You guys remember that? Because this is now where we are at with conservative Republicans, I guess. And that is that, yeah, Kristi Noem has said, just so you know, Homeland Security, Kristi Noem has said U.S. citizens should be prepared to show proof of citizenship. Yes, you who've lived in America for your entire life, you should probably have your fucking papers on you. If you even know what those papers are, by the way. You as an American citizen should be prepared to show your papers to ICE and Border Control. How about fuck you, Kristi Noem and the government? How about no? How about I'm not going to show you my fucking papers when I'm going about my business in the United States? This is MAGA. What the fuck happened? How did we get here? And we're going to show you all of these. This was Donald Trump today. Let's listen close. It's hard to hear because of the helicopter. Donald Trump saying you're not allowed to have guns. Turns out, not allowed to have guns.
Well, that being said, you know, you can't have guns. You can't go up in with guns. You just can't. You can't walk in with guns. You can't do that. But, it's just a very unfortunate.
So if you can't hear him, Trump said, you can't have guns. You can't just walk around with guns. Porter says, what about the fucking Second Amendment? Nah, you can't walk around with guns. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is going on? What am I watching right now? What does being conservative even mean? This is like making me, honestly, guys, it's making me rethink what my own policies are. And what I mean by that is, like, I've always considered myself a conservative, and no longer a Republican, because the Republican Party left conservatism a long time ago. But, like, I am a right-leaning conservative, which typically and as a firearms instructor, as a retired Green Beret, as someone who literally trains law enforcement departments, I am very, very confused at what being conservative means anymore. Now that apparently conservatism is anti-Second Amendment and pro the federal government can shake me down for fucking papers. So what is my politics? Guys, like, this week has been very, very challenging for me as a conservative. Probably a lot of you as well, going, what does being a conservative even mean anymore? Maybe I'm not a conservative anymore. If this is what conservatism is, right? Like, if this, guys, this is conservatism. And I'm not making the decisions. It just is what it is. Like, here we go. I'll show you we're going to go through them everywhere we look.
Marching through Minneapolis, they are targeting the Border Patrol. I mean, it feels like the rhetoric and the protesting is only ramping up. What is your advice to the people right now who are outraged that this is a second killing at the hands of Border Patrol in 2 weeks?
As Christy said, you cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest that you want.
That's not good, because Nate, me right here, I have done that multiple times. Every time I go to these protests to go document, which is what I do when I go down there with, like, JD Delay, where they're just there with our cameras to talk to people. I got my fucking gun on me every time, it turns out. So I didn't know this was illegal. I'm learning this in real time, just like you guys are.
That's simple. You don't have that right to break the law and incite violence.
People are marching through Minneapolis.
There you go. I did not know that I did not have the right to have my legally procured firearm with my constitutional carry on me at a protest. I did not know that. I'm learning that as a conservative, a staunch 2A absolutist, that I didn't realize all these things were illegal until this week. But it is, guys. I didn't know. And it's everywhere I look. Here's another one. Let's see what he has to say. More Trump fucking administrator, or more Trump officials telling us you cannot bring a gun with you.
I am sorry that this gentleman is dead, but he did bring a 9mm semi-automatic weapon with 2 cartridges to what was supposed to be a peaceful protest. I think that there are a lot of paid agitators who are ginning things up, and the governor has not done a good job at tamping this down.
Yeah. I mean, as you know, he was an ICU nurse, worked for the Veterans Administration, and there's no evidence that he brandished the gun whatsoever. The fact that
but he brought
was
a
disarmed
gun.
before
he brought a gun. Have you ever gone to a protest, Jonathan?
I mean, we do have a Second Amendment in this country.
I am sorry.
And he asked, have you ever brought a gun to a protest? Yeah, I fucking have. Yeah, I bring my gun everywhere I go. Literally everywhere I go, actually, including protests, because that's my fucking constitutional right. Guys, we have to, especially as conservatives, which, again, I don't even know what the fuck that means anymore, which is sad at this point. We have to put our foot down with shit like this. It does, even if you're MAGA, right? You could be hardcore MAGA. You have to be able to say, No, sorry, Kash Patel. No, sorry, Donald Trump. The Second Amendment, we are not fucking budging on. Okay. Second Amendment is a core constitutional right. And we're not getting up. Here's the other thing that's so fucking crazy to me, guys. I want you to really think about this. Let's think about the actual logic behind what the Trump administration is saying about how he deserved to get killed because he had a gun on him. So what they're trying to say is you don't have the right to exercise your Second Amendment constitutional rights at a protest. Okay, there is some states where that's technically true, by the way. If that is true in some states, they are also infringing upon the Second Amendment, just so you know. But most places that's not actually true. Let's think about this. What is protesting in America? Protesting is the actioning, the physical embodiment of exercising your First Amendment rights. Okay? Freedom of protest. So what you're trying to tell me is I don't have the right to exercise my Second Amendment rights while I'm exercising my First Amendment rights? Really, MAGA? Really, Donald Trump? Really, Kash Patel? That's what we're going with. And guys, I can promise you here's what's so crazy. The Second Amendment is actually, and this is a real thing, the most bipartisan agreed upon thing from Democrats and Republicans. A lot of people don't realize this because you do have the super far left, the Beto O'Rourke's out there that want to take your guns away. But that's not the majority of Democrats. The Second Amendment is the most bipartisan agreed upon political policy, really, in America. Tons of Democrats are gun enthusiasts. Tons of Democrats are gun enthusiasts. So for Republicans to now take the stance that we are the anti-Second Amendment party, what do you think's going to fucking happen in the midterms, guys? What Republican is going to look at this and go, or conservative or whatever you want to call it, and go, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'm anti-Second Amendment now because Donald Trump told me to be. That's not, it's never going to fucking work. And we are actually seeing now that with, this fucking turd getting demoted, fired. A lot of people are like, he didn't get fired. Yes, he was removed from command. It turns out, real quick, guys, in the military space, in the law enforcement space, I don't know where you work at your job, but if the commander gets removed from command and sent somewhere else, that's called being fired. Doesn't necessarily mean you got removed from your government appointed job in the military or law enforcement or in ICE. If you're the commander and you are removed from command and sent somewhere else based off of your performance, that's called getting fucking fired. Which he was, which is going to be interesting. Right? And this is some shit he had to say right before he got shit canned today. This fucking guy's a little fucking creepy weirdo, but let's see what he had to say, because it's more anti-fucking constitutionalism.
All agents that were involved in that scene are working.
All agents who were involved in that shooting, by the way, are still working, which would never happen with a regular police officer who was just in a police-involved shooting. By the way, one of my good friends, a state trooper here, killed a dude that just got done murdering 2 teenagers, by the way, killed a dude in the street. Obviously a good police officer involved shooting. He was out of work for like a fucking month. For like a month, he wasn't allowed to fucking work based off the investigation. It was the most open and shut shit in the world. This dude fucking murdered 2 kids at a 7-Eleven, took off running. My buddy chased him down and ended up killing him as a cop. That's a good shoot. He was under investigation for like a fucking month and he couldn't work. These motherfuckers are back on the street 8 hours later.
Not in Minneapolis, but in other locations. That's for their safety. There's this thing called doxing, and the safety of our employees is very important to us. So we're going to keep those employees safe. As far as the number of shots, the number of agents involved, that again is going to come out in the investigation. I'm not going to speculate on who did what, when they did it, how they did it, or what exactly occurred there. All agents.
Well, we don't have to worry about that because we can watch it with our own eyes. But the point with that is he has been shit canned by Donald Trump immediately after that happened. So what does that tell us? What that tells us is, and I would expect, because even though we all like to shit on Donald Trump, he's not a fucking idiot. Politically, he typically has his thumb on the pressure of what's going on. And so when Donald Trump breaks ranks and starts firing people at ICE and Border Patrol, I think this is kind of like the first step, and we're probably going to see Noam go next. She's got to go. She's fucking got to go at this point. But it's even Trump is realizing this is a massive political fucking loss for us. Attacking the Second Amendment, like, Republicans have to realize this is the biggest fucking misstep by Republicans in recent history. And the reason for that is this should be the most open and cut, easy case of hysteria from the right, right? Law-abiding citizen, fucking not attacking ICE agents. We watched it together, trying to defend this woman, gets thrown to the ground, disarmed, shot 12 times, basically breaching his Second Amendment rights and his First Amendment rights. That should be the most easily agreed upon issue from the right, to just denounce this. And it is, for the most part, and I think Donald Trump is seeing that. And I think that's why you're going to see people start getting fucking shit canned. I'm not defending Donald Trump on this at all, by the way. I'm just saying I think Trump is a little bit more politically savvy than most Republicans, and is probably looking at this going, this is fucking real bad. It's real bad for us politically. And with that, I want to do the next poll. Let's see what we had. Do you like Graham's message? 90% yes. 10% no. We'll take a picture of that, send to Graham, because he'll appreciate that. Okay. Now, when I do our next poll here, guys, I want to ask you guys, after we have all seen this thing broken down, justifiable shooting on Freddie. What do you guys think? After watching this, every fucking angle, I don't know how you could say yes on this. I usually don't do this. Do you think ICE was justified in shooting Alex Peretti 15 fucking times in the street? That's all I want to get that from you guys. Feel free. Again, just a poll. I for me personally, this is the most ridiculous shit I've ever seen in my life, but I just want to see what the chat thinks. What the community thinks on this. Now, we also have more responses from the MAGA institution. All right, let's see what JD had to say about these. This was what he said back on January 8th and what he had to say a couple
days. The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy is protected by absolute immunity. No, I didn't say, and I don't think any other official within the Trump administration said that officers who engaged in wrongdoing would enjoy immunity. That's absurd. The precedent here is very...
So the precedence here is if you're a federal law enforcement, you have complete immunity. No. Let's stop here. This is a good saying for stuff like this. The Renee Good situation is where this comment, and I don't really actually believe this myself, but the Renee Good situation is where this comment could potentially be used, right? There's ways to mental gymnastic your way around to making the shooting of Renee Good justified. There is, legally. This one, the recent one with Alex Peretti, fuck no. Absolutely fucking not. Just awful. There's no lawful there. There's no lawful in the Alex Peretti shooting. Like, you gotta, as MAGA, I know this is hard. There's a bunch of MAGA people in the chat right now. You have to stop yourself from the tribalism and say, with your own fucking eyeballs, what I just watched is not okay for police work in the United States. You have to be able to do that. If you can't do that, you're fucking lost. You're a lost cause. Nobody can take you seriously. Okay? Again, there's, with the Renee Good one, like I said, I don't agree with it. There's 100 different ways to, oh, well, she tried to run him over and she did barely clip him with the car. There's all that. There's none of that in this one. There's fucking none of that in this one. And you cannot be the bootlicker that goes, well, the political party that I support is telling me that I have to try to defend this no matter fucking what, so I have to do it. You can't. We can't do this. And this is as the right, as conservative Republicans. I'm not a Republican, but let's say as conservatives, we can't do this, guys. You got to stop. Fucking stop. SIG malfunction. Let's talk about that. All right. A lot of people are talking about, yes, the 320, SIG 320. Yeah, there is. No, it's not FAFO. Somebody said FAFO. No, not on this one. No. Turns out no. Dude didn't fuck around. Literally just stood there. Tried to defend two women that got assaulted in the street, which they were. They were fucking assaulted. Grown men running up and shoving fucking women down in the street, not trying to apprehend them, by the way. Not trying to arrest them. Just running over and just shoving them fucking down into the street. And this guy tries to stop them from being pepper sprayed, so he deserves to get fucking killed because he had a gun on him. That's what you're going to say as a Republican? No, we're not doing that. We're just not fucking doing it. I know that the bootlicker MAGA fucking simps want to do that on this one, but nobody's allowing you to do that. The military community is not allowing you to do that. The far right military MAGA community is not allowing this to happen. Who is actually supporting this at this point? Ben Shapiro, Officer Tatum. Okay, those two for sure. Benny Johnson, I'm sure. Who else is supporting this? It's not Trump. Trump's not, because Trump just fucking fired Bovino. So Trump doesn't think this was a good shoot. So who is supporting this? Because I'm confused. Because it shouldn't be Second Amendment. Shouldn't be Second Amendment supporters. All right, and then we look at the poll. Justifiable shooting on Peretti. 95% said no. 5% said yeah. So again, if you're the type of person that's saying yes, go, dude. Could you imagine? Hold on. Could you imagine? Really think about this, guys. Really think about this. Think about the type, and I hate to beat you up if you're the 5% in here. Think about the type of person who watches that with their own American, by the way, watches that with their own eyeballs and goes, yep, good job, ICE. Love to see it. Could you imagine being an American that supports that? And then also, who are the people supporting it? The don't tread on me conservative MAGA. What the fuck is happening? Would somebody say JD's streaming? Bring him on. If JD wants to come on, he could come on. What's JD's take on this one? Obviously, we were pretty opposed on the Renee Good. I can't imagine JD thinks this is a good shoot. God, I hope not. JD supports it. Are you sure? Nobody fucking else does. Even all my far right military meme pages that they were actually putting all the fucking joke things out about Renee Good. Even they all are shitting on anybody who is supporting this. There's like people are saying, oh, it was justified. It was justified. Justified how? What are you fucking talking about? They're both wrong too. There's no justifiable about it. You cannot fucking shoot a dude 15 times after you are holding him on the ground and fucking you've already disarmed him. And I'll say this. I don't care who sees this, whether it's my friends or not my friends. If you fucking watch that and you think that's a good shoot by law enforcement, you're a fucking idiot. Or you're a grifter and you're a shill for MAGA. You're most likely a grifter and a shill for MAGA. No fucking person watched that and can deep down in their heart say, yep, glad to see it. It's not a thing. No person who actually believes in the Second Amendment, no person who actually is a constitutionalist, no person who's America first. This is not a thing. The Renee shooting, for me, you guys saw my videos. I thought it was fucking terrible. Didn't agree with that at all. There is ways to make that lawful but awful. This one, fuck off, dude. Just fuck off. Fuck off into oblivion. Any of the people you guys are saying support it in the chat, right? And these are people that I like. Donut and Brandon Herrera, who I like. If they're saying it's lawful, fucking wrong. Wrong. Anybody you put out that's like, yeah, that's they think it's good, they're fucking wrong. It's not even fucking close on this one. You know what I mean? Again, sorry guys. I know if you want to like simp for Donald Trump, but again, Donald Trump doesn't even support the shit. He just fucking fired Bovino. He's literally come out and said, bad shoot. So if Donald Trump basically came out and said, bad shoot, what are you even fucking doing at this point? It's so crazy to me. I don't know. I don't understand how people's own eyeballs are just at the point where we're like, fuck it. Yeah, no, this is good to see. But unfortunately, guys, that's what I got to show you is some other fucking people who think this was a good shoot. Because it's important for us to understand who are the fucking shills, who are the grifters. So let's look at another one here. Let's see what he had to say about this. Old DeSantis, coming from Florida, one of the most prominent 2A protective states. You got to expect DeSantis, he's going to come out and defend the Second Amendment. Let's see what he had to say.
This is not Minneapolis. That is not going to end well for you in Florida. You have a right to go out there and criticize government policy. You can go out there and protest within, obviously respected zones. But
whoa, oh, you can only protest within respected zones in Florida. No, DeSantis is letting you know that nope. He agrees. If you fucking show up in Florida and you want to fucking protest, nope, sorry, we're not going to let you do that in Florida either. Yes, Florida, the Florida governor, another state you would have thought would have jumped in the protect the 2A side of things. Nope, folded immediately, became giant simps for, and again, it's not even a giant simp for Trump because Trump also thinks it's a bad shoot. It's fucking crazy. Let's watch another one.
I wonder what your message would be to those ICE agents and all the people out there from the law enforcement agencies who've been working so hard.
First of all, I want to thank you for your service to the country. Number two, I'm sorry that you're having to deal with all these protests which are being thrown at you by the radical left Democrats. We stand behind you. We want you to continue to do your job on behalf of the United States of America and all of the American people. And a quick message.
Wonder what.
So there you go. Byron Donalds, Laura Trump from Florida, letting everybody know that, yes, they agree. Great job, Trump. Wait. Oh, well, this is fucking dumb. Tell JD I said that. Tell him he's fucking dumb as fuck if he actually thinks this one's a A good shoot, guys. There's nothing about this that's a good shoot. Doesn't matter if my friends agree with it or they don't agree with it. I don't care. The Renee good one, there was a lot of, again, like I said, there's a lot of nuance, maybe this or that. This one, there's no defending this one. If you are a Second Amendment constitutional supporter, there is no fucking budging on this one. No budging on it. Wait, what did somebody just said? Okay, don't watch my channel then. Go watch Bluey, dude. Go watch, I was going to say Miss Rachel, but we don't want to offend Miss Rachel because we do like Miss Rachel after she got attacked. But yeah, if you got a problem with that, get the fuck out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody's worried about that. All right, let's check this out because this actually happened. Here's a Border Patrol the night of the shooting. Same Border Patrol agents. Let's see what they had to say to the community that was pissed off. They're up here drinking, by the way. There you go. And a good fuck you to end it. I cannot tell you guys while I was in the military and while I was traveling and doing different things, if I would have been caught doing some shit like that. Oh my God. I would have been shit canned and so fucking fast for the, unprofessionalism of that. It's absolutely fucking crazy, but that's what's going on. I mean, it is what it is, right? And you know what's even crazier that's happening is some new investigations going on. Turns out, and this is a real thing. Let's start here. So, as ICE raced to add 10,000 new officers to its force, an AI error, artificial intelligence error, in how their applications were processed sent many new recruits into field offices without proper training. Why is that? Well, they were using AI to scam resumes and found out a bunch of people who were LEOs were not actually law enforcement officers. So people who they thought were actual previous law enforcement officers, cops, federal marshals, whatever, who they thought had actual officer resumes. Well, it turns out they didn't. It says the official said the AI tool sent people with the word officer on their resumes to the shorter 4-week online training. For example, a compliance officer or people who said they aspired to be ICE officers only went through a 4-week online training before they were sent out on the street to begin their fucking job. If you thought that 45 days training was bad, turns out majority of these people actually did online training before they hit the streets. Yes, 4 weeks of online training made them qualified to be ICE officers. How are we sitting here? How are we sitting here as Americans going, yup, sounds good. 4 weeks online training to go out on the streets with a fucking firearm, which we're seeing the repercussions of these decisions, by the way. I mean, 4 weeks. It's so crazy to me. There isn't even a single school I went to in the military that was shorter than 4 weeks or shorter. I'm trying to think of anything that was less than that. Just a school for one independent skill set. Like military free fall school, I believe, was 5 weeks. And that's to learn how to jump out of a plane. That's not even to learn how to properly detain people and not fucking murder people in the streets. And I know we have tons of veterans and law enforcement officers in the chat. Could you imagine, guys? 4 weeks of online training and you're good to go in your job. Even the cops. I know there's some cops watching this right now. Could you imagine if you hit the police academy and they're like, nah, dude, 4 weeks of online training and you're good to go. You're out on the fucking streets. What, dude? This is happening in this fucking country right now. It's so fucking crazy to me. And I mean, here they are, right? Here's what 4 weeks of online training gets you. There's a bunch of these, by the way. I'll show you a couple more of these. ICE officers, seeing what they're saying out on the streets.
I will tell you this, brother.
What?
You know, I will tell you this. You raise your voice, I raise your voice.
If I raise my voice, you'll erase my.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Are you serious? You said if I raise my voice, you'll erase my voice.
Yeah. I would.
If you raise your voice, I'll erase your voice. Yeah, I'd say that's what 4 weeks of fucking training looks like. Is a guy like that. Here's another one. Again, if you're cheering this on 4 weeks of fucking online training, you're fucking retarded, by the way. And I'm sorry if that offends you, but you're just fucking retarded. But here's more.
I don't care what they told you. If you guys get in my way, I will arrest you.
Sir, we're just observing. Please calm down.
You can observe all you want.
I am observing. Do you
Stay
see
back.
me in the way? I am back.
You had anger issues as a kid, didn't you? Were your parents present? You should be ashamed of yourself, man.
He is.
I love my job. Thank you.
You love your job?
I can't believe I get paid for this.
Really?
I do this for free.
Really, I get $200K. I'm a physician assistant.
How long did you go to school for that?
Over 7 years.
I went to high school. And I make $200K.
There you go, dude. You hear that? I went to high school. I make 200K. Which, okay. That's a lot of fucking money, by the way. That's twice as much as what a senior NCO in the fucking military is getting paid. And not knocking on, you know, hey, if you're some fucking dipshit working at Chevron and ICE is willing to fucking hire you on 4 weeks of online training and pay you $200,000 a fucking year for it. I'm all about those dudes signing up for that. But hey, maybe let's not fucking set up the system for some dipshit like that to fucking have no training and be out on the streets dealing with American citizens. Because you're not a fucking cop, by the way. You guys know ICE is not actual law enforcement. I know a lot of people actually didn't know that. I mean, it's fucking crazy, dude. This is the type of shit they're saying. Like the actual agents. And again, whatever. But I mean, four weeks of online training, or at max, the high side of that is 42 to 47 days of in-person training. If you didn't make the AI cutoff for the online training, apparently. How do we think this is a good idea, guys? 4 to 6 weeks of training, sending people out on the streets with a firearm in incredibly dangerous and high stress situations. And we think this is a fucking this is a good idea. How? Again, this week, I'm telling you guys, I'm sure you can see my frustration. This week has been one of the most bizarre weeks as an American, especially as a conservative American, that I've ever experienced in this country. Like, we're all of a sudden, and this is why I say, I guess maybe I'm not a conservative anymore. I don't know where I land, because now the Conservative Party is the party of federal government bootlicking and anti-Second Amendment. That's the fucking right. Where do we go from here? I know there's tons of you that are centrists, or that you're center right, that are looking at this week going like, what the fuck? What is my political party now? Even Republicans. I'm sure you've got to be the people that aren't like so like hardcore tribalists that they're like, Yes, I mean, I love pedophiles and I love the federal government. Like, there's that MAGA. We all know that MAGA, right? Like the 10%ers that are just hanging on for dear life. But like the rest of us that are just like constitutionalists or not even conservatives, even I'm sure there's plenty of fucking Democrats in the chat just looking this going, wow, I don't know how we got here. It's fucking crazy, dude. Okay. All right, let's see. Looking back at the poll, justifiable shooting on Preddy, 94% no, 6% yes. That tells you everything you need to know right there, ladies and gentlemen. That's a blowout. That's a fucking blowout. Let's hit some super chats before I get too far. Sorry, guys. Again, this one, I'm just so... I'm not usually frustrated, like, and this week has just really frustrated me politically. So anyway, let's keep moving. Sig in shambles after Bros P320 indeed in Minneapolis, and he got smoked directly after. Oh, we'll talk a little bit about Sig, the Sig P320 thing here real quick after this. Story sounds like the beginning of a girly's romantasy book. What a lucky wife he's got. Oh, Graham. Thank you, Juju. Appreciate that. If anything will save this country, it's going to be the small community unity and resilience. Oh, Munchkin just showed up, everybody. He's hold on. Oh, Munchkin just showed up and just jumped up on the computer out of nowhere. That's why we got the cat tree. Oh no, I don't think she's on one. We'll try to keep her off the. She loves the computer because it's warm. So we'll try to keep her off. I don't know. She's probably gonna go on it no matter what. Okay, I can't let you on there. Can't let you on there, baby. You're gonna hit all the keyboards. She's not doing it. Anyway, sorry guys. Munchkin showed up out of nowhere on that one. Maybe she'll get back in the hammock once she's done messing around. Okay, that's what we got it, guys. See the new cat tree hammock? That's all for Munchkin. See your tail wagging over there. She's been like literally sleeping this like for like 5 hours before the show starts, and as soon as they start the show, she always bounces. But we'll see if she comes back in. Okay, sorry. Anyway, I get sidetracked by my kitty. It is what it is. We got that one, or did we get this? Oh yeah, we got that one. Thank you, Mega. Mega says you guys need to run as president and vice president duo. Well, Graham will have to run as president because he's way, way ahead of me in the political spectrum of things. Only way I'm ever voting Democrat ever again. Amazing stream. So glad Platner came on to speak. Yeah, he unfortunately had to bounce, but we'll get him back on, man. We'll get him back on for a full episode. He literally just got back, I believe, in the country. After going to I believe Norway to do in vitro with his wife, and so he just got back home. He wasn't even at his house, so we were lucky to have him on for the short time we did. But we'll get him back on the show here soon. Robert says Krusty Gnome told Axios that she was just following orders from Trump and her commandant Miller. When history did we hear that excuse? Yeah. Suan Link, thank you for your hosting, Graham. This is awesome. Yeah. We'll get him back on. Promise. He already texted me and he's like, shit, sorry, we had to leave. But next couple of weeks, we'll get him back on. All right. They're in Florida, but only in blue counties like Orlando. They've been targeting tourists at Disney. Targeting tourists? That's crazy. Platner, what's your view on the Supreme Court? Again, sorry, guys. Weren't expecting for him to have to bounce from New Hampshire, and Graham makes me want to jump the border. Base Mama Bear says it's beyond me how people that are normally against the feds are suddenly on board with tactical mass feds coming into their neighborhood and taking their word that they were only after dangerous illegal immigrants. Yeah, it's fucking weird. Also, again, all the videos we're seeing coming out aren't coming out of Compton. They aren't coming out of Memphis. They aren't coming out of Inglewood, where you're supposed to be trying to stop the violent crime and the immigrant problem. But we don't see that. What we see is videos from fucking Minneapolis in neighborhoods. Again, I am someone that supports closed borders. I am someone that supports getting our immigration crisis under control. I am. I think the vast majority of us are. But like, what's the focus here, dude? Because it doesn't seem like the focus is on violent criminals at all. I don't see it personally. Detained all the time, 2-3 ACR, 27th Combat Airborne Engineer Battalion and commanded Kandahar Detention Facility. 19th MI Battalion, we should get UCMJ. Vampire says, God bless you for getting Graham Platner. He's one of the only guys giving me hope right now. Yep. Again, we'll get him back on soon. Stories are now popping up online saying Alex was fired from the VA months ago for improper contact with an employee. They're assassinating his character. Is that true? Because I just saw some of his co-workers put out a video from last week of him reading the memorial rites to a dead soldier that died in the emergency room. That was like a week ago. So I don't know. I'm not seeing that. Seems like his coworkers have had nothing but amazing things to say about him so far from what I've seen. But again, I guess we'll find out. 6-year Air Force MP. I don't know and have the experience you guys do, but I'd know better than to execute unarmed men attempting to stand up after being knocked down by my counterparts. 7 of your fucking counterparts, not yours, obviously. Yeah, think about this. Think about this as an Air Force MP. If this happened at the gate of a military base, let's say something happened, they got pulled out of their car, 7 fucking MPs roll up, shove a guy to the ground. Turns out he's constitutionally carrying. Not supposed to be coming on a military base with that, but whatever. And they disarm him. He's got no gun on him, and just 7 MPs just back up and just fucking lace and kill a dude at the gate. What do you think would happen to those privates and those specialists? What do you think would happen to them if they did that? They would all be in fucking Leavenworth. All of them. All of them. Just saying. Same thing would have happened to fucking me and my teammates downrange as we dealt with detainees all the time. If a detainee I threw to the ground and my 7 buddies were beating the fuck out of, 7 other Green Berets just beating the shit out of this guy. He's got a gun. He hasn't pulled it yet. I take his gun from him, take it away. He's unarmed. We all decide to put fucking 15 rounds in him, leave him on the ground dead after he was no threat. In war, by the way. Yeah. Probably fucking be looking at Leavenworth. So crazy that we're looking at an American citizen that this happened to, and standards are different. I don't know, guys. It's crazy to me. All right, Jenny says he shouldn't have brought a gun to. Okay, quotes is a good one because I know what you're saying here. This is what all MAGA is saying now. He shouldn't have brought a gun to a protest. What an amendment says where I can't bring my goddamn permitted CCW somewhere. I'm 8'10" with 2 9-10-year-old daughters. I'll be packing everywhere. Thank you very much. Yeah, Jenna. And you have that absolute fucking right to do that. Got a little bit in an argument with one of my family members tonight that said this exact same thing. Well, you should know better than to bring a gun to a protest and, no, fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off with that. We're not playing that game. I mean, yeah, and this is the one you can just put 1,000 times up, right? Yeah. All right, couple more, and let's jump back into the episode, okay? Actually, might need a little potty break here. A little pee break. Guys, I literally rushed home straight from the kids' basketball game to jump on with Graham, so I didn't even have a chance to use the bathroom. So I might have to go pee after a couple super chats here, and then we'll jump right back into the episode. Okay, a couple more. All right, Wars of Racket says, former Marine myself, served as an infantry in Iraq with 2nd Light Armored Recon Fallujah. Got injured in my 2nd deployment in 2005. Love my time in service. Hate my government. Man, it is crazy how many military dudes feel this exact same way, including me. All of us, not all of us, But the majority of us, love our military, love our time in service, love that we served our country, hate the fucking federal government. Because we know it's fucking corrupt. It's evil for the most part. Not the people in it necessarily, but the institutions themselves they're all designed to be authoritarian, and so most veterans actually are pretty anti-government, it turns out. So thanks for the rational advocacy in the show, Nate, and thanks for a great, interesting guest in Graham. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, we'll get Graham on again, man. I know Graham wasn't planning on leaving tonight. I think his wife or whoever I'm assuming his wife told him, "Hey, Graham, it's time to go," because they weren't even at their own house. And I know he's been just trying to, I'm sure the political candidacy tour is not easy. You should plan another live with Matt. Which Matt? Which Matt are we talking about? I got multiple friends that are Matts. All right. Love you having Graham on. This was great. Yeah, we'll get him back on. He already texted me and said, sorry so much. We'll get back on the show soon. So Heather says, listening to you guys gives me hope. You're both reasonable and smart. Thank you so much for the important conversation. The execution of Alex was the worst things I've seen. Shit needs to stop. I agree with you. Thank you, Jasmine. All right, two more super chats, and then I gotta go pee real quick, and then we're gonna jump back into the rest of the show, guys. All right, love and appreciate the true masculinity and protecting spirit y'all embody. God bless America. God bless our freedoms. Thank you, Nate. Yeah, I was really hoping we were gonna get to our discussion of Matt Walsh and the Daily Wire, since they were the ones that attacked Graham recently. But we'll get that. There was gonna be a lot of shit talk about fake masculine fucking dorks. I'm sure that we were going to get into, but we'll get in the next one. All right. Both parties have hypocrisy, but as Graham will say, you can't win as an independent. Yep. Very true. Dems are currently doing more for working people, veterans, healthcare. Yeah. At the Senate level, you can't run as an independent. You're just not going to win. It's one of those things you have to make the decision at the Senate level, the highest levels of like, hey, do I want to run as an independent and have zero chance at victory, or do I want to choose the political party that I'm more aligned with right now and, move forward on that? I'm not putting words in Graham's mouth at all, because we didn't get into talking to him about that. But I would assume that's kind of where I am, right? Like, which political party do I choose that's more aligned with my values right now? So, all right, one more, and then I got to go pee real quick. All right, it's crazy how the same people that called Rittenhouse Kid a hero are now saying Alex having a gun he wasn't even holding was the problem. Thought the Dems were coming for the guns. This is so true. This is so true. The exact same people who idolized and turned Kyle Rittenhouse into a hero are now completely reversing course. It's so fucking crazy. But it's also just it's a demonstration of no actual moral and value standards within somebody. Because I don't know how you guys feel, but for me, my morals and values stay the same always. And the political parties seem to shift back and forth around your values. And so you kind of have to make the decision of, am I going to stick by my values and morals? And if my political party leaves, and this could be left or right, if I'm a Democrat, which I'm not, but if I'm a Democrat and my party goes way over here to the left and I no longer agree with them, do I still defend them, or do I take that independent angle? For me personally, I just sit on my morals and values. I don't give a fuck about the political party. I don't care. And, I won't budge either way when it comes to that. And if that political party then aligns with my values, got Munchkin over here on the computer. Why don't you lay in here, baby? He's laying literally on the computer. If my values and morals line up with a political party, then that's great. And if they don't, then I'm not going to simp for that fucking political party. And what we're seeing is the opposite of that. You're seeing a demonstration. Epstein files, right? The Second Amendment. What we have now seen is MAGA, that was supposed to be the conservative right, anti-PDF shit, pro 2A. Well, now MAGA is the party of defending pedophiles and anti-Second Amendment. That's MAGA. And so you have to decide for yourself, as someone who's a Republican or a conservative, okay, well, do I want to be part of the establishment that protects pedophiles and hates the Second Amendment? Well, I'm not going to do that. And so now I no longer support conservative Republicans, I guess. It doesn't mean I support the left, but the staunch values I personally have are now being thrown out. They're just being thrown out the window. So fucking crazy. So crazy, guys. All right. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Gotta go pee, refill my drink, and then we'll be right back. We're gonna jump right back into the video. All right. So stand by, little intermission, about 2 hours in, and we'll jump back into it. All right. Quick break, grab some popcorn, see if we can get Munchkin to come up here, hang out. All right. She's just not having it. All right. Someone says Nate's woke. Yeah, maybe at this point. I don't even care at this point, man. Considering MAGA is the party of anti-Second Amendment and government simping for the federal government. If woke is the opposite of that, then yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Tell me that. Oh, Munchkin wants out. She's being a little shit. All right. Yeah, if being woke is being pro Second Amendment and anti authoritarianism, then sure, I'm woke. Sure. That's fine. Fine with that at this point, because yeah, I don't support that. So it is what it is. Okay, let's see. We had some other stuff planned for Graham. We're going to talk about the Matt Walsh stuff. We've covered that, obviously. Let's move on a little bit. Let's get the show moving. Going to move into the economy, a little bit of the economy, but I want to talk a little bit about just America first. And Andy Frizella's always got some great stuff on that.
This is America. We are American citizens. We should be first. Everybody else can get until our citizens are taken care of. After our country looks amazing, after all of our streets are fixed and our homeless problems is fixed and everybody's making money and we're doing all these things, then we can be concerned with other causes outside of this country. But right now, we are a crumbling country and that needs to be fixed. And that's what America First is about. And all these people who say, oh, I'm America First, and then talk about sending money to Ukraine or doing things for other countries or Israel and this and that. And it's bullshit. I don't give a if you're black, white, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, whatever the you are here in this country. If you're an American citizen, you come first. Everybody else can get the out until we get that fixed.
There it is, boys and girls. I mean, that's it. I mean, that's just my policies in general. We are at the point where I just don't care. I do not give a shit if you are a Republican. And here's what I mean by this. I don't give a fuck if you're a Republican or a Democrat. Why? Because Lindsey Graham is a Republican and Graham Platner is a Democrat. Who am I more ideologically aligned with? Easy fucking choice. Right? And so if you are someone that is supportive of America First policies, I'm going to support you. And if you're not, fuck off. And that's just kind of where I'm at right now. Whether you're Democrat, Republican, white, black, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, I don't care. Are you America First or are you not? And as I was going to talk to Graham about some of the stuff in the economy, here's some things we got to talk about, right? What does America First mean? What does it mean to be a conservative? Well, U.S. billionaires got $1.5 trillion richer during Trump's first term. These are the billionaires. This is percentage changes in 1 year. I mean, these are insane numbers. Like, I can guarantee you probably almost nobody in here was hitting 20+% net worth increases over the last year. Now, hopefully you did. I hope you did. I hope you did, because that would be great for you personally, right? Like, I would love to hear that, like, you had a 20+% increase in your net worth in 1 year. Fantastic. But all these fucking billionaires, they're all doing it, dude. And like 20% is the low end. Elon Musk, 73% net increase in one net worth increase in 1 year. 73 fucking percent, almost doubling your net worth in 1 year. That's insane for anybody. And it's just all of them. Larry Page, 70%. Larry Ellison, only 20%. Sergey Brin, 62%. Zuckerberg, 12%. Not that great. Jensen Huang, NVIDIA, 42%. I mean, this is fucking crazy, right? These numbers are nuts. Those are net worth numbers, guys. 60% increase in your net worth in 1 fucking year. And that's like, and this is what they have to say to you. Don't worry about squirreling money away for retirement in 10 or 20 years. It won't matter. Elon Musk on saving for the future. Yes, the guy who's worth $700 fucking billion is telling you, don't worry about investing for the future because AI is going to solve all your problems. AI, don't worry, AI is going to do all the jobs and you're going to get your universal basic income and you're going to sit in your fucking 1-bedroom apartment in your, what are those cities called? The new 15-minute studio cities or whatever the fuck they are. You're not going to own anything. You're not going to have any purpose. You're not going to have a fucking job. You're going to live in a tiny studio apartment in the middle of fucking a big city. Smart cities. Yeah, smart cities. Thank you, Granite. Smart cities. Like, no, actually, maybe that's not the best advice ever. So for all of you watching, I'm not a big like financial advice guy. Please don't take that advice. Please don't take the advice of don't worry about your fucking future in financials and do whatever you want because you'll be just fine. Because you know why? Because 10 years from now, when Elon Musk has got his robots everywhere and AI controls everything, do you think the government's going to take care of you? Really? Is the really? You think the government's going to take care of you with your UBI? Probably not. It's probably not going to happen. You know, I'm just guessing. Now, when we talk about more of the economy, I want you guys to check this out with the labor market. Funny meme, but also not funny. Turns out the average age of a new hire, the labor market, is 42 years old. 42 years old is the average age of a new hire in America. Do you guys know why that is? Because there is no new jobs being created in this country. None. None. And so, unfortunately, and I saw this when I was graduating my master's program. Luckily, I was in a position as an old retired guy out of the military that, you know, with a YouTube channel and all that, that I already had my sort of career sort of in check. But all of the young kids, I call them young kids, 25 to 30-year-olds that I went to school with, I would talk to them after we graduated and say, hey, like, how's it going? How's, you know, the resumes going? How's the labor market looking? Every single one of them. And these are MBA students, right? So Masters in Business Administration, like one of the easiest general degree jobs to get employment as you move forward into the management field. Every single one of them told me, I've applied to 50 fucking jobs and no one has responded to any of my resumes. All of them had said that. That's how bad the labor market is right now, especially for young people. It's horrible. So if you're banking on AI saving your future, it's probably not going to happen. All right, we're going to jump into a little bit about Democrats and Republicans because, you know, that's what we talk about on the show, Politically Homeless Show. But I want to show you guys this first. This is very, very interesting to me. It also makes sense. Both political parties are so far underwater, favorability-wise. So as you can see here, Republican favorable, and this is within their own party, 38.2 favorability, which is horrible. Unfavorability, 52.5%. In the Democratic Party, party favorability is 32.5% with an unfavorable of 56.2, which means the entire country, left and right, is fucking sick of everything that's happening. So the Republican Party hates its own party. The Democrat Party hates its own party. How do we fix that? Because Americans hate both parties now. I mean, it is what it is. Like, the numbers are there. And that's why we're here on this channel is we can't figure it out. But I do have a clip from Anna Kasparian, which is such a good clip. This was very, very, very wise by Anna. But let's listen to what she has to say about this. Sort of the two parties, one master type thing.
Democracy. I have no power. The government's going to take part of my earnings that I worked really hard for, not to help my fellow American citizens who might need health care, who might have fallen on hard times and can't feed their families and need help with food assistance. It's not going to go to them. It's going to go toward the bombs that are terrorizing people in Gaza, the West Bank. It's unbelievable. I have no ability to change it because it doesn't matter which party you vote for, whether it's a Democratic presidential candidate or a Republican presidential candidate, they're going to get elected and they're going to get dog walked by whoever the prime minister of Israel is at the time.
You notice that the Republicans and the Democrats can't agree on nothing except when it comes to Israel. And Netanyahu can come over here. You see the leader of the Republicans, the leader of the Democrats standing together with Netanyahu. Is that a strange picture that you can't agree on the welfare of the American people, but you can agree on what is in the best interest of Israel?
What the?
Little Anna Kasparian Farrakhan cooking. Farrakhan was so far ahead of everything in this country. But I mean, Anna's got a great point there. They're going to take 20 to 40% of all of our fucking tax money. They're going to send it off to foreign countries and do absolutely fucking nothing for this country. They're not going to invest it in infrastructure or education or homeless veteran crisis or the fentanyl crisis. Your tax dollars aren't going to fucking go to any of that. Just like Anna said. No, they're going to go to fucking drop bombs in the Middle East. And how do we get away from that? I don't know, guys. What do you think? What do we do as Americans? We vote our way out. I mean, it's one of our only options. Stop paying taxes is what Martin says. Possibly. I like this one. Lala says, vote out all the incumbents, set term limits. You guys know that there are countries that literally scrub their entire Congress when things aren't going well. New Zealand, by the way, is a country that will literally put an X on all incumbents if they've decided the country's being run poorly. No incumbents can basically rerun. They'll just rerun all of Congress. Say, nope, you all have to run again. Yeah, Jody says, let's try that. I actually agree. Like, maybe we should try that. Maybe the idea of like, hey, things are going so poorly and neither side has been able to figure this out that we just hold nationwide re-election. And if you've been, I don't know, you've been in Congress for over, let's say 10 years, you can't run. You're just done. Just term limits. Sorry. Let's say Senate, two terms. You get 12 years max as a senator. And then Congress, you get maybe 5 terms. And you don't get a fucking run again. That way we don't get people like Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell. And this is both sides, right and left, right? Dianne Feinstein, who was literally like the crypt keeper, 98 years old in a wheelchair, couldn't even fucking talk. As they're like, hey, you need to, vote this way, as they like grab her hand and like write the vote on the pieces of paper. Yeah, maybe let's, I don't know. I don't know if terms terms would probably help, but it's fucking crazy. All right. A couple more things I want to talk about. This was a really disappointing one because there's really only 2 Democrats that we've been pretty positive on the channel. Graham obviously has been one of them. The other one has been Talrico. And then James Talrico came out and said that he still supports funding Israel with defensive weapons. Yes. Womp, womp, womp. I actually like this guy. I like a lot of what he runs on, but fuck, dude, come on, man. His whole thing, his whole spiel has sort of been, the America First Democrat, and then there it is. There it is. It's too bad. Too bad. Yeah, somebody said, way to take the air out of your campaign. It just doesn't make sense to me, man. I do like Talrico. I think he has a really great message, especially as a Democrat. But like, then I see this and I'm just like, dude, you're just more of the same, man. Like, what do you mean we need to continue funding the IDF? Why? What do I think about James Fishback? I do like Fishback. I think he's doing a very good job, and we got some clips of Fishback we're going to get into here. He's doing a very good job as a America First candidate. However, he has gone down the road of a lot of things I don't like. We'll talk about that here in a minute when we get to him. But with Tallarico, big disappointment. Again, very, very few Democrats for me that and well, honestly, you guys know Republicans well. Very, very few Republicans I want to support. Tallarico was one of those, and we shouldn't. God, I hate to do this, to be like, just because you have one position that I don't like, I no longer support you. But however, when it comes to sending billions of fucking dollars to our greatest ally to support the IDF, that is a hard fucking no for me. It's just a hard no. Whether you're a Democrat, whether you're Republican, I think we have to get on board of like, hey, until this country, until the United States of America is fixed, I am not funding the IDF's fucking Patriot missile system. I'm not funding the IDF's Iron Dome system with my tax dollars unfucking till, and hopefully never, in my personal opinions, until the problems in America are fixed. And so when I see politicians come out and say shit like that, it's just like we juxtapose that with Graham Platner, as we showed, the whole $0 from AIPAC, right? That's what you're looking for right now. And with James Fishback, another candidate, like that's another guy who I might not agree with everything, but I'm like, hey, he is standing on business when it comes to no fucking money to foreign countries, no foreign interventionism. We're done with forever wars. Those candidates I want to get behind. And then when you jump out with this, it's just, it sucks. It sucks to see. Right? Because for me, just as an independent, like I want to be able to support good candidates, right? Like whether you're a Democrat, whether you're a Republican, you're an independent, you're centrist, you're left, you're right. I don't care. Because I'm looking at you individually as a candidate. What are your actual policies? What are your actual beliefs? What are you going to vote? How are you going to vote when you get into Congress? And if you run on a platform of, yeah, we need to continue sending fucking tens of billions of dollars to X country, that no, that ain't it. But who knows where he is in Texas? Is it a Jewish demographic that he's got to fucking pander to? I don't know. You guys might know better than me. I don't follow him that closely, just other than, clips. But it's disappointing because he was one of the few Democrats. Him and Graham Platner were really the only two Democrats on this channel that were like, hey, we want to support these guys. And yeah, that's kind of a no-go for me. All right, one thing I want to talk about before we jump into Republicans. This is interesting. As you may have seen, the Clintons, Bill and Hillary Clinton, are now in contempt of Congress after ignoring the bipartisan subpoenas for the Epstein files. This is a really interesting one to me. And here's what I'm going to say with this. I want accountability for everything in the Epstein files. I want it all shown. I want the high side CIA, Mossad. I want you to show me who you fucking blackmailed. I want everything exposed. I don't care if it destroys all of your intelligence apparatus within the CIA and the NSA and Mossad. I don't give a fuck. I want you to show it all. And then we can pick up the pieces afterwards as the world. Right? We'll put you all in fucking prison. All of you. David Copperfield, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump. I don't fucking give a fuck. If we can prove you were actually a part of a child sex trafficking ring, yes, show it. Bring everyone down, including Bill Clinton. Here's what. Oh, well, I know she's being a little shit. Getting her. So Munchkin's sitting outside the door. I don't know. She won't stay in there. She was literally sitting outside the door waiting to come in, but she won't stay. All right. Anyway, she's been like this the whole time. She'll be out there. Anyway, I want accountability for all of it. But here's what I'll say about this with the Clintons. Until, and I'm not going to defend Bill here, unfucking tell the Trump administration releases the goddamn Epstein files, because keep in mind, 99+% of the Epstein files have not been released. Until the Donald Trump administration legally adheres to what they have been required to do by Congress and release the fucking Epstein files, shut the fuck up about Bill Clinton. Just shut the fuck up about Bill Clinton. Release the goddamn files. 99% of the Epstein files have not been released. Bill Clinton has actually come out and said, release all of the Epstein files unredacted. He has called for that. Again, I'm not defending he's a fucking gross weirdo, I'm sure. But while the Trump administration is withholding 99% of the fucking Epstein files, you want me to be upset that the Clintons aren't adhering to a subpoena? Fuck off. You, the Trump administration, Pam Bondi, are breaking the fucking law by not releasing the rest of the Epstein files. So, no, I'm not going to be appalled by the Clintons not showing up while you're literally protecting pedophiles, Donald Trump. So, if the Donald Trump administration wants to release the other 99% of the files, then hell yeah, I'm on board. Let's fucking bring them all down. But you know what I mean? Like, what are we fucking talking about here? The Trump administration is refusing to release the Epstein files, all of the Epstein files. We got basically nothing. And then you want me to be appalled that Bill Clinton didn't show up for a fucking congressional hearing? Fuck off. Release the files. Just release all the files. Release them all. And we can filter it. We can filter it and we can fucking arrest everybody on the back end, including Bill Clinton, if need be. But until then, I don't want to fucking hear about it, dude. Because you're in contempt of Congress, which is insane to me. But when it comes to protecting pedophiles, ladies and gentlemen, what is Donald Trump's response? I'm sure you guys have seen this. To being called a pedophile protector, which we know he is, by the way. I'm sure you guys have seen this, but it's still funny. One more time. So he gets called a pedophile protector and his response. Also, he has the smallest hands I've ever seen in my life. I know this was a funny joke. Like during like Trump's run up to the presidency, everybody made fun of how small his hands are. I didn't actually realize until some of these clips, bro, his hands are, and I'm not trying to just be because we don't like Donald Trump on this channel. I'm not trying to do that. Legitimately, he has some of the smallest human grown male hands I have ever seen in my fucking life. I thought, you want to see my hands? Somebody said, let's see your hands. I've got gigantic hands, by the way, because I'm fucking 6'3" man with huge hands. See my hands? They're bigger than my fucking face. See that? Yes, giant hands. Unlike, you know how big they are? Yes, can palm a basketball, dunk a basketball. Well, I used to be able to dunk. Now I'm old. But no, we're talking about real little baby hands, which is just wild shit. Wild shit. And again, what we were talking about. You want me to be upset about Bill Clinton? Right here. This happened last week when Congress is trying to get the fucking Epstein files released. What is going on? If you guys didn't know, the Department of Justice is fighting against this. So yes, the Department of Justice filed a motion to block the release of the Epstein files. This was last week, not a month and a half ago. arguing that federal courts lack the authority to enforce the Epstein Transparency Act, and no court can force them to produce the files. This is where we're at. Dude, that's fine. Andrew Reese is actually about the same size as me. It's actually true. But this is fucking crazy. This is where we're at. 99% more of the files that we're supposed to be getting. The Department of Justice is now fighting everything to be able to release them. And then you got Pam Bondi with the reminder. A reminder to all of those in Minnesota, no one is above the law. Well, let's see what our friend Ricky, which I got to get Ricky on the show, guys. Should we get Ricky on next week? I bet I could get Ricky to come on next week. Chat, what do we think? Should we hit up Ricky? I'll hit up Ricky tonight and see if we can get him on next Tuesday. What do you think? Should we get Ricky on? I know a lot of you guys like Ricky HD on the show. We'll get Ricky on next week. Well, maybe. I shouldn't say that because I haven't asked him yet, but I'm sure I can get him on. That'd be a fucking great episode. We'll go hard. All right, let's see what Ricky had to say about this. Missing the deadline by the Department of Justice.
Trump administration's Department of Justice is actively blocking an independent investigation into the Ghislaine Maxwell case and submitting a bunch of documents to the courts, telling the courts that they cannot legally make the Department of Justice release the entirety of the Epstein files. Let's talk about it. All right, so you know how there was a bipartisan effort, which means Republican and Democrat together, working together to release the Epstein files, which was the Epstein Transparency Act that was signed into law with enough votes. Well, it gave the Department of Justice and the Trump administration a deadline on when they can release all of the Epstein files, the entirety of the files. It is way past that deadline, and the Department of Justice and the Trump administration still has not released the entirety of the Epstein files. In fact, instead of actively working to try to release all of the Epstein files, they're actively working against it, submitting an overwhelming amount of documents to the court, telling the courts that they cannot legally mandate the Department of Justice to release all of the files, that they're not going to release all the files. Department of Justice is now blocking an independent look into the Ghislaine Maxwell case. What that means is that the Department of Justice and the Trump administration are the only ones that have had an inside look to the Ghislaine Maxwell case and the Epstein files as a whole. They have their thumb on it. They can control the narrative. They can control what comes out. They can control what goes in. I don't understand how any of you super Trump fans can defend this. I really don't understand it, because the Trump administration, the Department of Justice, instead of abiding by the law that was signed into law to release all of the Epstein files, they are actively working against it to prohibit them from releasing the rest of the files. Do you understand that that means that they are actively protecting pedophiles? How do you support that? How can anyone support that? I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. How do you support the government, the Department of Justice of the United States of America, covering up and protecting pedophiles, actively fighting against releasing files that would out pedophiles? So the Trump administration.
Well, that's why we love Ricky on this show, man. I mean, if you thought the recent stuff with ICE is bad, keep in mind, MAGA is also working overtime to protect pedophiles. Pedophiles. This was my point. I don't know if I should do a poll. I don't understand who is MAGA at this point. Who as a conservative identifies as pro-Trump MAGA? How are we here in 2026? If you are a conservative Republican, what are your values? Small government, pro 2A. Like, these are like the foundations. Like, limited spending, which means, I don't know, the Trump administration just added $4 trillion to the national debt this year alone. So, like, small government, pro 2A, small spending, no foreign interventionism, no forever wars. That is, or was, the conservative, like, ideological standpoints. Like, that was the base. MAGA doesn't believe in any of that at all. So how do we get here? Who are these people? Like, who are these people? I know for you, those of you who are Democrats in here, and you're like, I don't know, they're fucking crazy, right? Like, you've always thought they were crazy. But to us, the conservatives in the space who are looking at this going like, what the fuck is going on? What is this what is this Republican Party, right? Like, we've gotten to a point to where it used to be conservative Republican, right? Like those two things, like liberal Democrat, conservative Republican. Well, no, we're not there anymore. Like, actual Republican conservative have no interlocking basis at all anymore. It's long gone. And so I'm not sure how to do the poll, but I'm just, again, it's so bizarre to me where we're at. Like I've said it 5 times in the show, this last week has just been, I'm sure for a lot of you conservatives, just fucking confused about what's happening. Let's put it this way. We could do this. Let's do conservative Republican, support MAGA. Okay. And then we got to have one for you, for the Democrats who don't, support. Let's do support MAGA. Don't support. And then we'll do the third one, not conservative. Okay. This is fair. Because again, this is a little bit unfair to our independent or our Democrat fans of the channel. But this is one I got to see. Okay. And that is, as a conservative, do you support MAGA? If you're not conservative, just put no, don't. I'm not conservative. But if you are conservative, do you still support MAGA? I just don't understand. I don't fucking get who these people are. I don't know where they are or how they exist. But again, we'll find out. Now, and this clip has gone pretty viral, and it's like this. I don't know who this woman is. I do know Scott Jennings. He gets fucking roasted nonstop for his terrible takes. I don't know who this woman is, but this is perfect. It's CNN, but whatever.
They should follow the law, but let's not get our knickers in a twist here. There's no
let's not
punishment
get our
for this.
knickers in a twist over child rape. Why are you talking like that? It's insane. Like, it's insane. The Epstein Files
What's
is
insane?
a multinational, multi-generational child and woman sex trafficking ring. So your attitude right now, you're sort of like, well, shucks, devil begun, is just horrifying to me. Every woman in the world that is watching this, why are you acting like you have no idea what's happening here? Scott,
He asked me a question about following the law.
And what
I
I'm
said they
saying
should
to you
follow
is
the
your
law.
attitude. Yes, and they're not following the law. They're 30 days late on following law, and they didn't explain why they redacted the first things in the first place, which they were also supposed to do.
I know.
So here's something to think about, which I love. I don't know who she is. She could be a hardcore leftist, doesn't matter to me, but her response of like sarcastic to Scott Jennings. Scott Jennings is his name, right? Isn't that his name? To his response of like, oh, who cares about the Epstein files? She absolutely roasted the shit out of him for it. But to her point, like, yes, like, we're not fucking letting this go. Republicans and Democrats. And as Republicans, you got to look at a guy like this and be like, dude, what are you fucking doing? What are you doing? This is what you're defending? Like, I'm the guy who defends pedophiles. I'm Scott Jennings. What? Again, as conservatives, and again, I know so many of you that aren't conservatives are like, why is Nate so frustrated? Because I thought we as conservatives had like a universal moral like foundation for our values and beliefs, and like not raping kids, the Second Amendment, like being against an authoritarian government, those used to be like pretty foundational things for conservatives that was like pretty easy for us to all agree upon. And now I got to watch conservative Republicans on Fox News, which obviously there's no real conservative Republicans on Fox News, but I got to watch them come out and be like, well, you know, if you make the decision to carry a firearm down to a protest, you get what you deserve. And then we watch some dipshit like that be like, well, you know, just because they were 14 doesn't mean that's not barely legal. And you're like, and I'm looking around going, wait, what? Wait, what? So Christian conservatives are now the party of pro-pedophilia and anti-Second Amendment? That's that's where we've arrived? That's where we've arrived, by the way. And to all the conservatives watching, which I know that's a majority of the channel, I gotta imagine you guys are just as outraged as me, right? Are we not outraged? I don't know. I thought we were. I thought we were collectively outraged about the Epstein files, about breaches on the Second Amendment, about authoritarian governments, about government overreach. Right? Like, wasn't that our fucking foundation together? It's just, I don't know. Where do we find ourselves politically here, guys? And I mean this like realistically, because the majority of, not the majority, we have a very, very wide breadth of viewer here on the channel politically, which I love about this channel. We got far leftists, we got left center, we've got moderates, we've got right wing, probably not a whole lot of MAGA left. That's probably the one demographic that's not hanging on. But like, where do we even find ourselves politically here, guys? We call ourselves the politically homeless, but we thought we were constitutionalists. We thought we were, it's America first, you know, American first, conservatives, constitutionalists, and like even like people on the left, liberals, a lot of liberals will find themselves to be constitutionalists as well. What the fuck are we? We're Americans. Yes, we are Americans, but like, are we no longer, are we not like, and I don't think conservatism has changed by definition, but the party has now said, fuck it, dude. Fuck it. We're just like simping hard for authoritarian governments. Please tread on me, daddy. Please tread on me, daddy. Put that boot on my neck while I sit in the corner chair and watch some fucking government official fuck my wife. Like, that's MAGA. That's MAGA, boys. MAGA is the party of the guy in the fucking corner chair just watching his wife get plowed out by a giant fucking whatever you might think. That's MAGA. We're there. We're that deep. Somebody said, I didn't want to say it. Right? I don't want to say it because we got to keep it a little bit PC here. But it does kind of feel like the conservative party is Adam 22. Think about it. The conservative party is now Adam 22. That's just like getting the shit beat out of him, doesn't know what his values are. Everybody's fucking his wife. And you're just like, you know what? Conservatives are just like, you know what? I'm okay with this. You know what? I'm okay with this. As long as, you know, as long as some Hispanic woman working at the taqueria gets deported, I'm okay with being a giant fucking cuck. And it's like, yeah, it's just a party full of Benny Johnsons, dude. This is it. It's the Benny Johnson party. This is actually, thank you, Justin, for putting this in the comment section. This is what we're going to call it from now on. This is actually a great moment. This is a great fucking moment on the channel because it's not the MAGA party. It's not the conservative movement. It is the Benny Johnson party. That is what the Republican movement is now. It's the Benny Johnson party. Right? This is perfect. Thank you to Justin for giving us that. Apex says I'm a conservative liberal. Yeah, it's the Benny Johnson party, right? Where it's just like, hey, man, I don't know what's going on. I'm getting fucked by some giant black dude up in the hotel while my wife is crying in the fucking hotel lobby, but it's okay because the government tells me this is good to go. Also, do not clip that, what I just said, by the way. Do not clip that out of context because that one's going to get me in trouble. But it is. It's the Benny Johnson party, right? MAGA is the Benny Johnson party. We nailed it. We got it. Thank you. You crushed it. All right. Couple more. And this is my point. You didn't believe me. You didn't want to fucking believe me. When we talked about the Benny Johnson party, yeah, here it is. This is the Benny Johnson party. And this is the type of shit the Benny Johnson party says.
I bet Al's already started drinking because daddy's about to land and daddy has needs. I bet Al's already started drinking because daddy's about to land and daddy has needs.
So, there you go. MAGA, Jesse Waters, calls Trump their daddy. Yes, daddy's about to land. Daddy has needs. Yes, Jesse Waters. You're a giant fucking gay cuck. And you're part of the Benny Johnson party. Again, you guys thought, you're like, oh, Nate's being ridiculous, the Benny Johnson party. And then I fucking show you. I show you. That's who they are. They literally call him daddy. They're calling another grown man, politician, authoritarian position, daddy. That's Republicans. There it is. No, there's no what the fuck. There's no seriously. That clip is up there for everybody to watch. Again, guys, this is fucking crazy. Crazy. I did want to get to this with Graham. We weren't able to get to it, but this is actually really good because it actually shows, and this was before the Preddy shooting. But this is actually an approval rating chart, which I think is interesting that we could look at, that shows just how underwater the Trump administration is on everything and why this is interesting. So you have his job as president, the net 40% approval. This is really high, by the way. Like, this is one of the highest approval ratings I've seen. Most have him around 35 to 36%. But the border between U.S. Mexico, and again, this is 5 days ago, this is tanked in the last 3 days. This was the only thing Donald Trump has been above water on in his entire first year, was the border. Because yes, he actually was doing a good job with the closed border until obviously the fucking disaster that has been ICE. This was the only thing he was above water. Look how below water he's been on everything. Managing the federal government, -14. Venezuela, -13. Immigration, -17. The economy, -18. As a Republican candidate, to be -20 fucking points underwater in the economy, not going to get it done. Relationships with other countries, -20. Israel-Palestine conflict, -17. That's actually shockingly high. Cost of living, -30. War between Russia and Ukraine, -24. The Epstein files, -44 points underwater. My point with this is that the one thing he had has now tanked. I believe this is tanked almost -10 points underwater. So you have to ask yourself, the midterms are going to be fucking brutal. But we have to ask ourselves, if you are underwater as a Republican in your first year on everything, especially the economy, the labor market, immigration, by that disastrous of numbers. I mean, I don't know where he goes from here. I think, yeah, are you tired of winning yet? Yeah, I think we're all tired of winning. Where do we go? I'm just getting over here. Where do we go from here? As like, if you're Trump, you're underwater in literally everything. Minus 20 points underwater in everything but the border, which is now getting close to that. Going into the midterms. I mean, it's pretty fucking bad. I don't know the last time I've seen any politician that's been that underwater on every issue in their first 1 year. And the other thing, and here's what I'll say, as a Republican president, you have very specific requirements if you want to hold power. The economy is the number one. The labor market is right there as a number two. If you destroy the economy, which George Bush did in 2008 with the 2008 housing crisis, whether we want to blame it on him or not, doesn't really matter, but he did. What happened? There was a massive polarizing shift to a Barack Obama candidate that nobody thought could have ever fucking won. But you had this massive referendum shift, and that was because of the economy. And Donald Trump is supposed to be the economy president. Who here thinks the economy is good? Why don't we do a poll here? Why don't we do that poll? Because this is really what really drives politics, especially in a midterm election, is what the fucking economy is like. Let's just, is the economy good for you? Okay, you personally. Some of you it may be. Some of you may be doing very well this year. But let's just ask. Do you think the economy is going well for you personally? I'll say for me, we're doing very well. Okay. I'm retired out of the military. I've got a pension. You know, we're making good money on YouTube. But at the same time, I see my fucking bills. And my bills are way fucking higher than they were 4 years ago. I mean, it's not even close. It's insane how bad, is at least affordability wise, I've seen. Again, we've been able to do pretty well for us just through, being 40 fucking years old and working a long career and things like that. But not everybody is there. But we still see the affordability. And we're getting hammered by it. And I'm sure you guys are too. And I'm in Oregon, which, sadly to say, we are the fucking most expensive state in the fucking country now, as Oregon, with the highest effective tax rate in the country. We just overtook California. So there's that. Us here in Oregon, we're getting fucked. But I got to imagine, like, for the, I don't know how it is across the rest of the economy, or for the rest of the country and the economy, I can't imagine it's great. I can't imagine it's great for anybody. Couple of things I want to show you before we jump out of here. Where was it at? Oh, I was going to talk about. Is it? Oh, okay, yeah. Dictator Don. Let's see what he had to say about being a dictator.
We have to even run against these people. Now, I won't say cancel the election. They should cancel the election because the fake news will say he wants the elections canceled. He's a dictator. They always call me a dictator. Nobody's worse than Obama and the people that surrounded Biden. Not Biden. I don't think it was Biden. He didn't know what the hell was going on, okay? The election was rigged. In other words, I could have the most unbelievable 4 years, and I guess I'm not allowed to run. I'm not sure. Is there a little something out there that I'm not allowed to run? But let's assume I was allowed to run. I could have, there's going to be a constitutional movement. No, I could have the most unbelievable 4 years. Everything was great. But in the last week, I made a little slip up in something, and you lose the election. It's like, so we can't let them forget that we have to.
Here's the thing. You have to actually have those most amazing 4 fucking years. And we're not seeing that. What are we talking about? And here's what I'll say. Like, I'm not saying that Joe Biden did a good job, because I don't believe that. I think he did a fucking horrible job. However, I am tired of the situations with presidents of, well, now that I'm in power, it's a year later, everything's actually worse, because keep in mind, inflation, I know people hate to hear this, inflation is actually higher under Trump than it was in the last year of Joe Biden. And I'm not a pro Biden guy at all. I hated the Joe Biden presidency. But at the end of the day, the inflation rate was 2.7% when Joe Biden left office. It has not gone down. And in fact, it's increased under Donald Trump. The strictly statistics, they have increased. And if you want to be the conservative, fix the economy, America first guy, I love that. That's not what we got. The economy is worse than it was under Obama. The labor market is worse than it was under Obama. Inflation is worse than it was under Obama. This is just statistical facts. And Trump is supposed to be the economy president. He's supposed to be the economy president. This is my point. If you want to, right, you're the guy who's going to fix the country, which he came in to do at 2016. If you're going to be the economy president, you got to have a good fucking economy. Because my point being here is, we don't have a good economy. We don't have a good labor market. And we also have a president who is Israel first. We also have a president who is America last. So all of the things you're supposed to be sort of, as the American citizen, you're supposed to be sort of cordial with, because, hey, the economy's good. You're doing well. The labor market's good. Yeah, Donald Trump. Remember 2016, right? 2016. Hey, Donald Trump, he says crazy shit. Yeah, he says he grabs him by the pussy. And he does crazy shit. But you're going to get a great economy. You're going to get great foreign policy. Yeah, he's fucking out there. But you're going to get fucking a great labor market. Remember that in 2016? And you're like, okay, I can sort of get behind this. Like, yeah, this guy's a douche and he says stupid shit, but the economy's good. So, it is what it is. We don't have that in 2026. We have the insane psychopath who's threatening to invade Greenland on top of a shitty fucking economy. Right? Like, you have to give us some of the good shit for people to not, you know what I'm saying? Like, give us something good. Like, the economy has to be good. The labor market has to be good. Something has to be good to make up for the psychopath who's threatening to invade European allies. But we don't have any of that. It's all bad. The economy's trash. The labor market's trash. Everywhere you look, the country's fucking like burning in, and we're sending fucking tens of billions of dollars to Israel and Ukraine and Argentina and Nigeria and Uganda. Fucking why not? Do you see how this doesn't work? Like, you can't have, as a Republican conservative president, none of the good shit and all of the bad shit. And that's what we have right now, ladies and gentlemen. We have none of the good stuff we expected from Trump, all of the bad stuff. And somebody just said, with talking about billionaires, and billionaires have fucking 10x their fucking net worth in the last 4 years. On top of that, while you, and here's another one with Tashi. And on top of all of that, shitty economy, shitty labor market, homelessness crisis, fentanyl crisis, sending all of our money to Israel, Ukraine, Argentina, all these fucking foreign countries. On top of all of that, now we're coming for we're coming for your guns. Now we're anti-Second Amendment. Now we're pro-Gestapo federal fucking agents. What? Holy shit. Where we are at is fucking crazy. It's crazy at this point, guys. I mean, there it is. 1A gone, 2A gone, 4A gone, jobs gone, money gone. This is the actual shit we're seeing right now in 2026. Is this. This is a great comment because that's actually what's happening. Yeah, and somebody said and murdering ICU fucking VA nurses. It's crazy, guys. Pat says, but we're the hottest country in the world. It's wild. Okay. Again, we've been on a big rant tonight, but that's okay. But while we are upset about this is what Donald Trump has to say. Here we go.
Jewish state has never had a better friend in the White House. We have to get the people of our country, of this country, to love Israel more. I have to tell you that. We have to do it. We have to get them to love Israel more.
America's commitment to Israel's security flows from a deeper place. The bond between the United States and Israel are unbreakable. And the commitment of the United States to the security of Israel is ironclad.
And let me be clear, I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself.
I get criticized for having said a long time ago, you need not be a Jew to be a Zionist. I'm a Zionist.
We can say today that America is Israel's oldest and best friend in the world.
There it is. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. If you're upset about the American economy, deep state, the military industrial complex, too fucking bad. And this is why I'll put this up again for the Republicans on the channel that want to criticize us for having people like Graham Platner on. This is why we support people like Graham Platner right here. Graham Platner, $0 fucking dollars from any APAC or foreign investment lobby. Right? That's why we're supporting candidates like this. Right, left, or center. Because it's so goddamn fucking rare in this country at this point for us to have political candidates on either side, left or right, to be doing that. There's like 7 of them, maybe 8. That's it. That's where we're at. Absolutely fucking crazy at this point. So, all right. Actually, one more thing. One more clip I wanted to show you. For everybody who's confused about Greenland, I wanted to show you guys this clip. Because it all starts to make a little bit more sense. This was 2018, by the way.
More productive. Many countries are coming to Israel because they want to share with us
these benefits. And that creates the third great change, which is a flourishing of Israel's diplomatic relations around the world. You know, when I joined the Foreign Service 105 years ago, as the DCM to this city, Washington, the number 2 in our embassy, I think we had about 80 or 90 countries with whom we had diplomatic relations. Now the number is 160, and there are very few countries left. By the way, what are we doing with Greenland? We got to do something with Greenland. Where's my advanced team? Go to Greenland. They must have some satellite needs or something that we could do there. But we are coloring the world blue. I've been to Africa 3 times in 18 months. I've been to South America, Latin America. Can you imagine? In the 70 years of history of Israel, a prime minister of Israel never went south of Texas. I mean, I love Texas, but yeah, I do. But we went to Argentina.
Okay, the question is why? 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 Why is the prime minister of a random fucking country with 9 million people in the middle of the Middle East visiting all of these fucking countries? Why is he talking about what are we going to do with Greenland? We could probably work them in as a satellite state. Why the fuck is Israel talking about Greenland? And why is the United States then following up, threatening to invade Greenland? It's almost like every goddamn fucking country that we invade over the last 30 years has been at the request of a specific country. Why is that? Why is that? I don't know. What do you guys think? Why is Israel talking about going to Argentina and Greenland? I don't know. I don't know, but the United States seems to be the ones that very quickly follow up and decide to use military action to carry forth the agenda that our greatest ally wants to have carried out. Just saying, guys. Hard to figure out. I don't know. But anyway, we're almost 3 hours in, so we got to hit super chats. We gotta lock the show up here. It's been a fun one. It's been a bizarre one, just politically, as we try to figure out what the fuck political apparatus or spectrum we even fall in. I don't even I want to do a poll because I know like we're heavy conservative here. We're heavy conservative, but also conservatives that aren't Republicans. That's the main demographic of the channel. A lot of obviously liberals and leftists as well. But where are we at politically? I don't even know how to do this poll. All right, let's do this. Let's say I'm gonna go America First, MAGA. The problem is like I feel like a lot of liberals and even leftists, like even populists, like populism left is still like falls under America First in a lot of different ways. We're going to just go America First and MAGA. That's all I'm going to do. All right. Because it's a little unfair, to some, but we're just going to get America First or MAGA. Those are your two choices. All right. You could choose Republican, conservative, far right, left. You get two choices. All right. Because again, I just don't understand what conservative even means anymore. It's so fucking weird. I've been a conservative my entire life. As I've jumped around politically, I've jumped around from like center left, center right, but I've always had like the fiscal and foreign policy conservative ideologies like deep within me, pro 2A, I mean, staunch 2A, anti-foreign interventionalism, anti-sending hundreds of billions of dollars to foreign countries. Like, that's what I would consider sort of the America First concept right now. And I guess MAGA is just like the neocon, anti-2A. I don't fucking know. But yeah. So like this guy, like Penny stands with Bovino, who was fired, by the way. So very good on you. Like, think about that. Think about somebody who is standing with the guy who Donald Trump shit canned for how terrible of a job he did with ICE. That's like I don't know what demographic that guy falls into when even Donald Trump is like, nah, fuck that. But you got that. All right. So you got MAGA and America First. You can choose left, right, center, because I don't know where we're at. It's fucking crazy out here. It's crazy out here, boys and girls. We were not expecting to be as crazy as we're. Okay, so we got to wrap it up. We got to wrap up the regular scheduled episode, and then we're going to jump into super chats. So everybody who is just here for the regular scheduled episode, we are done. Super chats are probably going to be pretty fun tonight. So if you want to hang out for those, feel free to hang out, and we're going to go through those now. Because again, I don't know where the fuck. This is a weird Tuesday night live. Like, awesome to have Graham on. Wish he could have like stayed on with us, because we would have probably really cooked on this episode, based off of how crazy everything is. But yeah, we're gonna jump in. We're gonna do super chats. We're gonna work our way through it. We got a lot of super chats we got to get through, so hang with us. If not, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Been another great episode. And yeah, we were gonna, Autobot, we were gonna go hard on Matt Walsh. I had a lot of Matt Walsh clips rolled up. Let me show you what I had. I had so much ready. I had so much ready with the Daily Wire to show Graham. Let's look at a little fucking metrosexual fucking douchebag. I don't want to call him a douche. I want to call him something more effeminate. What's a better like twink? Should we call him a twink? I feel like Michael Knowles is like a twink, right? He has got like twink vibes. Because I don't want to call him a douchebag, because I don't think he's a douchebag. I think he's more of a little cuck twink, right? So I think twink is a better description of Michael Knowles. But I was going to play this for Graham, because he played this. This was his decision. Oh, I don't know if I can play the music on this. Fuck it, whatever. We'll have to edit it out after. Let me put it with the sound off. Let's just watch him again. Again, this is supposed to be a masculine, conservative Republican. Let's look at the this is him. He posted this, by the way. Just let's just watch the gay little martini, the effeminate hands here. Let's watch all of it. I mean, there's nothing gayer than this, right? This is full twink shit, right? This has got to be full twink shit. Should we play it on one more time? Let's play one more time. I'll just look. It's not AI. It's not AI. He posted that. He posted that himself. Look. God, I feel like I'm gonna get in trouble. You guys know, like Nate starts to say shit and he's like, maybe I should not say anything. Here's the deal. Let me just reach out to Michael Knowles and tell you this just straight up, buddy. I know you want to go back to the 1950s, but I will just say you are the type of effeminate beta that I could literally not just you, but like you and Matt Walsh, I could actually physically rape. And this is probably, I should probably like blur this out so I don't get demonetized for this. I could legitimately rape. Have you heard Justin, like, let me back up before I like get into the rape talk, because this is going to get weird. Have you guys heard Justin Gaethje? Justin Gaethje's got a famous quote with jiu-jitsu. And I love Justin Gaethje, right? We're getting weird here for a second, but just hang with me. It's all going to make sense as I work my way through this. Okay. I know you guys are all saying, what the fuck? Let me work my way through this. Okay. Justin Gaethje, who I love, just fought Paddy Pimblett. He's got a famous quote. If one man can hold you, and this is a jiu-jitsu quote, martial arts. If one man can hold you down, two men can rape you. And that's sort of the point with jiu-jitsu, is like being so capable that one man cannot hold you down, so the second man can't rape you. Famous Justin Gaethje UFC fighter quote. Here's what I'm going to say with this. I could physically hold down and rape both Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh by myself at the same time. Like both by the back of their necks. Just me, with no help. I could physically prison rape, both of those men at the same time without any help from anyone else. 1v2. Okay? Is everybody okay with that? Did everything get a little bit too intense with that? I'm just saying. That is a real, like, I'm not saying that to act tough. I'm not saying that to act like a badass. I'm just saying, legitimately, this would not be a problem for me to physically rape both of those men, prison style, at the same time. We understand that, right? I know everybody hates this bit. The reason why I'm doing this is because people like Matt Walsh. No, I'm not going to, you know why I'm not adding Benny into this equation? Is because Benny would fucking enjoy it. Okay? So Benny doesn't get added in because he would actually enjoy it. Okay? Well, while it could, I probably could do all three of them at the same time. My point with this is really just to shit on the Daily Wire and Matt Walsh for attacking disabled veterans. That was the entire, see how we worked our way through that, like the entire thing we just worked our way through was just for me to say, fuck you, Daily Wire, for attacking disabled veterans. That's it. I really wanted to dig that one home. Or fuck the Daily Wire, fuck Matt Walsh, fuck Michael Knowles, fuck Ben Shapiro. I could rape all of you. Don't ever fucking talk about disabled veterans ever again. So I'm sure that'll get clipped. That'll probably get clipped. But I just want to be very, very clear. I stand 100% by those comments. Oh, no. No, this is not a gay straight thing. This is just a dominance thing over those fake conservatives. Anyway, that's how we decided to end the show before we jumped into the super chats. I'm sure Graham, if Graham watches this back, he's probably like, fuck, I'm glad as a Senate candidate. I'm sure Graham's like, God, I'm glad I got out of the episode before we started the Matt Walsh conversation. Because that might have been a little bit fucking awkward to talk about. Oh, we're power. Where was this? No, we're power topping the Daily Wire. No, we're holding people down. It is what it is. It is what it is, right? And again, this was all a big fuck you to the Daily Wire for your attack on disabled veterans. That's all. It was a long, see how we did that? We had this like long story as we worked our way through it. It was super gay, and that's okay because we got back to it. Somebody said, Somebody said Nate's challenging Daily Wire to a gay off. All right. Anyway, sorry, guys. You know what's crazy, though, is you guys, I'm sure, you know, the regulars on the channel, you guys know I challenged to fight the entire Daily Wire by myself, right? The entire cast. Multiple times I've offered this for charity. I will fight Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, Michael Clavin, and Dave Rubin. I will fight all 5 of them by myself at the same time. I keep throwing that out there to the Daily Wire at the same time. 1v5 in the cage. I'm still willing to do it. I'm still willing to do it. I keep throwing it out there. Nobody's hit me up on this yet. Ben Shapiro hasn't no wrestling, just straight UFC in the cage. Just me 1 versus 5 with the cast of the Daily Wire. I keep offering it. Nobody's taking me up on it. Okay, we got to do this. We got to get into the super chats, guys. It's it got real weird in here. It got real uncomfortable at the end of the show. It got real potentially homosexual, which no knock on homosexuals at all. That's not what we're doing here. But it happened. That happened. And I just want to be very clear that as ridiculous as that last 5-minute segment was, I stand by every goddamn word that I said. Okay. Are we okay with that? Chat? All right, good. Somebody said to think I was about to leave. And again, you know, nobody ever said Nate was the classiest guy out there, but that's why you guys tune in. That's why you guys tune in to this ridiculous goddamn show that I don't know how we are still getting away with doing 2 years later, but here we are. 3 hours later in the show. Let's hit the super chats, okay? Let's do this. We've I know this There's gonna be we're getting to the point. Here's the other thing, guys, is we're getting to the point on the channel is getting so big that I get clipped now, right? You guys know the clips, the Instagram clips. And like I find myself like 2-3 days later getting clipped for this stuff, and I literally will be like at home, like watching my own clips as I scroll Instagram, and I'm like, fuck. Like, God damn it, Nate. Maybe it's time to stop drinking on the live streams. Because Nate gets himself in trouble a lot. But not so much that have been canceled yet. So it is what it is. So that's why we're here. That's why we're here. And that's why I love you guys, because you're here to support. All right, let's do it. Let's hit super chats. All right, we got to work our way through it. We got to get out of here. We got way too fucking crazy. All right. Michael says, as an independent, thank you for being true to you. Your morals and our morals are so lacking at the moment, and I'm all to be able to see you, brother in arms, keeping the truth. Just an old 8452 United States Navy USN. I'd say United States Navy Air Force veteran. I might have missed that, but thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Katie, what's up, Katie? Thoughts on ICE providing security for JD Rubio at the Olympics with their lack of training? Is that wise? It feels like ICE and the third authoritarian enclave with our government to test the people about what we're willing to tolerate. Look, if I am the vice president, I don't want fucking ICE doing security for me. Get the fucking federal marshals. I've got a couple close friends that are federal marshals. Get me those boys. Because they're fucking trained as fuck. Like when the actual federal marshal, like SOG group guys show up, those are the dudes you want there to protect you. ICE with 45 days of training? Nah, dude. You know the Jonah Hill like Grammys meme, or was it Academy Awards? Yeah, that's me with ICE. If they want to defend me, like, nah, I'm good. Give me the federal marshals or the sheriff's department, the local sheriff's department. Please do not hand me border patrol. And I'm not trying to dunk on the actual ICE agents, but like, shit, dude. 45 days of training? Nah, man. I'll protect myself. Thank you. I've seen what you guys do when it comes to protecting American citizens. Thank you, Katie. All right. C90 says 18 pack of Natty Light on me, guy. Dude. Oh, well, first of all, I love that you got your scuba shit going on here, but I'm probably not about to drink 18 pack of Natty Light. I don't mind Natty Light, but I'm just not a big beer guy. I do like a beer or two at dinner and stuff like that, but I can't do 18 beers in a night, guys. I've never been that guy. I've always been a whiskey guy. Pime says, calling this fascism isn't hyperbolic. Look up the word if you disagreed. Thank you, Drink Tang. Alex says something dark is going on with our government right now. It has been taken over and actively provoking violence to destroy the United States from within. Yeah, I think it's always kind of been there. Right now, again, this is the weirdest time politically for, I don't want to say Republicans because I don't know who is a Republican anymore, or conservatives I think I've ever seen. I don't think there's been a weirder time for conservatives than right now. It just doesn't make sense. Like, I don't know, have Democrats gone through, I'm sure they have Democrats gone through a moment like this? Maybe it was during the Biden administration, or like at times where Democrats have just been like, what the fuck is happening to this party? I'm sure they have, but like Republicans are going through that moment right now for sure, of just, whoa, what the fuck is this? I think, yeah. Jody says the Biden. Yeah, I think that was probably Biden for a lot of people, right? But right now, conservatives are going through it for sure. So it's okay to get someone killed if you cry gun. If you carry a gun, yeah, you can carry a gun wherever you want. Turns out in America, although maybe not. I guess if Republicans get their way. Is the NRA turning left? When I'm so confused. Aloha from Kauai. Yeah, Six's mom. The NRA has not denounced this from the standpoint of the Second Amendment being infringed upon, which there is no point for the NRA to exist if they do not take a staunch, hardcore stance on this event. There's no point. There's no reason for you to exist if you're not going to take a extremely hard stance against the federal government for this infringement on Second Amendment rights. You don't need to exist if you're the NRA if you're not going to take the hard stance. And I don't think they have yet. So to your point, Six's mom. Yeah, it's fucking so crazy. Find it funny how the administration says you can't bring a weapon to a protest. Just look at Michigan Capitol protest 2020 during the lockdown. I put that in my last video. Dude, I have been to multiple protests that I have filmed. And you think I don't have my fucking weapon on me? Of course I do. So, no, it's not a thing. From the government. No, hey, by the way, I'll fucking carry my weapon wherever I want. Although maybe I won't because you'll fucking kill me for it. Right? That's like where we're getting. I used to think like, hey, no, I will carry my, because again, Alex Preddy, law-abiding citizen with a license to carry his firearm. Turns out, no, we actually will just fucking kill you for that. Okay, right? That's awesome. Authoritarian's playbook, disarm the masses. 100% true, and that's why this is very, very. And this is why I'm so staunchly over the top obnoxious about this one specifically. Is I don't care if you're the left, if you're the right, if you use authoritarian actions to start trying to disarm the American public, which Republicans are doing right now, I'm going to use my platform to viciously shit on you for it. And maybe I'll get put away for it. It is what it is. We'll have to wait and see, but I'm not going to bend at all on this one. This is fascism, not conservatism. Fascists say what they need to get power. Valhalla is like, bitch, if I don't, my gun, it's weird. Bitch, if I don't, my gun, it's weird. I don't know what you're trying to say here. Bobby, what's up, Bobby? So much for shall not be infringed on. Can't we have guns? We can't let this stand. This should piss every American off. Yes, it should, Bobby. 100%. MAGA is losing the R and is trying to get the L. Devochit says, Nate, I heard that Kash Patel is cut short out of the context, and he later corrects himself and instead says he meant an anti-ICE violent riot, which that was not an anti-ICE violent riot, by the way. We can watch that with our own eyes. It's a dude standing on the fucking side of the road with two women. And the meaning was the protest word, as I heard allegedly. No, he said what he said. He said what he said, and we're not, and I can fucking go back to it. We're not going to give him any fucking, this is the entire clip, word for word. I didn't cut anything out. All right, let's watch it again. From start to finish, and we can make our decisions from there.
Marching through Minneapolis, they are targeting the Border Patrol. I mean, it feels like the rhetoric and the protesting is only ramping up. What is your advice to the people right now who are outraged that this is a second killing at the hands of Border Patrol in 2 weeks?
As Christy said, you cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest that you want. It's that simple. You don't have that right to break the law and incite violence.
People are marching.
Okay. So that's the whole clip. Let me be very clear. No, Kash Patel, you are fucking wrong. I will 100% continue to bring my firearm on me concealed, which I have the legal authority to do, to any goddamn protest on the street that I want. Because that's what Second Amendment absolutists believe. Period. Fucking full stop, period. That's it. There's no other discussion beyond that. So he can say I can't do that. I will continue to do that. And let me be very clear. Even if you put forward some type of law that says I cannot bring my licensed firearm with me to a protest, I will still do that. I am still going to bring my fucking firearm wherever I want. Even if you pass goddamn fucking laws that say I can't, because that's what Second Amendment absolutism means. Even if Kash Patel wants to say, oh, I didn't even, somebody said Munchkin got to the bed. I didn't even see her come in here. We finally made it. Yeah, Munchie finally found her way in. We figured she would eventually. This is where she is, like, most of the day. All right, sorry, we got a little sidetracked because we got Munchkin in here. This is the entire point of having Munchkin's cat tree in here, so she can hang out with us. Yeah, during the lives. Anyway, we got Munchie in here. All right, keep moving. Sorry, I get excited about Munchkin. Munchkin's the big star on the show. That's why we did this whole thing. Don't mind her; she's gonna do her thing. All right. Anyone who's still MAGA today has no spine. They are so beholden to Trump that they are down for whatever Daddy Don says. 100%. There it is. True. How could you support fucking any of this outside of that? I don't know. Whose job is so shitty that they hear, well, you could be sprayed, beaten, and potentially killed for little to no pay and benefits. And they say, well, sign me up, bud. I don't know. We'll have to see. I'll admit, I'll admit here I was charging with felony evading at 19. The Second Amendment is clear, shall not be infringed. Shall not be infringed. Which includes if you are standing on the side of the goddamn road with a camera out filming fucking law enforcement officers, which you are 1000% allowed to do, by the way. And if that government decides to roll up on you, dump you in the street, disarm you, and fucking shoot you 15 fucking times, yes, that is an actual massive infringement on your Second Amendment rights. Oh, someone said there's an argument that ICE can't touch protesters legally. Well, here's what I'll say. Let me pull this up. When you're talking about situations like this, you have to, because ICE isn't law enforcement, but they're still a federal law enforcement agency. They still have to, like, shit like this, right? Like, let's watch this. Because this is actual assault. This woman is standing here, whether she's in the street or not. If you want to detain her because she is violating some sort of law, that's one thing. But to do this, to just roll up and start shoving people in the street like this, see, he's not trying to detain anyone. He's not trying to do any of that. He just shoved a fucking woman to the ground. That's not police work. There's no police work in that. That is assault. Because if you're a police officer, and again, I know people are like, what do you know about law enforcement? I don't know. Do you want me to pull up a bunch of fucking pictures of me training law enforcement and sheriff's departments? Me training them? Because that's what I do with my personal business. So yes, I do actually know a little bit when it comes to how law enforcement need to act. And yeah, it turns out if you just run up and shove a fucking woman down in the street and you don't try to detain her, she's not posing any threat to anyone, that's assault. And so that's what you're watching there. You're watching assault. And so people that try to say, don't get in the way of what ICE is doing, well, ICE still has to fucking obey the law. And if an ICE officer rolls up and assaults a fucking American citizen in the street, well, what should American men who are standing there do about that? Should they just let that happen? And let's watch this. Should Alex have just simply let this fucking happen? Or, again, it's right here for you to watch. Watch this ICE agent shove this woman down to the street. He doesn't try to detain her. If she was causing a big threat, he would need to detain her, but that's not what we see. Praying these women. It's not complicated. It's not complicated. It's not. And I'll say this. Let me say this. And this is what really, really fucking irks me. Because those of you who know my channel know I have taken extremely staunch positions on defending women being assaulted on this channel. I've taken it on some very big names in the Green Beret community with Stolen Valor. I've taken it recently with, I don't know, the whole Mitch Snow thing. I've taken I have not wavered, or Nate personally, on assaulting women. And so when I see ICE officers very clearly just straight up assault women in the street, and then I see a fucking man who's standing on the side of the road next to them try to, and I'll pull this up. This is not my goddamn opinion, right? Let me actually pull this back up. This is not my opinion of what he was trying to do. This is him. This is this woman who gets shoved in the street by the ICE officer for no reason, from what I know. And again, you would need to have detained her for there to be a valid reason for this. You can't just run up and just shove people. As we watch this, look at this. This is him. She has just been shoved to the ground by ICE officers. He's got his fucking hand around her as he helps her to her feet and tries to protect her against being assaulted. Just look at this picture. Stop and look at this fucking picture of Alex Preddy, the supposed domestic terrorist who's got his arm around this fucking woman as he helped her up after she was shoved to the ground. Okay? Look at this fucking picture. Does that look like a fucking domestic terrorist to you? More stirring the pot? Really? You think that's stirring the pot? This guy stirring the pot? Are we sure? He's stirring the pot. After ICE agents shove this woman to the ground, he helps her up with his arm around her. He's stirring the pot? Are you sure? Are you sure? Look at this. Well, take a look at Richard. Take a look at Richard. Let's all stop. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. We do this maybe once a show. Let's take a look at Richard here. Richard Dick here thinks what Alex Preddy is doing here after this woman is shoved to the ground, he thinks that he's stirring the pot. Think about that. Look at this guy. I pray to God that you don't have a wife and kids, Richard. I really, really pray to God, if this is what you're trying to say. I pray to God that you don't have a wife and kids, buddy. I pray to God that you do not have a wife and kids, especially a daughter, especially a fucking daughter. Oh, God, I feel so fucking bad for your wife and kids if you have a, especially your wife. God, I feel bad for your wife. Yeah, I doubt. I assume you're probably divorced and your children hate you. But could you imagine? Could you imagine that response? Wow. Wow. I'll tell you this. We got Munchkin down. I'll tell you this. If in this exact scenario that happened, we'll play it again. I'll play it from start to finish. I don't have a problem with that. That's the great thing about this is there's no discussing it. Like we can watch it 1,000 times and we see it. We'll watch it again, right? This woman to the left has already been shoved to the ground. He's already tried to help her. Let's watch this. Let's watch this woman now be shoved to the ground and watch what Alex does. Tries to step in. He's protecting these two women as he gets pepper sprayed. Continues to try to protect them. Yeah. I'll say this. I would have done the exact same thing as he did there in that situation against those ICE agents. And I would be, and if I didn't, I would be horrifically embarrassed and disappointed in myself afterwards. Had I not stepped in and tried to stop those two women from being assaulted in the street. I can promise you I would have done the same thing. And I probably would have been fucking killed in the street myself. I 100% would have stepped in and tried to support those women who'd been shoved to the ground and were being pepper sprayed as a fucking grown man in that situation. And I probably would have been killed because I would have had my gun on me. That could have been, and maybe that's why I'm sort of so passionate about this thing, because I've been to these protests while I was armed. And I 100%, if I would have watched fucking women get thrown into the pavement in front of me, I would have stepped in front of them and tried to help them. And I probably would have been fucking mace thrown down, and I probably would have been fucking killed too. I would have. And so that's, I think, why I'm so passionate about this specific one. Is how the fuck are you a Republican conservative man watching women be thrown on the pavement in the street and watching a fucking man try to step in and literally, just as he's trying to like literally block being pepper sprayed, as he's like holding his body over these fucking women from being maced and fucking assaulted, he gets fucking thrown to the ground by 7 dudes, disarmed, and fucking shot 15 times for that. How are you as a man, as a fucking man in America, how could you possibly simp for ICE in that situation? As a man in America, how could you possibly defend that shit? Gross, dude. Gross. You're fucking gross. You're fucking pathetic. Every goddamn male MAGA influencer, whether they're my fucking friends or not, if you justify that, you're fucking pathetic. Period. Pathetic. You were the saddest fucking beta male bitch I've ever seen in my life. Every fucking one of you. Not you in the chat, not the community, but all the Ben Shapiros, all the Benny Johnsons, all of the Officer Tatums. You're pathetic. Anyway, let's keep moving. Again, I'm passionate about this. I don't care. I don't fucking care. A lot of people. No, Nate, you can't say this. You can't say this. No, I'll say whatever the fuck I want. And I won't budge a goddamn inch. Yeah, I say, look at this fucking turd, dude. Look at this fucking turd. Here's the little baby ass fucking bitch trying to defend law enforcement officers. Look at him. Look at him. This is it, dude. This is just the pathetic fucking beta male bitch fucking MAGA has become. Right here. Look at him. Take a look. Drink it in. Drink it into this fucking nerd, dude. Look at this fucking dork. Simping for fucking law enforcement. Anti-2A. Just a fucking dork, dude. Yeah, this is probably Benny Johnson's biggest fucking supporter right here. There he is, man. What a fucking dork. Just a boot-licking little fucking turd, dude. He probably does work for ICE. That's actually a good point. We probably shouldn't beat him up too much. He probably does actually work for ICE. Probably should. He left his job at Chevron, finally got a good career. So we probably should fucking leave him be a little bit. All right. When Graham was on again, can you talk about the secret superlative delegate system that is the DNC uses to elect its leadership? They're cheating Graham. Yeah. Actually, that's not a bad one to talk about. You might be interested in that. Because again, he's doing the non-conventional approach to running for politics on either side. Fix's mom says, do they even listen to what they say? Man, I'm getting too old for this shit. Aloha from Kauai. I don't know. Goberton says this is all smoke and mirrors 101. We're all too busy looking at the left hand and not looking at the right hand, which is the Epstein files, which we talked a bunch about. Yes, still in in contempt of that. Miller is making these moves. I believe that. Just for laughs, I just called the police. Somebody broke in my car, didn't steal anything, and left 4 tickets for the Melania. Okay. Pretty funny. Somebody broke into my car, didn't steal anything, and left 4 tickets to the Melania movie. That's a hate crime. Yeah, I don't know who's going to watch it. But, stream tax. Thanks, EMS. Appreciate it, brother. Noam said Stephen Miller told her to make the statement, threw him under the bus. He needs to go along with Noam, Patel, and Bondi. This cost Trump. Yeah, this has been really, really bad for Trump, and that's why I think you're actually going to see quite a few firings from this. Miller, God, he needs to fucking go, but I think he is running the government. I legitimately think Stephen Miller is running the government, which is fucking scary to think about, but I do think he actually is. Sooner says a federal office has immunity from state prosecution, but not federal prosecution. Okay. I went to the gun range in middle school, and I was a lifelong Democrat. Mitch bleeped over 9/11 first responders, or what is this? Mitch bleeped over for 9/11 first responders for decades. Thanks, John Stewart. We are America. Even the left is right wing. Well, it sounds America first. I'm not putting it all together here on that, but what's the answer? Man will never be at peace. Well, that's for sure, man. We're chimpanzees, Kentucky. Yeah. I'm not expecting us to be at peace. We're glorified chimpanzees. We're fucking violent people. We're violent creatures, and it is what it is. But we can still try to, I don't know, live the best way we can. Thanks for having a spine. Well, I appreciate you, Vampire. Thank you. I'm not always right, but I fucking stick by my values very, very hard. Even when I get attacked for it. This one was kind of surprising. So we got attacked really hard for the Renee Good stuff because I took a very staunch stance on that. Not this one. This one, it turns out almost everybody has agreed with me. So, yeah. Very, very few people have disagreed with me on this one, turns out. You never hear of patients being murdered by a nurse trying to de-escalate a situation and place in restraints. Nurses have to deal with combative patients on a daily basis. Great point. Thank you, Brandon Herrera. Which, guys, I'm friends with Brandon. I'm working on a little bit of content with Brandon right now. Gotta go watch that episode with Donut. If him and Donut said this is a good thing, then yeah, that's gonna be a fucking problem for me, big time. As a former cop and infantry marine, leadership jobs used to be based on experience. Why do we have people in charge of federal LEO agencies with zero experience in being cops, federal agents, etc.? Great point. Why is Kash Patel in charge of the FBI? Why is Dan Bongino, although he left, why was he the deputy director of the FBI? He has fucking no clue how to do that job. Neither does Kash Patel. Great point. Don't know, but that's what this administration is doing. Putting Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem is in charge of DHS. Why? Why? Why is Kristi Noem in charge of Department of Homeland Security? Why? I don't know, because she's not qualified to be, but she is. So there's that. How about poll for pro to a leftist? I enjoy my guns. All right, how do we do a poll for that? All right, so we had, where do we fall politically? America First, 94%, MAGA, 6%. Yeah, MAGA getting fucking absolutely drugged, not doing well. It is what it is. I don't know how you could possibly be MAGA in 2026, but if you are, there's that. Let's say, let's just do this, all right? Pro Second Amendment, right? This is an easier way to do it. Yes or no? Whether you're left, right, center, far left, far right, MAGA, America First, liberal, neocon. This is pretty simple. Do you support the Second Amendment? That's it. That's the end of it. Because apparently, again, I'd say if you're MAGA, if you are MAGA, you need to say no. I know this is hard for you, but if you are MAGA, you need to say no to this poll because you don't support the Second Amendment. You could be fucking far left and you could say in this poll, I support the Second Amendment. But if you're MAGA, you can't do it. You are, see, Donut, Angry Cops, JD all support it. They're fucking wrong. Clip it, send it to all of them. Absolutely not. Bootlickers, all three of them. And I love JD to death. If JD thinks this is justified, fucking absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong. Send it to him. I have no problem with that. Even though I love him to death, absolutely fucking wrong. He's got no business supporting that whatsoever. 100% wrong. And again, let's be very clear. None of the three of these guys, besides maybe Donut, right, have fucking any idea what comes to this type of situation. So, no, wrong. And I'll fucking hold by that. I don't care. You're not going to become, if they're all anti-Second Amendment now, if Donut, Angry, and JD are all anti-Second Amendment, then nah, no thanks. I'm out. I'll text JD after and say, yeah, fuck no. I'm out, dude. Not on that one. Again, the Renee Good thing, completely separate situation. Understand that one from different perspectives. Not on this one. This is 100% easy choice. Easy decision. Why is JD a bootlicker and you're not? I don't know, because he has a big MAGA following. Which let's be very clear. This is not what I do, and I'm not saying that that's what these guys do. I'm not saying that I don't care what you guys think. That's not what I mean. But at the same time, I don't give a fuck what a specific audience thinks. I'm going to give you guys my unfiltered own opinion based off my morals and values on a situation. I don't give a fuck about the political parties of being involved. Unfortunately, all these other people, that's not how they operate. They have to operate within the window of my viewer base supports this political party, so I have to take this stance with my viewers. I know that's me calling them grifters, but that's the truth. That's what happens in these situations. I personally don't give a fuck. I don't. And I will say my own opinions. I've done this from day one, whether it be the Tim Kennedy situation or John Sheck McPhee or Mitch Snow or all of these really controversial takes that I've had. I have stood by my fucking beliefs and my morals and my values, whether you like it or not. And I don't fucking pivot or shift, period. And so I can look at this specific situation and say, no, this ain't it. This is fucking wrong. And again, I'm not trying to beat up on any other creator. I'm just saying, I do not believe there is any fucking possible way you can look with your own eyes at what happened and believe this is justified by law enforcement and not be either a fucking grifter or trying to adhere to a specific political party's beliefs. You have to. Because we got eyes, dude. We got eyeballs. We all have eyeballs. That ain't it. And also, here's what I'll say. Love JD, one of my good friends. JD has no experience in law enforcement, in anything military related, anything regarding what is a rightful shoot, what is not. I do. I fucking do. Period. Based off of my military career and also the fact based off of my civilian career of training law enforcement and sheriff departments, which I do at mass scale. At mass scale, I train these departments. They hire me, pay me money to come and train them. And I can tell you, this was fucking wrong. Start to finish. Period. So if you want to tell me Nate doesn't know what he's talking about, that's fine. But I don't know. I don't see anybody in the military and law enforcement lane that actually is taking this seriously, that is non-simping for MAGA, that has the opinion that, like, yep, good shoot. Like, no, none, zero. So again, not trying to beat up on my friends, but none of those people have more experience than me. So, and that's like an arrogant thing to say, but it's true. And so take whatever opinion you want. If you want to take the opinion from somebody who's never done anything like this before in their lives, that's fine. Go ahead and do that. Selective outrage? What do you mean selective? Nate doesn't do selective. I'm actually outraged. Both sides of the aisle all the time. All the time. It's very, again, it's just one of these things that this is not difficult to look at and just see with your own goddamn fucking eyes. Use your own eyes, ladies and gentlemen. Don't have me have to explain it to you, or Ben Shapiro or Officer Tatum or JD DeLay or fucking whoever. Watch with your own goddamn eyeballs. It's not as complicated as you think. Watch with your own eyeballs. Yes, what you saw is what you saw. That's it. That's it. And we don't pivot off that at all, ever. Oh, we got Bays in here. What's up, Bays? Bays says, just got on. Appreciate you for holding your ground, speaking the truth. It's worth the heat. Did you see what I said about suggesting these guys learn jujitsu? Well, Bays, I think it's a fucking great idea. And actually, a lot of law enforcement officers and military typically do learn jujitsu for this exact goddamn fucking reason. Because it turns out, to Bays' point here, if you have 7 fucking grown men holding someone down, 7 law enforcement officers, and you can't control, and Bays, I talked about this in my last video as someone who does a lot of combatives, you can't control the hands. And we're just hypothetically saying that Alex Peretti was this vicious criminal that was trying to kill everybody. We know that's fucking ridiculous. But let's just say he was. 7 goddamn grown men couldn't handle the hands and arms of one suspect? Really? That's how untrained you are? To Base's point. One practitioner, let me be very clear, one practitioner of jujitsu, just one, because I don't know Alex Peretti's background, but I'm going to assume, based off looking at him, I doubt he's probably a black belt in jujitsu. One practitioner of jujitsu, a blue belt, would have been able to bring him down, control his arms as his one, probably two people, right? One man can hold you down, 2 can rape you, right? The Justin Gaethje quote we laughed about. Two officers should have been able to completely stop that entire situation, even if he was this violent criminal who was trying to kill everybody. 7 fucking men, 7 dudes. 7 dudes can't detain him without fucking putting 15 bullets in him. Really? 7 fucking grown men couldn't handle that situation without killing him. I mean, again, we could pull it right back up. What was this? How many fucking people was this? We'll do it. I have no problem pulling this back up over and over and over and over again. But yeah, let's watch. How many fucking guys was this again? Is that how it starts? All right, let's look at this. We've got what? 1, 2, 3, 4. This guy, number 5, is about to jump in here as he's on the ground, holding his hands over his face, by the way, because he just got goddamn pepper sprayed. Look at this. How many people is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people on top of him? Look at this. Here it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people. 7 grown men. Here you go. Stop this. And you see the round tree. How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 fucking grown men. 6 grown men. 6 grown men. And again, we know that Preddy was not trying to go for his gun. We know he was not trying to kill law enforcement officers. He wasn't doing anything about that. But even if we take the hypotheticals of, let's say he was this deranged, psychopathic fucking killer who's trying to get to his weapon and kill everybody, and you're going to tell me 7 fucking law enforcement officers can't detain him? Really? Really? That's what we're going to say? Well, and we know he never reached for it. I'm just saying hypothetically. We're doing hypotheticals of if he had. If he had, that still would be fucking obnoxious. Just so, well, and also, you guys heard that they are not going to release the body camera footage, right? Did you hear that the federal government announced that today? They said, we do have the body camera footage. We will not be releasing it to the public. No, they announced that they have it and that they are refusing to release the body cam footage to the public. That's what the federal government said. Why? Why don't you want to release it? Because it's going to fucking show that he never fucking tried to reach for his fucking gun and you fucking executed the dude. That's what it's going to show. It's crazy, guys. It's getting crazy out here. All right, let's keep moving. Again, this was just kind of a passionate one for me. All right, as the old lefty deadhead, I got to say a ton of respect for you standing on your morals, and it helps me believe in Americans we can get back to a middle ground because we have more in common than we don't. Yes, we do. That's actually why I wanted to have Graham on the show. Graham is a fucking Democrat. I am I guess I don't know what I am anymore, but I would say a far-right conservative. And both of us can look at these situations and agree and go, this is fucked up. This is wrong. To your point. All right. DeSantis and Jay Collins are on the greatest ally train. Yeah, they are. They've been talking about laws against speaking about our greatest ally. It's pretty shit down here at the moment. Yeah. Florida's getting ugly with that for sure. For sure. Jillian says, I'm a progressive liberal, but I watch you because you push aside your principles for partnership. And isn't it amazing how once you push past partnership, you can find middle ground and even actual agreement, which is exactly what we were just talking about with our fellow fucking Americans. It's just so and it's not just ICE. Like, we got Adam in here. Adam literally had fucking law enforcement officers roll up to his house about posts he made on the internet. You guys seen those clips? This is the type of shit that's fucking happening in this country right now. Like, he literally had people roll up to his house to question him about his opinions on our greatest ally. Law enforcement in Texas. Yes, he did. That's yeah, people say no way. I could probably pull these up. I got them in. I've covered them in my own fucking videos. Let's see. Which video did I put that? It's the intro. It's actually the intro video of one of my videos. Stand by one sec, guys. I'll show you. I'll fucking show you here. I believe. Let's see what it was. Shit, which one was it? Which ones did we have where they rolled up to your house? I don't remember. I don't remember which one of my videos it was. It was one of these. We'll find it. I'm sure we'll find it as we do this. But anyway, to my point, one of the viewers in the goddamn channel had people roll up to his house questioning him over his fucking Twitter posts. Anyway, Adam, if you remember what video I had that on. Yeah, if you remember I forget what video I put the intro on that. But yeah, I mean, legitimately. Fucking rolled up to his house. This is where we're at. It's absolutely insane. Where was it? I feel like I'm getting to. Can't remember, brother. I know it's in one of my videos, but anyway, we'll find the clip if we can. All right, let's keep moving. All right. Have you seen the video of the ICE agent accidentally discharging Preddy's gun before they shot him? Not sure if it's real. So I've got a lot of those sort of clips here, but it's hard to actually see who lets off the first shot. Don't catch your slip. Well, we got to put that sound off. Is that playing? Is that not playing? Okay. So we don't know who for sure let off the shot, but we do know, obviously, we think it's this guy in the gray jacket who disarms him. What we do think is that he negligently discharged the weapon. I think. Can't prove it yet. Okay, so there. He's pulled the gun out of his, like, Alex Preddy is completely disarmed. They've pulled the gun out. This guy goes and pulls his gun out, by the way. And that's when the gunshot goes off. So I don't know if it was this officer, the officer we saw there at the end, who lets off that first shot, or if it was the guy who disarmed him. I think it's the guy who disarmed him. I think as he pulls the gun out of his holster, I think he negligently discharges the weapon into the ground, and it makes all the other ICE officers freak out and start lacing shots. That's what it looks like to me. If that's the case, that's straight up, like, I don't know if we can call it murder by the other ICE officers who hear the gunshot, who may think something crazy's happened, but it's manslaughter. It's manslaughter at a minimum, at an absolute minimum. I mean, period. Like, the dude that has no weapon on him and you fucking smoked him with 15 rounds as he's laying on the ground. That ain't it. But it's hard to see for sure who lets off that first round. I do think it's the guy who disarms him, and I think he accidentally, negligently discharges the weapon, and I think they all freak out because they're all panicked and they're all inexperienced, and they all have 45 fucking days of training. They freak out, and they hear a gunshot, and so they start lacing rounds. That's what I think happened. Which, that's no defense of law enforcement. They should fucking all be held accountable by that, but I think that's what we saw happen. Bad. It's all bad. Go watch Bluey. Didn't you kill Afghanis? No, I killed the Taliban, homie, and ISIS. I fought alongside the Afghanis. I fought against ISIS and the Taliban. Go fuck yourself. How about that? How about that one? All right, keep it moving. All right. Trump doesn't give a shit about the victim, the First or Second Amendments. He only cares about himself, and he'll throw whoever needs to be under the bus. Yeah, for sure. That definitely is happening. Hey, love the content and channel. Really enjoy. Trump has done a complete 360 to his first term, and it makes me sick. They are justifying homicide. He's done. I was going to say he's done more of a 360, but like what a 180, right? Which is like, here's the policy. I'm going to do the complete opposite of everything I said I've done. So I think we're in a 180. 180 for sure. What happens when they get one of their own? What happens when they get one of their own? Not sure what you mean. Even while filming, he gave ICE their space. Yeah, this dude, I'm sorry. I don't care what anybody says. I don't see anything fucking aggressive out of this dude whatsoever from goddamn start to finish. I just don't. And in fact, I see the opposite of that. I see a dude that would do the exact same thing if I was in his situation. I hope I would do the same thing that he did, which was try to protect two women that were being assaulted in the street. I hope I would have reacted in the same way as he did. I do. I hope I would have done that myself. Because if I would have stood there and watched two women be thrown into the fucking concrete in front of me and done nothing about it, I'd be very, very fucking disgusted with myself afterwards. So, yeah, I hope I would have done the same thing as him. Just unsubscribe. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't unsubscribe to my buddy. I love JD, man, but this ain't it. This one ain't it. Lawyer here, one self-defense, shooting not justified. Simp commentators miss. You can't investigate violence and then cry self-defense. Yeah. Yeah. Man arrested after attacking Ilhan Omar. Is that recent? I didn't see that one. That would be crazy. Can you spotlight the federal officer immunity legal loophole? Institute for Justice does cases and YouTube videos. Patrick Giacomo is their head attorney. There are many notorious cases to discuss. So here's one of these things. What I'll say. The government deciding if the government did something legally. Yeah. Right? Keep in mind, the government investigates itself. So how often do you think the government is going to find that the government did something bad? And I'll tell you, this happens in military investigations as well. Right? The government investigates itself during some type of sketchy situation that happened downrange. It is what it is. You're not like nothing's going to happen because the government is not going to find the government, doing something wrong. It's not going to happen because the government investigates itself. So that's why when you talk about, federal officer immunity legal loopholes, yeah, the government will protect the government. Turns out. Doesn't make it right, but they'll do it. Can't believe my tax dollars are paying for this. They are, Don, by the way. That's the craziest thing. All of our taxpayer dollars are paying for this. Hardway says this was intentional, a built excuse whenever an ICE agent goes off the rails. 4 weeks and never would have seen the gas. Yeah. I thought the job of ICE was to pick up illegal immigrants arrested by the police after they finish their sentence for any crimes committed. All they should be escorted to planes. Yeah, that's actually exactly what they're supposed to do. And we don't know why that's not happening. The most bizarre thing with this, guys, is those of us who actually are pro handling the illegal immigration crisis, nobody's being deported. You guys realize that, right? Like there's been 300,000 deportations in the first year. It's nothing. It's nothing. So we're seeing all this violence. We're seeing all this insanity, and the deportations aren't happening. So what the fuck are you guys doing? What are you doing? You're not deporting violent criminals at all, but yet we're also still seeing this insanity in the streets. So what the fuck is what is this? It's yeah. It's rough to watch. I feel you on not knowing what you are anymore. I thought I was a conservative, but I never knew it meant all this crap. Stay up, brother. Yeah, I don't know what conservative means anymore, man. I don't. And I don't say that facetiously at all. I say that 100% through my core as someone that grew up raised as a conservative from the time I was a kid, like conservative values, 2A values. I don't know what conservatism means anymore. I don't. I'm not sure. I literally am going to, we joke about it and we're talking about it on the stream, but I'm going to actually have to take some time to like figure out what the fuck my politics are now. Not that my values have changed. They haven't budged my values have not budged an inch at all. But I have to figure out what that actually is, because I don't know what it means anymore. I don't think center right is where I am anymore, because I don't know what center right even is. Center right now is the party of big government, authoritarianism, and anti-Second Amendment. That's center right, and that's not my values. That's not my values. So I don't know where we're at. I'm sure a lot of you guys are feeling the same way. Of the fuck does that even mean? I don't know. And I'm not saying that to be sarcastic or facetious. I mean that legitimately. I don't know where I'm at anymore. Because again, I didn't leave my values. I feel like my values left me. And I think a lot of you guys feel the same way right now. Sucks. As much as I hate leftists, if it was not for them videotaping, ICE would have gotten away with the characterization of the Preddy shooting. Great fucking point. Everybody who's saying like you deserve this because you're down there filming with a camera, if it wasn't for everybody filming, this is what we would have gotten. This is it. This is what the true narrative would have been without a camera. And this is scary. Really think about this. If there was no camera there, this would have been the official narrative.
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted to deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene.
Think about that. Think about that. If no one was there exercising their First Amendment rights, filming what happened, that would have been the official narrative. That's what we would have been told. That's scary. That's fucking scary. That's scary to think. That's what the government would have said. It's fucking scary, guys. Left, right, or center, you should be horrified by that. Because again, I want to be very, very clear about this. Give it 2 years. Let's say Gavin Newsom wins and some crazy fucking leftist authoritarianism rolls back in, just like it did during COVID. The same exact type of shit that we just saw could be used. And not to say that's going to happen. I'm just saying the fact that the government straight up viciously is lying, and in an era of social media and cameras where we can see everything, they still went with that narrative. It's fucking scary. It's actually really scary to think about where the government is going. Really, really scary to think about where the government could be heading in the next 2 to 4 years. You should be very, very concerned. Left, right, or center, you should be very concerned based off of that clip I just showed you. That's fucking scary. All right. Hey, man, shipping out as a 68 whiskey. Hell yeah. Leave on Monday. Any advice? Also, did Republicans forget about Kyle Rittenhouse? Yes, they did. It turns out. 68 whiskey. All right. You're going to go be a medic. Any advice? I mean, take advantage of your time, man. Take every opportunity. Go to every school you can possibly go to. Enjoy it, man. Whether you do 3, 4 years or 20 years. Enjoy your experience and get everything you can out of it. That's what I tell young guys who join the military. There's so many opportunities for you to gain skills, go to schools, all these things that are going to help you in the future. That's the best thing you can do. I tell all the military guys this, rather than just kind of like fucking sit around and, do your 3, 4 years, take all the advantages out of it, man. And then, you decide to get out after 3, 4 years, then also use your advantages there. Go use the GI Bill, get your degree, do stuff like that. But yeah, you're on the right track. You're choosing a combat arms role, and yeah, man, good luck, brother. Hope you do well. All right, campaign finance reform now. Trash Citizens United. Yep. All right, don't believe the firing story they're reaching. ICE is understaffed, under-equipped, and under-trained. This will not end well for anybody. I don't think they're understaffed or under-equipped, to be honest. They have the biggest budget outside the United States military of any law enforcement agency. I don't think they're understaffed or under-equipped. I do think they're under-trained, though. But to your point, yeah, they look at them. They're all in Gucci fucking. They're all kitted out. They're all in fucking brand new Cry Precision shit. So I don't think they're hurting on funding. Training, though, 45 days, that ain't getting it done. Ain't getting it done. All right. Zero says if you're getting hit in the head, of course, you're going to struggle to protect like a normal human. Yeah. He's getting pistol whipped in the fucking face. He's probably going to try to protect himself, turns out. It's usually what happens after you've been pepper sprayed and mace. I don't know if you guys have been pepper sprayed before, but yeah, you're not going to just be like, okay, I got mace. Let me just lay on the ground and not move. No, you're going to try to be, your face is going to be fucked up. You're going to be pouring shit out of your nose. You're going to be trying to protect your face because you're getting your face beaten in by somebody. That's what you watched happen. That's not somebody resisting arrest. That's someone that's been maced and is being fucking beat to shit in the road. That's what you watched. So, yeah. All right. Idiot says wrong. They would have sent them to Fort Hood. ICE was beating him before they knew he had a gun. Well, yeah. Shall not be infringed means shall not be infringed. When does it end? After the ATF starts raiding our homes? Yeah. I'm with you on that, brother. Never forget armed COVID protests at Capitol buildings. I put that in my last video, guys. The video I put out, was that yesterday? I showed this exact thing. Like literally massive armed protests during COVID, which I support, by the way. I support your right to do that. But I guess Republicans don't support that anymore. That's bad. That's bad. Second Amendment's bad. So can you please tell MAGA how Babbitt and Alice shootings are different? They're not. Nope, they're not. Ashley Babbitt shot in the face by law enforcement officers while she was unarmed. We all thought that was terrible. It was, and it's terrible now too. So it's just how my values work. I think it's bad then, it's bad now. Adam says, have you seen the CJ Grisham's take on the Peretti shooting? I haven't, brother. I haven't. Adam, by the way, is the one we were talking about who law enforcement officers showed up to his house to question his social media posts, by the way. But no, I haven't seen that one, bro. Moto says, imagine the lies the federal government tells us when there's not 7 different angles of footage. Thanks for bringing some sanity to the internet. Yeah, exactly what we talked about. Could you imagine if we didn't have that footage? We would have just been told he was a domestic terrorist that tried to kill law enforcement officers, and that's why he was killed. We would have moved on with our lives. It's fucking scary, guys. It's pretty scary. It's legitimately scary. All right. Vampire says it's us versus the Epstein class. I'm sure it's the only tax dodging that every fucking billionaire had on Epstein level financial fuckery. Yeah. You know what's crazy, guys? Do you know who the safest demographic in America is? The safest demographic in America by far. It's not even close. You know who that demographic is? It's the people in the Epstein files. If you're in the Epstein files, you are the most protected fucking class in America. That's not my opinion. That is 100% fucking truth. You are the most protected goddamn class in the fucking country. Please chat with Greg Stoker, friend of Platner, also a vet running for Congress. I'll talk to Platner about that. Hey, Nate, our greatest ally funded both Trump and Kamala in 2024. Correct. To the tunes of hundreds of millions of dollars. Is it fair to say that they are actors that play that role that they're told? Yeah, of course. We showed that clip earlier of, left, right, center, left wing, right wing, same fucking bird. Except for we have to go back to, I was going to say JFK. You technically have to go back to Nixon, because Nixon also was pretty anti our greatest ally, but JFK is really the last real big holdout, and they fucking killed him for it. So there's that. B. Hansen says, I must have missed it. Where did Trump say it was a bad shoot? He didn't. So Trump did not say it's a bad shoot, but he fired Bovino. And so you don't fire the guy in charge immediately after a big controversial situation unless you are saying, I agree, this is a bad shoot. That's why you fire the commander. You don't fire the commander if you think he did a good job. You understand that, right? If you think the commander did a good job, you don't shit can him. If you shit can him, that's an acknowledgement. Well, yes, he was. All right. People keep trying to say he wasn't fired. Yes, he fucking was. And here's what I mean by that. If you are in the military, if you are in law enforcement, if you're at your job, if the boss, the commander, the guy in charge gets fucking relieved from duty, that is called being fired. Now, he may be allowed to stay in the military. He may be allowed to stay in your organization, but he was fired from his position as the commander of that unit, which is what happened with Bovino. No. We just explained it. Yes, he can continue to work at Border Patrol. He was fired from his command position. Okay? Anybody who tries to tell you that's no, he was reassigned. No. Failures as a commander when you get relieved from duty means you got fucking fired. Okay? Do we understand that? That doesn't mean you got fired from the military or fired from the federal government. You were fired from your position. There's no arguing against that. And again, if you did a good job and Trump thought that was a good shoot, he would not be fucking relieved from command. Okay? We understand that? I know this is mental gymnastics and it's hard for people, but no, if a commander is fired from command or relieved from his position as a commander, that is called getting fired in our line of work. Just so you know. Okay, good. Glad we got that. MAGA is marketing gimmick, always has been. He made a CSASM generator. Adam says, by the way, my gun club revoked my membership because of my CK video saying I could have caused a ricochet. Morons. They revoked your membership for the low grain round video you did. Oh my God, dude. It's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Your gun club did? What the fuck, dude? Your video was great, man. There was definitely nothing unsafe going on. You were shooting fucking, what was it? Sheep shoulder blades? Yeah. Yeah. Hey, brother, on these millionaires and billionaires, you'll own nothing and be happy we aren't in the club and we'll never get in. Yeah. That's the big push right now, isn't it? Yeah. Fuck yeah. I hate everyone I voted for. See, this is our politics here on the channel, guys. It's just a group of people that are like, fuck yeah, I hate everybody that I voted for. It's like, yeah, I get it, brother. I get it, dude. We're oh yeah, pork shoulder butts. Yeah. There we go. All right. We must eat the rich. Yeah. Hate these polls. The only people who pick up phone calls from numbers they don't recognize are boomers. That's actually true, Jenny. That's true. I'm not picking up random photos or random phone numbers. What was our last poll? Oh, shit. We did a pro Second Amendment poll. 96% said yes. 4% said no. And here's what's crazy, guys. This is the craziest thing about this from a political, like straight political strategy standpoint for Republicans. The Second Amendment is actually the most bipartisan agreed upon political policy that there is. What I mean by that is the biggest support of any issue, whether it be abortion, taxes, the economy, the biggest bipartisan support of any issue is actually the Second Amendment. There's a fuck ton of Democrats who are gun enthusiasts. The Second Amendment is really not a left-right divide issue, other than like the very, very far left, like Beto O'Rourke, who are against it. Overall, the Second Amendment is very bipartisan. And for Republicans to now become the anti-Second Amendment party, it's political suicide. It's literal political suicide. It's basically like if Democrats out of nowhere came out and became the party of anti-abortion. Like their base would go, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, no, that's not what we're doing. And that's what the Republican Party is trying to do now. They're trying to be the anti-Second Amendment party against their base, and it doesn't make any logical sense. All right, no one can be properly loyal to a country with being prepared to abandon a political party. William Allen, good one. After 60 years, Millen's plant was shut down. Another founder died. Senator Manchin's daughter offshore jobs took $30 million, a clear betrayal of American workers. I don't know about Milan's plant, RD, so, but I appreciate it. How to solve, dare I say, the W word. We can't talk about that can't talk about anything that incites violence. Gina, thank you very much. Milan's plant thrived for 60 years, but was shut by Manchin's daughter for greed. It proves U.S. factories can still succeed today. Again, I'm not aware of this one. Minneapolis's open rebellion with civic leaders directing participating in the insurrection. Yeah, or how about this? Let's think about this. Maybe, from what I've seen, is the people in Minneapolis, whether we agree with them or not, have made the statement that they don't want fucking ICE there. Minneapolis as a local community, and I've seen the protests, they're massive. And again, whether I agree with them or not, the local community there says, we don't fucking want you here. And if we're going to be a states' rights versus federal government type of person, which I typically am, if a local community says to the federal government, get the fuck out of here, we don't want you here, well, maybe the federal government should fuck off. Because I don't see, I'm just saying, I like, again, people are going to be like, oh, well, you support states' rights? Yeah, because I'm a conservative. That's part of being a conservative. This is part of our values. And if the state or the local government says, we don't fucking want you here, well, that happened in Oregon, by the way. We had the FBI and the federal government start trying to fuck up our ranchers out here. And they got an armed standoff and an unarmed gunfights with the federal government and forced the federal government off of ranchers' lands. And why was that? Because the local community says, we don't fucking want you here, to the federal government. Okay, well, who won? Oregon did. The ranchers did. The ranchers fucking won. State fucking government, or the federal government, had to fucking leave and never came back. That happened out here with our ranchers. Because again, yeah, there was. So that's my point, is when the state or the local government says, we don't fucking want the federal government here, get the fuck out of here. Well, you have to ask yourself, okay, maybe they don't need to be here then. Because it seems to me, whether I agree with Minneapolis's take on that, they don't seem to want the federal government there. So again, just something to think about. We always say dogs have owners, cats have staff. That's actually true. Oh, Munchkin's out of here by now. Yeah, we are pretty much Munchkin staff. By the way, we all work for Munchkin around here. For sure, that's a great one. Do you think Trump let a squirt out of his diaper when he heard that? It's kind of funny because he probably does wear a diaper. But Janae says, photos recently released where from that time when Trump and the Clintons were besties, has everyone forgotten he was a Democrat for years and did fundraisers for them? They're all in there together. Yeah, so Donald Trump was a Democrat his entire life up until the point he ran for the presidency. Yeah, I mean, there's no discussing that. We know that for a fact. Get Munchkin a cat door. Munchkin for president. Yeah. What is she? Oh my God, she is in here. She's underneath the desk right now. All the way down here. What are you doing? What are you doing? She's under, I don't know why she's under she's literally like right under the desk right here. Just being a cat. She doesn't want to hang out with us, I guess. Hopefully she comes out. All right. Boomers normalized lying and tribalism to defend choices that harmed younger generations, creating the politics and liars of tribes today. I think tribalism has gone back forever. You know, it's like fucking 20,000 years old, but you would think with access to information where we're at now that like it wouldn't be such a big thing. But I mean, people are, I don't know how tribalism, why it's so sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Why people are so why people want to get involved with tribalism so hard. Like they need and it's whether it be through being fan of a athletic team or a political party. It does happen everywhere in society, but like, yeah, the media has a big part, but also at the same time, like it's by design. You know what I mean? The powers that be want us to be very bipartisan. They don't want us in 10 different parties. They want us in 2 very specific parties that they can break up between right and left, and that they can distract us with things like we're seeing now. Like that is very, very intent on the goal. So like the 2-party system is by design to keep the populace in check. Right? Like you don't want independent thinkers. You don't want people you don't want people, honestly, it's actually kind of crazy that we're allowed to do this on YouTube, because like this, and those of you in the chat right now, as we're talking about these things, this is not what they want. They do not want independent thinkers who are looking outside of a class divide. That is fucking the last thing they want. They want all of us very specifically put into buckets, right, left, bread. There it is. This is the best thing right here. Bread and circus. There is a reason why the UFC is about to hold an event at the White House. It is the most obnoxiously obvious example of the bread and circuses. The UFC is going to put, not that I'm not going to watch because I'm a fan of the UFC, but like, the UFC at the White House is the most egregious, obnoxious demonstration of the Roman Colosseum and bread and circuses. Like, hey, we know you're pissed about the Epstein files. We know you're pissed that we're invading all these foreign countries. We know you're pissed the economy's in the fucking toilet. But tune in to the White House and watch fucking John Jones fight fucking Alex Pereira or whoever they're going to decide, right? It is like, it's very, very specific. And I mean, I'm unfortunately, I'm still going to watch it, right? Because I'm a victim of this too, like a lot of you are, but we can at least understand that's what's going on. We're in fascism. MAGA is following the fascist president. I mean, I used to, like, even as much as I've been critical of Donald Trump, I've been like, he's not a fascist. At this point, it's pure fascism. Pure fascism. When you mix in like the oligarchy, like the socialist oligarchy control of power that's actually happening in the United States, yeah, we're in a full fascist. And that's actually it's almost supposed to happen. Like capitalism eventually will always burn into fascism. But for us to actually see it in real time, yeah, I do actually think that's where we're at. Sadly. And I've always been somebody that's been like, no, we're not quite there. We're not there now. No, we're 100% there. We are balls deep in fascism at this point. When Donald Trump is talking about how it's good to be a dictator, yeah, we're there. We're there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm worried we're not going to have an election. I do think we are going to have 2026, the midterms for sure. I I hate to say this because I've also been somebody that's, when I've seen these comments, been like, no, this is ridiculous. You're never going to see this. 2028, I could very easily see a major war, a major war kick off that that potentially gets rid of the 2028 election, which is crazy to think about at this point. And I've been somebody that's like, nah, that's ridiculous. That's never going to happen. I think it's a good chance. I think we're actually like burning in on a good chance that we have no real election in 2028. But we'll see. We'll see. Who knows? Cody says, all I know is Palantir drones are going to slime us all out. Then Alex Karp will send the live stream to our families, and I care about nothing until the Epstein files are released and everyone are jailed. Great comment. Yeah, Palantir is probably going to kill all of us. Put up a couple of these memes recently of, yeah, you're probably going to criticize Israel randomly someday 2 years from now, and you're going to have a drone fly into your window and explode into your living room and kill everybody inside because you decided to say something critical of our greatest ally. Like, that's probably, sadly, also probably coming in the next 4 years. On behalf of Palantir. There's that. Hopefully you invested in Palantir, by the way. I mean, I didn't. Well, I did, technically. I did actually in 2020, when Palantir very first went public. I invested a lot of money. A lot. Probably like $20,000 at about $6 a share in Palantir, because the reason I did that is because I used that software in my time in special operations, and I was like, wow, this software is fucking insane. If this is going to become public, then I'm going to support that. And then I decided to sell it all when Russia invaded Ukraine for about $9 a share. And I lost about $500,000 on that. Not that I lost it because I never had it. But yeah. But I actually kind of feel good about it now, because I'm like, hey, if I would have actually made some money, which I didn't, and I'm glad I didn't make it off of fucking Palantir doing a deal with the devil. So didn't actually end up fucking making any money off Palantir at all. But it is what it is. I should have, but I didn't. Oh well. You're uniting people here, man. Great audience. Thank you. Appreciate it. I hope so. I hope that's what we're doing. Labels like Christian, conservative, fuel tribalism, focus on specific ideas and framework that improve lives, not identity. Yeah, I guess that's where we're at. That's where we're at right now, man. Not really sure where to go from here. There's no left, right, middle, solely good versus evil at this point. Cody, that's a good point. And maybe that's just the way we look at it. I might just say that I'm no longer call myself a conservative and just call myself America first. Try to figure out what the fuck that means for myself, which is just kind of a weird place to be in. Again, as someone that's who pays me, YouTube for my content. That's it. I don't have fucking Twitter, TikTok, nothing. Facebook, I don't have any of it. Just me on YouTube, boys. Yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe I don't look at myself as conservative anymore. It's just I guess America first, and then we kind of figure out what that means, because I don't know what conservatism means anymore in America. It's not what I used to ideologically believe in, which is, things like being staunch to anti-big government, not wanting to send hundreds of billions of dollars to foreign countries. I thought that's what conservatism meant, and it's not. It's not what conservatism means anymore in this country. Sad, but that's where we're at. I guess we'll let Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire be conservatives. Yikes. Libertarians, you forgot about us? Yeah. Libertarians. Look, man, I used to think I was a libertarian when I was young. And it's the problem with the libertarianism is you just don't really care about anything, I guess. You know what I mean? With libertarianism, it's like it's one of those things where ideologically it like sounds really good, but in practice, like you have to have policies on something. Libertarianism is really like, hey, fucking I'm against all the government and all everything, and it's like that's also not how societies can really function. So maybe I find my way back to libertarianism though. Maybe that's what it is. Jesse knows that well. Trump and his admin are conservative at the bushes. We do not have Democrats and Republicans any longer. I voted for John McCain. It was the last time I voted. Never again. Last time I voted for a president was the Obama McCain presidency, I believe. Yeah, I actually think that might be the case. I'm with you on that. From the presidency, I voted in local elections. Presidency, I just thank you, Beloves. Appreciate you. Joe says it was conservative stance to go after pedophilia until it was shown pedophilia lives there as well. Great point by Joe. This I thought this is where it started for me, was when we decided we were not going to hold pedophiles accountable. Yeah, that was the big burn-in. Lefty here, thanks for being sensible. A fucking conservative spoiler. We don't want criminals here either. But immigration is just their cover for shit. Yeah, I think most left and right actually do want good immigration policy and don't want crime. And I think we're all agreed on that. It's just nobody's seemed to left or right been able to get us the fucking policies that do that in a way that doesn't piss everybody off. So, and I don't know, maybe it's too hard. But I don't know. Clinton did it. Bush did it. Obama did it. They all, Clinton and Bush deported 10 fucking million people. Obama deported 5 million people. And there was no issues. So both Democrat and Republican presidents have done this without problems. But for whatever reason now, we just can't figure out how to do it. MAGA, right? Yeah. Make Israel great again, baby. Benny Johnson, yeah, I'm out of jail. Sorry for my timeout. There's a question how to remove Trump without him going full suicide bomber. That's another scary thing. Can't impeach him. You can try to impeach him, but if you do, yeah, he could go full scorched earth. We're in a parallel dimension. Feels like that. Parallel dimension because we fucked it up with Harambe. Oh my God. You know what's so funny? This? I literally was just talking to my buddy Aaron Love about this, that like society basically ended in 2016 when Harambe was killed. That was it. And now we're all in purgatory. And it turns out, yeah, Harambe being killed was like the asteroid that hit the earth and nobody was ready for it. And we're all just trying to figure out why everything is so insane right now. Nate, what's playing out right now is exactly how Yuri Bezmenov described it. You're not wrong. Deeper look into J.R. Ninquist and what he wore in the last 20 plus years is crucial for better understanding what's happening. Yeah. So if you haven't watched Yuri Bezmenov talk about sort of the plan forward for the West based off of the Soviet Union, this goes way back, you should watch that because, yes, a lot of what we're seeing is, I think, probably the 3-generation standpoint of things that have been put in place. So yeah, Yuri Bezmenov. You guys should watch the content there if you want to be a little bit enlightened. Pretty wild stuff. All right. David says America first now and always. Trump is the economy president. You showed how billionaires are up 1.5 trillion. Oh, you thought you meant us? LOL. Yeah. Well, that's the other thing is like Trump, like we talked about earlier, Trump would get way less flack if the economy was actually good, which it's not. And that's kind of the big problem right now. Written by elite slave owners, the Constitution set no minimum reps or campaign limits, leaving citizens exposed to corruption and money's influence. Well, we have put in amendments, and maybe there's an amendment. The final amendment that needs to go into the Constitution is term limits for politicians. Maybe that's a poll we need. Who supports term limits? Because I think that's a big fucking problem in this country is that we don't have term limit. Let's say congressional term limits. This is for Senate and Republicans. Or no, sorry, not Senate Republicans. Senate and the House. Let me know what you guys think. Should the Senate and the House have term limits? And I'll give you guys my opinion on that afterwards. Random question. Do you know any of 5th Special Forces groups spotted in the town of Deir Hafar in eastern Aleppo province meeting with senior SDF leadership? If so, can you tell us further? No, dude. I wasn't in 5th group. I cannot tell you about anything recently operationally with 5th group in Aleppo in Syria, unfortunately. Not because I'm holding it secret, because I don't know. I'd have to reach out to buddies to try to pull that information. I don't think Trump cares about the midterm. He knows his clock is running out and there's no second term to be won. The Republican Party is just a vehicle for him. That's it. Just saying, Joe, great point. And I think that we're seeing that too. I think he doesn't care. So show me your papers and give me your guns. Yeah, MAGA 2026. That's what they're running on, dude. This is literally the campaign slogan of MAGA. Yep, Six's mom said, look back, he gave an interview before the 2020 election about how he needed a third term to fix things. Always wanted to change America. Be careful, aloha from Kauai. Yeah, and God, he's still saying it though. You know, that's the craziest thing is, let's see, I think I do have a clip. Let's see, where is it? Maybe not. But there was a clip of him talking about how the world needs dictators, needs to be a dictator, and like, yeah, how he doesn't think there needs to be 2026 elections. I don't know. Fucking weird. Is there any line Trump or MAGA can't cross? I don't think at this point, no. Remember Trump hinted he might abolish income tax. Oh, yeah, he was going to abolish the income tax. He was going to give you, what was it? $5,000 Doge checks, $2,000 tariff refund checks. Remember that? You guys remember that? No income tax. What were the other ones? He was going to cap credit card APRs at 10%. He was going to ban Blackstone and BlackRock from private equity firms from buying single family unit housing. Do you know how many of those things actually went forward in policy? All of those things I just said to you that Donald Trump said was going to happen. Do you guys know how many of those have been put forward in policy? Take a guess. No property tax. That was another one. No tax on tips. That was another one. How many of those actually went forward in policy? You guys know? I know this is going to blow your mind. It's so crazy. 0. Fucking 0. 0. Not only 0, but with the tariff refund checks, Donald Trump actually came out and responded when a reporter asked him about that. And he said, I don't know what you're fucking talking about. I never said that. He literally said, I never said I was going to do that. So 0. No, none of those things are going to happen. We all knew. We joked about it at the time on the shows. And yeah, no, I mean, obviously, why would he actually put those things forward? Those would help the American people. That would be American first. So fuck that. Not going to do that. Valhalla VFT, look, Trump is cooked. His behavior is caused by Stephen Miller, Marco Rubio, and JD Vance. He's full Joe Brandon. Speaking of which, great point. This is Donald Trump's administration. You may have forgot, but his entire administration is never Trumpers, right? This is his vice president. Let's take a little trip down memory lane.
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. And I've noticed this willingness from people who think a lot like I do that, look, we told you so. To all these white working class voters, we told you so. We told you that Trump was going to be a terrible candidate. We told you that you were an idiot if you voted for him. The problem is, if you take that attitude as sort of gloating over Trump's defeat, then you're playing into the very thing that gave rise to Trump in the first place, which is a feeling that the elites think that they're smarter than you and just think you're a bunch of idiots.
Wow. Yeah. I agree with what he has to. I agree with JD Vance there. Huh. Okay. Thanks, JD. You nailed it. I don't know what happened. What happened, dude? That's JD Vance, the vice president of the United States, by the way. Just saying. That's what he thought about Trump. That's what he thought about everything. Again, Donald Trump's entire His entire cabinet is never Trumpers. Don't you guys think that's weird? Does anybody else think that's weird? That Donald Trump's entire cabinet, Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, Ted Cruz, Lindsey Graham, like go down the line of all his biggest fucking supporters now, were all never Trumpers. And then what happened? Oh, Donald Trump became the Israel first neocon president. And then they all loved him. Huh. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting how that all works? Raul says, sup, Nate? Late to your podcast, but good excuse working extra hours. Anyways, you think the masters are pushing us for civil war? Civil war? No. I don't, like, here's the thing. And this is what's funny, because I was talking earlier about how, like, I used to say this about, like, is the government a fascist government? No. Now I'm like, yeah, fucking obviously. This is how I've always been with the Civil War thing of like, no, we're not getting pushed there. At this point, what does Civil War mean? Who's it between? Is it going to be a left-right divide? I think the more the Trump administration fails, the bigger push you are going to see in trying to create some massive left-right divide civil war. The issue is here's what I'll say. For the billionaire elite class in America that's in charge, I don't think they want the system to completely collapse yet. And so, because their lives are good, dude, right? Like if you're Jeff Bezos, your life is pretty good. Like you don't want the system to collapse completely. But do you want a massive divide? Do you want like everything that we're seeing to keep everybody divided so that you can continue to rape the American people, that like the American corporate class continue to rape the American people? Absolutely. Absolutely. You want them focused on each other. Please focus, like Christian versus Muslim, black versus white, left versus right. Yes, that's where they want us. They want us in those lanes. Big time. Because it keeps you distracted off of the Epstein files, off of all the fucking corruption. So that's what it is. They want that distraction for sure. Trump only ran for office to stay out of prison. MAGA's a cult. Do whatever their dear leader tells them to. Well, we'll see how long that lasts. If Gavin Newsom wins and Democrats get complete control of the government in 2028, oh my God. If I was the Trump family, I would be fucking terrified. Because they are going to look for retribution. They 100% will be coming for retribution. Democrats don't fuck around. They do not fuck around. Republicans fuck around. They get power and they're like, man, what do we do with it? I don't know. We'll just fucking do nothing. Democrats don't fuck around. They will be out for blood. And I think Trump's family knows that too. So like 2027 is going to get very, very interesting as we move into 2028. Very, very interesting. All right. When Trump said he would drain the swamp, who knew the swamp was code for BB's nuts? All right. So I'll clap on Katie on that one. I'll give a round of applause to a Trump sucking off BB joke. Well, I'll give a round of applause to that. Thank you, Katie, for that one. All right. Have you seen what Megyn Kelly said about the shooting Saturday? I haven't. What does fucking Megyn Kelly have to say? What does Megyn, at least she wasn't 8, Kelly, have to say about the shooting? What did she have to say, guys? Somebody in chat, let me know. I'm sure it's the worst take ever. Just like every other fucking MAGA person. Yeah, that's exactly who I'm looking to for my my education on a police shooting is Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly, yeah, that's who I want to inform me, educate me. For sure. Because she knows everything about that type of situation. Oh, he had it coming? There you go. Not shocking. Not shocking. There you go. All the bootlickers, right? Megyn, at least she wasn't 8, Kelly, letting us know that she's a bootlicker. Great. Yeah, shocker. That blows my mind that that's her take. Whoa, crazy. Ben Shapiro and Megyn Kelly and fucking Matt Walsh all agree on this. Whoa. Politically balkanized? Yeah. Wars Racket says, yeah, we're going to see those files. They're protecting and shielding Maxwell, who convinced Trump some awards don't want to win, being the most controlled president. Great legacy, the best. Well, the Maxwell stuff is all being blocked, by the way. We were just getting into that with Graham when that popped up. Oh, shit. What's up, Penna? Penna with a big dono said, my wife wanted me to send this out with congratulations to you and absolutely stunning to your lovely wife. Well, thank you very much. I see you change your profile picture to you and your wife. Not showing off as in fucking massive biceps tonight, turns out, with Penna. But thank you very much, Penna. I appreciate you. And thank you to your wife as well, man. Appreciate it. Thoughts on Sasha Riley's tapes? Haven't seen them yet. I know. You guys keep beating me up on that. Written down. Was going to get to it and then got sidetracked because we were going to have a big guest on tonight with Graham and it was building a different episode, but we will get to it. How come every one of these Republicans acts like a closeted homosexual? Well, how come all of these Republicans act like closeted homosexuals? Do you want my real opinion on why they act like that? The reason why, and I'm going to blow your mind with this, and this is strictly my opinion, okay? Strictly my opinion. This is, again, I'm not basing this off of anything I know because I don't hang around in the grinder, gay, in the closet, homosexual Republican community, which I know is massive. My question, or not my question, but my opinion on how come so many of these Republicans act like closeted homosexuals, and this is going to blow your mind, is because they're closeted homosexuals. So that's my opinion. That's why they act like that. It's because they are closeted homosexuals. That's just, again, that's why they act that way. That's my guess, is because they just are. So you just said Matt Walsh's fantasy. 100 MAGA versus 1 Nate. Oh, I don't know. 100 versus 1's too much. We can do 5 Daily Wire versus 1 Nate. Yes, but 100 MAGA. No, that's too much. Still trying to get the gay Canada money, Nate. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's funny. That's from last week's show. Canada doing their gay refugee program. If you're a gay person from a foreign country, they'll pay you a year's worth of your rent to come be a refugee in Canada. It's funny because that's true, but good joke from last week. Appreciate that. Pauly retired RCMP. Hell yeah. Great interview with Jake Shields, man. Thank you very much, dude. Jake's fucking the man, dude. Hung out with Jake in Vegas quite a bit. Jake's a great dude. We're gonna have Jake on the show here for a dual live here real soon. Jake's awesome. Nate, have you seen the phone call Candace released of Erica Kirk happy and giddy 2 weeks after Charlie was assassination? Weird. I have not seen that. Was that recent? Guys, I've been out of town, SHOT Show, Vegas, just got back trying to get all the shows together, so I'm a little bit behind on other people's content, but I would not be shocked. I'm not going to be shocked at all if Erica Kirk is fucking super happy 2 weeks after Charlie got schwacked, actually. Afro-American female. Okay. AF is Afro-American female. All right, that's good. Thank you for your service. My mom, Cindy Yates, loves your vids and has tons of respect for you. She started making vids, confident that she can come to you for trusted info. It would make her year to get a shout out from you. Well, shout out to Cindy Yates. If you would have given me her YouTube channel, if she's got one, then we would have posted it up here. But I love that your mom is a fan of the channel. That's awesome. Thank you, Ray. Appreciate you. Again, yeah. Post up her channel next time and we'll give her a shout out. Ader Pie with the big donut says, I heard Cash and his girlfriend are breaking up either because they can't see eye to eye. I love this. Or he's seeing someone on the side. That's 2 cross-eyed jokes in one joke. Let's give a good clap to that. That's 2 Cash's cross-eyed jokes in one joke. You gotta love that, dude. But ouch. 2-1. That's a twofer, guys. That's a twofer. Thank you. Thank you, Bear Pie. Appreciate you. It's a good joke. Hobbs Whisper says, I stand with Bovino guy in America first, but in a xenophobic D-bag way. Okay, that's okay too. Kenneth says, I've been in this movement since 1982, before most of you were born. That was before I was born. I was born in 86. I have Democrats and Republicans as friends. I voted for both. Let me tell you, the Republicans are going to take your guns and your rights in half a heartbeat. You know, you say this, and if you were to tell me this a year ago, I would say you're fucking crazy. There's absolutely no way. And now we're sitting here in 2026 looking at this comment going, oh yeah, makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense that they would fucking do this. So thank you very much, Kenneth. But yeah, it's pretty fucking wild that that's where we're at in 2026 for sure. This is the time for lockdown style protests. Oh God. Ray says, me and my mom love your cat. We have 3 and they constantly jump at the door when she's reesing. That recording. My mom's tag is, oh, there you go, silence complicity. It doesn't show her name, and she sends supers, but she's a member to You're Amazing. Well, is that her actual YouTube channel? Hold on, we'll look it up. Up real quick. No, I don't think this is your mom from what I've seen. Looking at it, silence complicity. Silence. Oh, silence is complicity. Try that. I don't think this is her. Wait, is this her? No, that's an old white man. Okay. Well, I appreciate it. Well, message me on Instagram and we can talk. Because I looked her up, and this is what I found when I found silence is complicity. Old white man. So I don't think that's it. But anyway, I appreciate you. Thank you. Hey, don't be so hard on Teflon Don. He's stellar at dementia tests. He knows the difference if the cow or the moon is blue. Yeah, I believe the animals he got was wrong too, though. I believe it's a tiger, if I recall. So big yikes on that. Thank you, brother. Hey, we got that one already. Did you ever apologize to the first Asian that was hit by a car and he vented her? You have issues, kid. Have I apologized? Have I apologized to the fucking ICE officer who put himself in front of a vehicle, which is law enforcement are very specifically taught not to do. And then when his jacket was brushed by a car moving at 3 miles per hour and he decided to put 3 rounds into a fucking woman's face from the side of the car. Have I apologized to that ICE officer yet? No, it turns out that I have not apologized to that ICE officer yet. And instead, what I would like to say is that ICE officer should be in fucking prison. Fuck him. And also, I would like to see all the money that was donated to his GoFundMe yanked from his account and maybe given to some type of charity. Is that what you were hoping to hear? Is that the apology you were hoping to get from that? Well, there it is. There's your apology to that ICE officer. Yeah, go fuck yourself. How about that? How about that one? There you go. There's your apology. Get fucked. Get fucked. Oh, okay. But thank you for donating money to my channel. Thank you for donating money to me so I could tell you to go fuck yourself. Isn't that, guys, one of the, let me just say this. You guys know I love you. I love the community. But one of the best things ever is when some fucking retard like that donates me money. Donates money to my bank account so that I can tell you to go fuck yourself, you fucking... Again, I can tell you to go fuck yourself, you boot-licking little fucking simp bitch, dude. And you donated me money to tell you that. Man, that's some hotel corner shit. Could you imagine donating another grown man money so he could call you a little cuck bitch? Woo! That's hotel corner shit fucking extreme. So shout out. Let's shout it out. Shout out to Gene Grant for donating me money so that I could call him a little cuck pussy bitch. Thank you. Thank you for that. That's fantastic. Could you imagine, guys, sitting at home, be like, man, I wish people would donate me money so they could call me a giant pussy douche. Oh, it feels good. It feels good sometimes. All right, let's keep it moving. All right. Hey, I train police officers, and this is not acceptable. I use force expert for the RCMP for 15 years. Yep, me too. Correct. Not acceptable. Agree with you on that one. Thank you, Polly. Vegas is giving 3-1 odds that the next domestic terrorist to be shot will be a person pointing their finger at ICE, yelling, pew, pew. Or a camera. Apparently, it's a phone. Right now, it's a phone. If you have your phone out, you are most likely going to get shot in the face for that. So let's keep that in mind. All right. Thank you, Daisy. Pride says, I'm pro 1A, 2A. ICE fucked up, but invading churches and burning things funded by foreign actors, domestic terrorists is not Second Amendment. Keyword peaceful. 100% agree. Guys, the reason why I didn't cover the Don Lemon stupid church shit is I was literally in Vegas at SHOT Show when that happened. Otherwise, I would have covered that and fucking shit all over Don Lemon and the people that fucking invaded that church just as hard. Just as fucking hard. 100%. Not fucking okay. Not okay to fucking roll in and try to burn a Quran in front of Muslims. Not okay to roll into a fucking Christian church and try to cause disruptions. Turns out all those things are not okay. And that is where having a very specific set of values and moral beliefs makes it very, very, very easy for us to figure these types of things out, where we can go, that's bad. That's also bad. Turns out. All right. But I agree with you on that. This is Nate's Joe moment, and I'm sat. I don't know what that means, but hopefully it's a good thing. If not, oh well. Definitely would not defend a protester being pepper sprayed, and that does not take away my man card. You wouldn't defend a woman that got thrown on the concrete in front of the street in front of you for no reason? Wow, you sound like a fucking pussy bitch. You're not a man. You are emasculate. You are a beta, and it's a good thing that the country is not full completely of men like you. So thank you for donating money. But there you go. I'm not sure that's what you were expecting to get from that comment, but that's how I feel about that comment. So there you go. Because I would. Imagine the shit they pull if they're recording them was unlawful. The chronic lying the administration does makes Minnesotans recording invaluable. Yeah, we talked about it earlier. Thank God they're recording everything. Not referring to Alex. He was in the right. Not referring to Alex. He was in the right. What, the ICE officer? Okay. Weird take. His death is on Democrat leadership for orchestrating this narrative and telling people to confront ICE. ICE murdered him, though. Fucked up. Nope. Turns out it's not on Democrat leadership. Nope. Just turns out law enforcement fucking murdering somebody in the streets is just wrong. It's just wrong. It's not Republican problem. It's not a Democrat problem. It's just wrong. Just subjectively wrong. Turns out. I know that's crazy to think about, but just left, right, center. It's wrong. Super easy. Super easy for us to figure this out together. It's just wrong. Crazy. I know. Late to the live. Sorry if you covered it already, but where can we go to support Graham's campaign? Live in Indiana, but would love to donate to someone like him. Love the show. We should have. Part of the problem is I should have actually made sure me and Graham didn't even fucking think about that. Don't know. I don't know where Graham's campaign is. Again, we kind of fucking boloed that. Let's wait for, I'm sure we're going to have Graham back on the next couple weeks when he's got time. So we'll wait. But that's how cool Graham is, because he didn't even come onto the show with any expectations of, here's my campaign, here's where you can go donate. Actually, we literally talked about none of that beforehand. So I kind of feel bad now that we're not actually helping Graham on that. But shit, we'll do it on the next episode. But also, like, what a laid back dude running for Senate. It just didn't even bring anything like that up. Actually, mad respect for that. I'll try to get it in the pinned comment afterwards if I get a hold of him. Anyway, let's keep moving. Jeffrey Epstein's best friend is the president. Yes, I support the Second Amendment. Yeah, I mean, it used to be. It was his best friend for over 10 years. We know that. They said he criminally charged them. Both sides of the situation was very hard to watch, even worse than Pepperbox agreeing comments. Doesn't care about bootlicking comments. Donut. Again, there's no fucking way. There's no way you can look at that. There's no way you can look at that if you don't have some hardcore political agenda that you're trying to adhere to and say that's justifiable. Just not. It's just not. 0%. 0% on that one. Convicted felons should have full 2A rights after. I actually agree with this. 100%. If you're a convicted felon, you go to prison, you carry out your time, you pay back your duties to society, they let you out. I think you absolutely should have your 2A rights back. If you are safe enough to be interacting in society after you've paid back to your debt to society for the crimes, you should be able to have your Second Amendment rights. 100% agree with that. Otherwise, you should still be in fucking prison. If you're that dangerous that you shouldn't fucking have your Second Amendment rights, then you should still be in prison. So I agree with you on that. I 100% think that felons who've paid back their time to society through prison should get their Second Amendment rights back. I'm with you on that. A lot of people don't agree with that. I do agree with that. All right. Don't fall for the grift. Biden let the immigrants in to turn prison industrial complex into a bill. Oh, you think that Joe Biden was the first president to let illegal immigrants in across the southern border? Oh, you precious, precious little man. Yes, Joe Biden did obviously let tons of fucking illegals in, which I was very outspoken against. But no, it turns out that this has been going on for 100 straight years. And it's been allowed by both political parties, left and right. So would love also why Donald Trump has only deported 300,000 people in a year, which is basically nothing. And most likely what's going to happen now is there's been such a backlash. Donald Trump has done such a poor job with ICE and Border Patrol and with the deportations, as they've now realized this is a political suicide position. So what we're going to actually have is the Trump administration is going to stop deporting people. We are going to get zero deportations after 10 to 20 million people were let into this country, because the Trump administration hasn't figured out how to do it correctly, like Bill Clinton did, like George W. Bush did, like Obama did. So yeah, you'll probably get a record low number of deportations over this entire Trump term. So as MAGA, understand you're not going to get deportations either. It's not going to happen. So there you go. Enjoy that, because it's not going to happen. So, all right. I feel like Smile is new to the channel. Let's all say hello to Smiles Helps 3708. Brand new to the channel. Welcome. As it turns out, yes, we do. We are hardcore simps for the state of Israel. If there is anything, like Dan Bongino said, what did Dan Bongino say? What was it? What's your what are you most passionate about? What are you most passionate about? Right? Dan Bongino got asked, what are you most passionate about? Israel. The defense of Israel. So yes, Smile. We are hardcore fucking supporters of Israel on this channel. And we will never, ever, ever budge on that. So welcome. Welcome to the Oy Vey channel. The Valhalla Oy Vey FT channel, because that's what we do here. Props for keeping it real. Thank you, Paul. New VFT merch suggestion: don't be a dick. That's kind of a good one. When are the officers involved names going to be released? Probably never. Baze says, just got on. Appreciate you holding ground and speaking the truth with all that. Do you see what I was suggesting? Oh, nope. We got Baze's earlier when he jumped in the channel. Thank you, Baze. This is 100 times worse than Tiananmen Square. I don't know if it's worse than Tiananmen Square when they straight rolled fucking tanks over protesters. But yeah, it's not good. But I'm not sure it's worse than Tiananmen Square. The agent who unlawfully took his gun had a negligent discharge, which sparked the murder. Messy, chaotic, undisciplined pig pile. 7-on-1 is stupid. We don't know that for sure, but that is what it actually looks like happened. If that is what's happened, it's going to be real fucking bad for all those officers. So do you support the signal chat that fucks with ICE? I don't know. Can you send me the signal chat that fucks with ICE? Probably not. No. But that does not justify ICE fucking killing unarmed civilians in the street, if there is one. Turns out. But I can not support either, which is crazy. Nate, thanks for having Platner on. As a lefty, libtard, progressive, and gun owner, I appreciate you being objective and honest, unlike the much of the MAGA. Do you see what happened with Ilhan Omar's town hall? She sprayed her with a syringe. No, somebody mentioned that earlier, that she got attacked at a town hall. Haven't seen that. I'll have to check that out once we get off the show. Don't miss the lady in Miami for criticizing mayor. ICE just tried to enter the Ecuadorian consulate in Minneapolis. The officials have filed a formal protest. What are ICE doing? I don't know about that one. We're in the upside now. Brother MAGA is anti-First and Second Amendment. They're pro your papers, please. Shaking my head, keep leading from the front all the way. Yeah, it's just fucking so bizarre. So bizarre that that's where we're here. You said you were going to talk about SIG. Oh, okay, yeah. So the SIG 320, right? So this is the crazy thing. The gun that he was using, or that Preddy had on him, it looks like a let's see, let me pull it up. Took me a minute to figure out what it was. Oh, here we go. Because I could tell it was a SIG right away, but I'm like, what is this? What is this like? The handguard on this didn't really make sense. And then I started looking at it a little bit closer, and I believe it's a SIG P320 M18 with a customized lower receiver and handguard, SIG upper, and a compensator. I believe it's a SIG P320 M18. That's my guess. And so a lot of people are thinking, okay, well, maybe that's what caused not all of us, but if you've followed my content before, the SIG P320 debacle going off on its own. Now all of a sudden they're like, oh, an AXG grip? Is that what it is? Okay. There we go. People are like, oh, well, yeah, it's a 320. So when the ICE officer pulled it out of his holster, the gun fired on its own. And it's like, bro, look, the 320 shit, is it a real issue? Yes. Is it a 1 in a fucking Powerball's chance that this shit is going off? Also, yes. With the fucking tens of millions of this gun that are out on the streets and within law enforcement and the military, is it possible that the gun went off on its own? Sure. Is the statistical likelihood of that being what's happened anywhere in the realm of normal possibilities? No. It's like a 1 in fucking a million chance that that's what happened. What you do have is most likely just a shitty, untrained, fat, by the way, out of shape, the guy who grabbed his gun, law enforcement ICE officer who reached in, grabbed it, pulled it out, and looks like indeed the gun on accident himself when he pulled it out. So no, I'm not gonna just initially blame it on SIG. It's most likely a officer-induced negligent discharge would be my guess. Graham Platner strikes me as another plant from Peter Thiel, like JD Vance. He's 1,000% going to vote with Republicans as soon as he gets his seat. What? The dude who's taken $0 from AIPAC or any foreign investment is who you think is a JD Vance guy? All right. I mean, maybe he might. I don't know, but I don't know. That's not. If I was him, I'd be taking a lot more fucking money from big donor investments so I could fucking win my election. If that was my plan, if this was my plan, if I was Graham, I'd be taking way more fucking money from AIPAC and shit, because those are AIPAC candidates. So again, maybe, but it's not really what I'm seeing from him. The anti-hero broadcast has the video of the ND. Okay. ICE and law enforcement in general receive training in Israel. They kill protesters and label them terrorists post facto. This is what we dealt with since before 1948. You don't want to live or die like us. So I have heard a lot about this. I do not know if ICE actually receives training in Israel or if they've received training from the IDF in America. This is where it can get a little bit complicated. I have heard this. I haven't been able to really track this down for sure. I will have to wait and see. I have heard this though, so I'm not going to discredit you as not being true because I actually have heard this from a lot of different outlets. But you know, I'm assuming that the IDF trains them here in America. I have heard this from a lot of different sources though. So, but I'm still trying to dig the details of this out before I do content on it. Had a super chat question for Special Forces 5th. I'm assuming 5th group. Well, what's the question, dude? Ben Johnson, at this point, conservative means independent. Yeah, you might not be wrong on that. It's a slow fascist takeover, Project 2025. Yeah, I mean, everybody thought Project 2025, including me. I thought it was the dumbest thing ever. There's no way any of this would ever happen. And then that's literally exactly what's happened. Whoops, my bad, guys. My bad, guys, for saying that I thought that was silly, because that's literally where we're at right now. Libertarian. Just discovered left libertarian. You should too. I don't know what left libertarian is. I used to be a libertarian, or I moved into conservatism, but I mean, it's not that far apart. But again, we're trying to figure out what the fuck we even are anymore. To my fellow nurse who helped 2 women, that's the whole point of his life. I'm sorry you lost yours. Thanks, Nate. You rock. Yeah, I mean, it makes it even tougher when you think about the dude's a literal ICU fucking nurse for the VA. His entire job was helping people that were in extremely, potentially violent and life-threatening situations. That was his job, and we watched him. Again, I'm not going to fucking budge a goddamn inch because I have eyeballs. I watched this man protect 2 women in the street that I believe were being assaulted. And regardless of whether or not he was impeding ICE, whatever the fuck that is, I support this dude because I watched him try to defend 2 women that were being assaulted and pepper sprayed. I don't care if it was by government officials or not. I don't fucking care. He watched 2 women get thrown to the fucking pavement in front of him and he tried to protect them. That's good enough for me to take this guy's side, and I'm not budging. I'm not budging a fucking inch because I've watched all of it from goddamn start to finish, every frame by frame in slow motion. And I just don't see this dude. Again, you could say, hey, you shouldn't be down at the protest. Hey, you shouldn't have your gun on you. I watched a dude try to protect 2 women that got thrown on the pavement in the street. That's what I watched. I don't know what you guys watched, but that's what I watched. And he got fucking killed for it. He got fucking disarmed and fucking killed for it in the streets of America. And so, no, I'm not budging. I'm not budging. You're not going to see me come out and say, well, actually, I think maybe Alex should have. Nope. Won't budge. All right. Let's keep moving. Yeah, we're at 5 hours. Oh my God, guys, it's the super chats. You guys are crazy tonight, but love you guys. Keeping it moving. Yeah, if you can blatantly lie to you when you have the proof of what happened and they tell you not to believe your own eyes, imagine what they lie to you about when you don't see. Yeah. The government. This is what I tell you guys. I worked for the government at very, very high levels and very, very lethal type of situations. And the government, it's not going to tell you the truth, man. As we see that. GTFI Nate, enjoyed your talk with Jake. Did you get a chance to look at the video I mentioned in the Alex Purdy murder? Look at how the media and AR are taking content and adding their context to it. It's happening 25 years later. I am seeing this. Where people are trying to like AI different things with him going for the gun and different things like that, which is pretty crazy. But luckily, again, we have such good high fidelity footage of this one from right on top of him from different angles that there's no discussing this at this point for me. Again, we can watch it with our own eyes. Been watching for 5 months. Were you MAGA a year ago? No, I've never been MAGA. I've never voted for Trump. But I was leading up into the Kamala Trump presidency. I was polling for Trump. I thought he was going to be a better president. I thought we were going to get the 2016 Trump. And again, I wasn't a supporter of Trump, but I was like, hey, I think this is the better candidate. We're going to get America first. We're going to get non-interventionalism. We're going to get no more forever wars, like all the things we were promised. Turns out that was all a fucking lie. So I very, very quickly, and again, I was never a Trump supporter, but I was, hey, I want to, like, for me personally, guys, I want to support U.S. politicians that are doing a good job. I do. I want this country to do well. And if you are a president, I don't care if you're, and I said this about Biden, even if you are a Democrat, if you are a Republican and you're the president, I do not fucking care. If you are doing a good job and the American people are doing well, I will support you. If you are not, I will not support you. That's just where I am in politics. You know what I mean? And so from what I see, I don't see anything positive coming out of Trump at this point. And so that's why I just don't support him. And I've been I guess you could call me anti-Trump for a long time comparatively, which was very, very quickly after he was elected, like a month after. And I was already off board. So, yeah, it's not a recent thing for me. We've been well ahead of the conservative curve when it comes to that. Not to mention law enforcement has cameras and refuses to show what actually happened to the public. Yep, they're refusing to release they're refusing to release the body camera footage from the officers. That should tell you everything you need to know. They announced today the federal government is refusing to release that body camera footage to the public. Now, why? Why would the federal government be refusing to release that body camera footage? Why do you think, guys? Well, we can see based off of the camera footage that we do have, it's pretty likely why they don't want to, because it's going to be very, very damning for officers. Very damning. He, as Red, was walking to get coffee and pulled his phone out when ICE rolled up. Not protesting. You know what's crazy? What's crazy is this could be true. It could, you know, it'd be crazy if he was like literally just went into a coffee shop, grabbed a coffee, walked out, and was like, whoa, this is crazy. Let me pull my phone out to film it. And then all that shit happened. Would not be shocked, because he just, like, character profile wise, this guy just doesn't line up with your typical Antifa fucking crazy leftist. Like, none of that, nothing about this guy lines up to that. So again, I don't know if that's actually true, but I would not actually be surprised if that's what happened. The undertraining is a feature, not a bug. The guys calling shots and writing the memo authorizing rights violation have been there for a long time. You're probably right on that. Rights of criminals are given more respect than the privacy of their victims. We are noticing. Kevin says our politics opinion don't always agree, but they are typically on the same wavelength. But I'm glad you are seeing what I'm seeing. Thank you for being a voice of reason. Keep it up, brother. Thank you very much. Thank you, brother. He is still gets to collect his pension. Fuck that. Yep. Alex says, legit question. What would these Trump taint-licking cucks say if an ICE agent walked up and shot someone in the back of the head when he said he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and not support? This is the result. In 2026, what would happen if an ICE agent walked up and shot somebody back in the head? Well, we watched that. And what happened? The federal government would say that the person that he shot in the back of the head was a domestic terrorist and he deserved it. We just watched that. That's what would happen. And that's why this is so fucking crazy. Ms. Mac, what's up, Ms. Mac? Says, sadly, Trump admin has been a huge disappointment. Apologize for missing your last few vids. Keep up the pure reality. You're all good, Ms. Mac. Appreciate you always being here. And thank you very much for, and we're in agreement with you on that way. Oh, Baze is back. It makes perfect sense when you realize the left right equals left plus right equals one bird. It's WWE. It's a work. It's a work, not a shoot. We're the mark. Dark times ahead, guys. I love this. Baze used a lot of wrestling terms here. Have you guys watched? And this is a little bit of a side. I don't know if Baze is in here. The Netflix documentary of the WWE, the new one. It's like the behind the scenes stuff. I'll just tell you, I love the WWE. Okay, I do. All right. We've been watching that documentary. It's very, very good, by the way. Very, very good. I love how Pace has got all the WWE vernacular in there as well. But yeah, left to Base's point, left wing, right wing, it's all the same fucking bird. All the same goddamn bird. Somebody says, shut the fuck up. Hey, I just want to let you know, I'm not sure where you think you are right now. This is my YouTube channel where I talk to people. And so if you want me to shut the fuck up, watch this. See, it's not a very good show. It's not a very good show when I do that. So you may want to head on over, watch Benny Johnson. I think, hey, can we link Benny Johnson's YouTube channel? In here, we may want to send him over to go watch Benny Johnson. That may be more your speed, but yeah, it turns out that's what I do here. I talk to the camera. It would be very, very awkward if I didn't do that. So anyway, Benny Johnson's got a great channel right up your, probably like closer to your sexual preference is what you're going to find over there. So head over there. Ms. Mac says, USA overalls pick is the only thing that will stop a civil war. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's actually funny, Ms. Mac. And since Ms. Mac's got a funny comment there, let's see if I can actually pull up the comment or the post that she's talking about. All right, hold on. I can pull it up. Let's see. It's not that far back, is it? All right. Oh, here it is. All right. So this is what Ms. Mac is talking about. This is what Ms. Mac is saying is gonna save the Civil War. Is Nate in the romper just doing what I do? All right. So thank you, Ms. Mac, for bringing this picture up. Maybe this could solve the Civil War. I don't know, but we're bringing it up regardless. But since Ms. Mac brought it up, we're pulling it up. Thank you, Ms. Mac. I appreciate it, man. Very, very kind of you. All right, deporting people is mean. True. Nate in New York to do a pod. Used to work against the cartels. Would love to do a podcast with you when I get back to Portland. Dave, love your channel. Yeah, hit me up on Instagram, man, if you want to potentially work out content. Instagram or shoot me an email on my Gmail as well. The suspect hero says, never forget Trump killed a bill that gave ours everything he wanted so Biden couldn't have the victory so he could run on it and do this. All right. Pro Second Amendment liberal here. Yeah, there's a lot of you guys, it turns out. Conservatives, you all need to step up and help us. Yeah, Republicans, it's okay to be wrong if you make it right. Yeah, that's what's crazy. I'm watching Second Amendment liberals hold the line far more than conservatives right now. It's bizarre. But I appreciate you, brother. Thanks for the objectivity as an older person who remembers when left and right got along and agreed on things when we still believed in right and wrong. Yeah, I mean, not in our lifetimes, it turns out, but for you guys, yeah. You still haven't talked about the architect of the prison industrial complex, turning it from a $1 billion industry into a $1 trillion industry. I have not. I did actually do a big project in my master's degree talking about the for-profit prison system, though, so we could talk about that sometime probably. Thank you. Pride Assassin with a big $50 dono says, RNU on states' rights, can ignore foreign influence, protecting invaders. Fifth columns, they're experts at mid-level violence, provocation, and media manipulation. Despise the feds since Waco. I don't want them anywhere. They're fueling communist fires. Oof. That's a lot. Well, and that's another thing, man. you know, I go back to things like Waco. I think about the ATF. I think about the FBI. I think about what a terrible fucking job our federal government has done on what the Epstein files, the Charlie Kirk assassination, the Brown shooting, the Washington, D.C. shooting we just had. I look at all the things the federal fucking government has done terrible, and federal law enforcement agencies have done horrible on, to Pride Assassin's point here. And that is why I don't simp for the federal government. Isn't that crazy, guys? All of us who I thought were super critical over how terrible a job the FBI has been doing over everything we've been talking about. But all of a sudden, we're supposed to simp for ICE, simp for border control, simp for the federal law enforcement agents who are fucking their job up. I don't really understand that. I thought we were just all people that didn't simp for federal law enforcement, but I was wrong. I was wrong. It turns out that's what we do. That's what we do. I guess. I'm not going to do it, but everybody else is. Not you guys, but everybody else. Fusel says, people tend to believe in rule law until they get the ones breaking it. Let's do a pod. Again, you got to hit me up on Instagram, bro. Then why do you act like that? I don't know what you mean. Sadly, congressional terms are kind of double-edged knife. CA already tried it. Or is this Canada or California? Congressional. Oh, Canada. Already tried it, and the issue became that non-Congress members knew what to do. You can't have a bunch of E4s running a battalion. You know, experience, but maybe no stock bribes at all. This is a really good point. When it comes to term limits, it's actually one of the better arguments I've seen of like, hey, if senators only have 2 years and congressional candidates only have, like 6 to 10 years, then they don't actually get enough experience. And so that's why they're not able to figure things out. The pushback I'd have on that is, well, look at Mitch McConnell. Look at Lindsey Graham. Look at Nancy Pelosi. Look at Dianne Feinstein. Look at Susan Collins. Has 40 years of experience led them to lead the country in a positive direction? Because I'm pretty sure it fucking hasn't. It seems like the people that have been around for 40 fucking years are the biggest problem. Chuck Schumer is another one. These are all the people that have been in politics the longest don't seem to be getting a whole lot of positive benefit out of it. That's all I would say with that. So I do think this is a really fair comment, like logically, right? But that's not what we've really seen from when we leave people in politics for 20 to 30 years. They don't seem to do a good job. They seem to just become more corrupt. Seems like the longer they're in, the more corrupt they become. Doesn't seem like they get more experience and do the right thing. So, but fair comment. I think that's one of the better arguments against term limits. Haven't been on the live streams in a minute. How is it going? Just moved from Hawaii for the next few years. Good, man. We're doing well. We're almost done. Just working our way through the super chats. Not homosexual, but bisexual. All right. Nice, dude. Thanks for letting us know. You know what I mean? It's one of those just letting the crew know how you operate. And all right, man. We have term limits, elections, Battle of Athens. Jason says, not just term limits, age limits also. Yeah, I think age limits are a big one that actually I really do think should be put in place. We don't need 90-year-old politicians. People shouldn't be able to order from the tablet and then duck out and leave everybody else sitting holding the bill. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Kristen says, thank you for all your awesome coverage of all the crazy stuff going on. Thank you, Kristen. Appreciate it. The suspect says, silence is, this is this is your, can I click on this? It's not letting me click on it. Oh, this is the YouTube channel. All right. Well, there you go. This is the YouTube channel for anybody who wants to check it out. I can't click on it for some reason, but thank you. All right. 2 dumbass ICE officers tried to pull the driver out of a moving car while the third was in front of the car. 3 Stooges. Yeah, that was the prior one. Fusel. Oh, this is you again. Portland DHS shot me in the air 3 nights ago with a 40-millimeter pepper spray incendiary projectile for expressing my dissent. Were you down in? Oh, were you near the ICE facilities? Shit, dude, I was down there recently. Yeah, I mean, I was down there. You know what's crazy, guys? Do you know what I had on me when I was at those ICE riots? Can you guess? Can you guess what I had on me? I'm gonna blow your mind. It was my gun. Whoa, conservatives, Republicans, is that crazy? Was that crazy that I had my gun on me at a protest? Holy shit. Good thing I didn't get fucking shot in the fucking face 15 times. Fuck. Shavon Talrico is one of the other people come from running for Congress. Pastor who for us. Hey, if you got a politician who I like as a candidate, because again, I'm not going to platform fucking people I don't like. I'm not going to have Lindsey Graham on here to fucking try to help him out. Fuck that. But if it's a politician that has good America First values, then sure, you can hit me up. Saw Officer Tatum. Oh, here we go. What did Officer Tatum have to say? Says he hopes more people end up like, wow. Of course he said this. Officer Tatum said he hopes more people end up like Pretty, which is ironic coming from someone who won't say a cuss word for the sake of being a good Christian. Yeah, Officer fucking Tatum. Yeah, Talmud Tatum is glad. He wants to see more law-abiding citizens murdered in the streets. What a shocker. What a fucking shocker that Officer fucking Tatum, Talmud Tatum, the biggest fucking... Oh, no, I'm not going to say what I was going to say. Because that would get clipped, and I would probably get in trouble for that. Oh, Munchkin. See if she'll stay in here. Anyway, no, she's out of here. Why don't you just not wanting to be a part of the show tonight? A little bit disappointing. It's all right. Anyway, yeah, not shocked with Talmud Tatum on that one. Go figure. DHS, CBP, and ICE have shown themselves to be the type of organization that will put a gun in your cold, dead hand and call you a terrorist. Glad people are waking up. Yep. Welcome to being woke. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's where we're at this point. It's fucking getting crazy. If woke, here's the thing. If woke is the party of pro Second Amendment, anti-authoritarian government, then I guess that's where we're all at now. Just, again, here we are in 2026. Fucking crazy, but yeah, I mean, if that's the politics of woke, I guess then we're woke. It is what it is. Even as a Cody says, even as a civilian, my baseline level of training is extremely high, and that's sad for ICE. It takes focus away from all the Somali money theft. Never forget they used Gordon's severed arm to break Durant's face. Rip. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing that's a big part of it too, is hey, all of the actual good work that they could be doing, trying to figure out the fraud and stuff like that, which is happening, by the way. Well, that's all thrown out the window because you're rolling around fucking people's neighborhoods, shooting fucking American citizens in the street. So nobody gives a shit what else you're doing because you're too fucked up. So he says, no, that's not what I was going to say. I wasn't going to use that term. I was going to use a term kind of like that. Not a racist term, but it was more of a, the dude's a slave for AIPAC type of term. But yeah, no, we can't say stuff like that. But yeah, Tatum, yeah, not shocked that his take was, I'm glad that the guy got killed. Shocker from that guy. Left libertarian is all the personal liberty of a lib, but doesn't allow for private ownership of natural resources without community compensation, has fairly regulated markets and social safety nets. That's left-leaning libertarianism. Okay. Every comment section I attend on this topic, I get kicked for saying this dude was wrongfully killed. Well, what comment sections are you in? Because we did a poll on this channel to see if it was a rightful shoot, and it was 96% no, 4% yes. So maybe you're in Ben Shapiro and Officer Tatum's comment sections, and you shouldn't be so shocked. But those of us who aren't giant fucking cucks for the federal government and MAGA do not agree with this one. So there's that. Hey, Nate, weeks ago I asked you about the gold and silver. Did you end up investing? The US dollar index has plummeted. I saw that. Dude, I already got quite a bit of my investments in gold and silver. So I don't need to put any more there. But yeah, I'm also a lot in cash right now. Just because I'm no financial advice. Do whatever you want. But I believe the AI bubble is going to crash and the stock market is going to eat shit probably in the next year or so. But again, not financial advice. Do not do anything I say because I don't want you to. I could be wrong, but that's what I personally believe. Munchkin for president. I wish. By the door right now. Hope that stand wasn't expensive because that would be the biggest behavior of a cat stereotype ever. And she's literally like, guys, Munchkin is literally laying on the ground right next to the green light here. Just refusing to be a part of the show because she's a cat. And we all want her to hang out here. And since she knows that, she's going to be a little shit and just hang out right there. And again, she was literally here in this hammock for like 5 hours before I started the show. And as soon as I fired the show up, in typical cat behavior, gets up and bails. But it's Munchkin. It is what it is. All right, we're almost there. We got one more or two more. 2A owner, mind blown how quickly MAGA hats have turned on the Second and First Amendment. Only, I like how you said, Earl, you said only 3 more years because 3 more years feels insane at this point. Like 3 more years. Oh. Not sure where we're going to be in 3 years, boys and girls. I mean, really, 3 years from now, at the rate we're at, I don't know, guys. It's actually kind of scary. I fucking don't know where we're going to be. All right. Kenneth says, I didn't mean that I was talking about me. I was talking about the guys in Congress. I was talking about the chat, about the politicians being homosexual earlier in the podcast. Oh, okay. Well, like we said, there's that. Again, hey, Republicans you can be into whatever you want, but it's turning out that, the party of, bootlicking and sitting in the hotel corner chair seems to really, and it's crazy because, we all, everybody used to make fun of liberals for being beta cucks. And it's like, oh, actually, and then MAGA is like, no, hold my beer. If you want to see a beta cuck, watch how hard I can sit in that corner chair. You guys have no idea how hard I can sit in that corner chair. It's like, okay, MAGA. Okay, MAGA. You don't got to prove it to me. I believe you. Chill out, dude. Chill out with the corner chair. All right. I know you want to watch your wife get fucked, MAGA, but we trust you. Okay. You don't need to shove it down our throats. All right. One more. All right. In no pig cow, I can't even say it. Imagine if Trump granted citizenship to all illegal immigrants if they voted Republican. Hey, don't be shocked if this happens. You say this like a joke, but think about this. We're bitching about MAGA and Trump becoming the anti-Second Amendment party. Give it 3 months, and this could very easily be something that we see coming out of Donald Trump. You laugh about it. We could very, very easily see that in three months from now. Just nope, we're the party of illegal immigration as well, boys. You're just like, oh, all right, here we go. All right, last one or last 2. Jesus, you guys, they got to let me get out of here. I got to pee. I got to eat. I got to eat dinner. It's almost 11 o'clock here. My God. Woof, this was a long one. That's okay. It's been fun. It's been fun to be back. We were gone last week with Vegas and everything. Cody says, Palantir drones and 3 years max. Wild one for the night. Where do we stand on lizard people? God, on lizard people? I don't know. That's a whole fucking discussion for another episode. You're the only one who has a genuine take on this topic. Love your stream, man. Well, thank you, Dan. I appreciate you. Okay, no more super chats, guys. I gotta get out of here. I gotta eat. I gotta use the potty. I gotta pee. But it's been a fun one. Let's see what we got coming up Friday. I think we're gonna have a good show Friday. I got a lot of good guests, guys. A lot of good guests lined up, which I'm excited about. Yeah, again, sucks that Graham had to jet out early, but I promise he will be back on for a full episode together because we were cooking together. And I got a lot of good guests lined up coming up. Okay. Promise. So thank you all so much for hanging out for this fucking almost 6-hour stream at this point. But that's going to do it for this one, guys. Baron, I've talked to Baron. Me and Baron have talked about doing some content together. We'll see if we can make Jake. Yeah, Jake's definitely coming on the show. I just did Jake's podcast. Me and Jake are looking at doing a live together here in the next week or two. Brent, yeah, Brent's always another good one. Shit, we should have Brent on to talk about Rob O'Neill's crazy shit. Have you guys seen? Everybody's like, "Hey, Nate, you got to respond to Rob O'Neill's fucking." Even I talked to Andy after he put that up, or before he even put the episode out. So maybe we'll get into that, but we got a lot of good guests. Maybe we get Brent on to talk about being sued by Rob O'Neill. That might be a fun one. But anyway, we got a lot of good guests coming up, a lot of fun content coming up. Thank you all so much for hanging out for this whole thing. And yeah, we will be back Friday. So I'll have a couple episodes from there on the regular videos. We'll be back Friday for the regular live stream. And again, hopefully we get Graham back on the show in the next week or two, and should be some great stuff. All right. So that's going to do it, guys. And again, thank you all so much for hanging out, and I will catch y'all on Friday. All right. See you guys. Have a good night.